Coming to you live from downtown Detroit, this is Benzinga's Pre-Market Prep. With your host, Joel Elconin.
This is a volatile puppy here, isn't it?
And Dennis Dick.
I'm bidding a penny. I will buy the stock for a penny.
With everything you need to start your trading day. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this Friday pre-market prep. Spencer Israel, Joel Elconin, Dennis Dick with you this morning. We've got a lot to discuss. Earnings overnight, Roku, Applied Materials. I want to get to APPN. We got Uber losing a key lawsuit in the UK down in the pre-market. IBM may spin off the unit into a SPAC, maybe. I'm not quite sure. ARK Invest bought a ton of Palantir yesterday, so we're going to talk about Palantir this morning as well. Two guests on our radar. First up, it is Friday. That means Marcus Heitcarter will join us. He is the founder of Rockwell Trading. And Jason Raznick will be on after that at around 8:45. Today's show is also sponsored by Rockwell Trading. Trade what you see, not what you think. Learn more, go to rockwelltrading.com/Benzinga. Put the link up on the screen. There it is. Let's bring Joel on now and his charts. Joel, how are we doing this morning?
We're doing good. We had quite the turnaround overnight. Had a dip off that close, got to 38.90 and a quarter, and then turned it around. Went from being 20 handles in the green to almost 20 in the red to 20 in the green. So here on this options expiration Friday, there's a lot of jockeying for position. We'll see what these imbalances push us in one way or another. One number only. Someone asked me on Twitter, is the top in? And I'm going to say no. And closing above 39.31 would give me a double no. Current high 28.75. Crude down a buck, 59.46. $1.07. That's just peeling off. Saudis are going to be pumping out some more. Gold and silver going opposite directions. Gold down a $1.70 at 17.73.20. Silver up 13 cents. Let's call it 27.20. Bitcoin, another quiet day here. Running into problems a little bit in the 53,000 handle. We got a couple highs right there, right around 53,000. But you know what? We're bid up at that area. So you know what that means. Getting ready to rev the jets and make a new high in Bitcoin. So Triple D, when you have the screens, you turn them off at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
And we're looking kind of red.
Yeah.
And then you wake up at, I don't know, you didn't get up at 4 today, did you?
Yeah, I'm up all night. I just wake up because I got to go to the bathroom, and then I got to put a log in the fire because I'm staying at my cottage right now because we know I sold my house and I'm waiting for my other house to build. So it's one of those. I'm heating. Yeah, this house, the whole basement's heated by wood stoves. So I got to get up in the middle of the night and throw logs in the fire. It's fun when you're at your cottage in the winter. I've never stayed at my cottage in the winter before, but kind of feel like a woodsman.
What about upstairs?
It's got a natural gas fireplace, so that helps a bit. So upstairs takes care of itself.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, we're hardcore here. Wood. Heating with wood. Chopping wood. Get the axe. Wood splitter, actually, but
oh, my Lord. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Well, anyways, getting to my question, I mean, hopefully you went, I know you're always hedged. But
unfortunately, yes, I am hedged. I wish I was just long. You should just be net long all the time. But you know what? I've been going, and like I said, I've been biased to be net long here for the last month because it's like we're up every day. Well, the last couple of days I've been getting burned doing that. So what do I do last night? I hedge. And what do I do wrong? Hedge. Because if you were just flat out long, naked buying the dip, you'd be laughing here this morning because all the losses from after hours last night turned to gains. You had a bunch of stocks trading deeply in the red last night, like Riot and Mara. They're all way up here this morning. So it's just like last night after hours didn't happen. So, and everybody else that, just ignored after hours last night is doing well here this morning. If you were buying after hours last night, you're doing very well here this morning because everything, again, is ripping back higher. Buy the dip wins again. Who'd have thunk it?
Do we want to get Kathy out of the way?
Yeah, let's get her out of the way right off the hop. Spencer, okay. This is your cue.
All right, let me pull up the ARK Invest email right now. Biggest takeaway from yesterday, actually, for those of you keeping track of the time, it came in my inbox at 6:29 p.m. Eastern Time.
Because we were yelling at her for it.
Right. Well, not we. What is this?
Me.
We.
Just me.
You.
I was complaining.
All right. Yesterday, 5.2 million shares of Palantir were added to the ARKK fund.
Mm-hmm.
That represents half of 1% of the entire fund.
Uh-huh.
What else do we have? She was buying Experience Investment Corp, EXPC. She added that to ARKQ.
Yeah.
At 175,000 shares of that. I'm sorry. No, you don't care about the sales, so let's skip that. Added 186,000 shares of AbbVie, which we know she's been buying, to the ARKG fund.
Yeah.
That's not new. Well, none of these are really new.
None of them are new. MASS was the first time I saw that one. Have you seen her buy MASS before?
No,
that was a newer one.
No, I don't know. But again, she 6,000 shares. It's not like
but it's a new name. They don't look at the number; they look at the name. This thing actually is trading up. It's bid 67 right now, which would put it up $3, which would put it up 5%. Best offers up at 69.98. It's had some odd lots trading over 70 here this morning.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to go that high, but I mean, this is the insanity of this market. It has a bad day yesterday, and the stock's trying to get all of its losses back because Kathy bought a few shares on the dip. I mean, this is just the insanity of this market. I would be selling this if I owned it into this, because yesterday was an ugly sell-off in the stock, and if it gets anywhere near 70 today, we do have options expiration as well. I think it's a good short. So again, this is just for trading, just for day trading, just my opinion as well, but I would be selling into this pop if I owned the stock.
Also, this one gave a nice setup yesterday. Maybe Kathy's listening to the show, because I was talking about 25 since the beginning of the week, and you got a dip under 25 right in the area of these lows and bounced around. So same area. I think you get back near that area, you'll probably find buyers ahead of it, just because it had, I don't know if it's going to, 26.72 to go red. Now the question is, is this going to be the low for the move? Is it going to be protected 24.50? Is it only going to give you one shot before it goes back up? And who knows? Let's see. See if you get like some 25.20 lows or 25.60 lows, but you got a number you can lean on now. It's just one low. So I'd like to see at least a couple of other in that area. But that's it, man. Now, the other ones I didn't look at the EXPC. I don't think I've ever heard of that stuff.
No, she buys that every day.
Yeah.
So it's up a bit,
I didn't
but she's
finish
been buying
going
that every
through.
day.
There was a couple more that IRDM she's been buying, or Iridium Communications. Yeah, she added that to ARKK, added more of that to ARKK. Palantir was the big one, like I said. She bought 5. It's not every day she buys over 1 million shares.
No, that's a big buy.
So she bought 5.2 million shares of Palantir on the dip.
She liked her 25 level, Joel.
Listen to the show. How about real quick? We'll throw one in here, because I know this stock has been giving some people a hard time. Clover Health, not looking healthy since that short report. What are we doing? We got anything going on today? Up 11 cents. I mean, what I could say is got a couple lows in this area, 10.56, and
well, you got the 10 because it was a SPAC.
Yeah.
But remember, it's no longer a SPAC, so your 10 floor isn't there anymore. And that's what I've warned about SPACs before. When pre-deal, they seem to have a floor at 10, because if they don't get a deal after 2 years, you get your money back. Once it got a deal, then that's off the table. So you think you got support at 10, and maybe technically you do, but you don't have that SPAC, like, that floor that, this is pre-deal. This is not pre-deal anymore. So just keep that in mind. I mean, also keep in mind, I sold the stock after it popped up, which was actually one of the few good sales that I've made, because all of your sales are always bad because the stocks keep going higher. But here's it's everybody's caught in this. I mean, it's like RKT. Everybody's caught in them. When they stay down and they don't rally with the overall market, it's tough. It needs a catalyst. And, we obviously had, who's the social media guy that runs this one? That ran the IPOC and the IPOD and the IPOE. The crazy outspoken person. What's his name?
Chamath.
How do you say it? Chamath?
It's Chamath Palihapitiya.
Chamath was talking the stock, talking Clover Health up about a week and a half ago, and that's when you saw the 11 to the 13. It was another selling opportunity. So, I mean, he can't seem to get the thing kickstarted either. So, I don't know what turns it around. Same thing with RKT. Is there some value here? Who knows? Nobody cares about value. They care about momentum. This market is built on momentum. And when the momentum breaks, the stocks stay in the gutter for a long time. RKT has no momentum. It had a little momentum from the short squeeze, and that was a selling opportunity. CLOV has no momentum. Is it going to have support at 10? It might. There's technical support there. But again, you're not buying momentum here. So what has been working is the stocks that are going up from the bottom left of your chart to the top right of your chart. And once they break trend, they sometimes break trend for a while. So one concerning thing with the overall market is a lot of stocks have been breaking trend. So a lot of Momo names have been breaking trend. There's still a lot of them holding on, but I mean, if you're a momentum player, you're not in the stock. And that's why now it's all of a sudden, okay, oh yeah, it's a value play. But, value investors, look at this and, there's probably, I haven't looked at the fundamentals of it, so I can't even comment on it. But I would imagine it's a newer company. So there's probably not a lot of earnings to look at here yet.
With the Rocket in the UWMC, are you pairing them or just shorting both?
Huh?
Are you pairing UWMC?
Okay.
United Mortgage Holdings?
Yeah, no, I don't even trade UWMC, $8 stock. Yeah. No, I don't follow UWMC at all, sorry.
Well, you should, when you think of Rocket, you should.
That's a good call. The charts kind of look the same, so maybe I got to do some research and add that to my pairs universe. I'll write it down, but I've never traded those two together.
They're
you found a relationship that I didn't realize, Joel.
It's the same business.
There is one.
The chart looks like it too, so I just wrote it down.
And it was a SPAC, and it got the pop, and it's
also
in Michigan.
It's a newer issue. I don't follow it, but I need to.
Okay. I just wanted to bring it to your attention.
No, for sure. Thank you, and I appreciate that as well. So UWMC, I mean, that's an ugly chart too. So Rocket, UWMC, they do look like they're trading together. I don't know. Rocket has been down here at this $20 level for so long. We'll get Raz's thoughts on it. I mean, he's still long it. I thought there was value in this for a long time too. I stayed in this for 6 months. It got the ridiculous pop on the short squeeze when we were squeezing everything at Wall Street Bets, and I was like, okay, well, this is my chance. And I sold it at 23 and 24 into that short squeeze. And it actually went to over 25 like a couple days later, so I didn't get the top. But then sleeked out again. I mean, the short squeeze trade died off, at least, short term in all these stocks. So, it's a victim of that as well. And you have new bag holders in there too, people who are coming in and saying, oh, this is a squeeze play, this thing's going to 30, and they bought it at 23, 24, 25. Well, they're all caught now too. So many people caught long this makes it difficult. I mean, this is why we love stocks making new all-time highs, because there's no overhead supply. There's no
Everyone's
pain.
happy.
Yeah, everyone's happy. So there's no sellers. Every time Rocket comes back a little bit, the person that bought it at 21 2 days ago is like, please give me my money back. The person that bought it at 2050, please give me my money back. Because that's the mentality of the market. They don't want to take losses. That's, it's just loss aversion. It's right back to behavioral finance that you took in your, well, if you did your CFA, but if you took it in your finance, third level course, it's behavioral finance. There's a whole course on this. And it works. I mean, we talk about this all the time, loss aversion. Investors do not want to take losses. That is why most investors lose, or most, and the market's going up, it helps. But in the long run, traders that don't take losses end up with bigger losses and end up eventually with a portfolio of losers. We've talked about this before. In a bull market, you don't see this. But if you're unwilling to take a loss, eventually, in normal markets, your portfolio will be full of losers.
A new listener, I believe, Track the Unknown, let us know how long you've been listening to the show and how you found us. He brought up Loan Depot as a new listing. And that, so there's competition.
What's the symbol on that?
LDI.
Oh, you guys are giving me all new stocks here today. I've never even brought this stock up before. Oh, no wonder. It's 5 days old.
Right, I know. I'm just
it's 5 days
just
old.
Perceiving competition, for Rocket. And I saw their commercials, and they're good. They're good commercials. So we'll see. I mean, there's a lot of it's interesting that you don't have any mortgage companies or the big mortgage companies coming public, and then they all three come public within 6 months or a year. It's interesting. They want to cash out, I guess. But we'll keep an eye on all these three and see what the relationships are. We're hanging
Going
out.
back to Palantir, I just had some thoughts here.
Sure.
It is a ridiculous pop this morning, in my opinion. There's a lot of bag holders still stuck in this. I know the 25 level we talked about, we bounced there. That is nice support. It coming in and shorting at 26.85. It's tough. We do have an options expiration here as well, but we do have precedence here too. She bought 1.5 million shares 2 days ago. The stock went from 28 to 30, and they completely sold it. So do they sell the PLTR pop again? I tend to think so. But because you're at such a key support level that it bounced off of, I may be, part of me wants to just come here and short it. The locate was actually tough last night. I thought about it, but I haven't yet. So I'm just sitting here looking, but it's a nice bounce. You're getting a 6.75% Kathy bounce here this morning. That's a gift.
Let's see here. So you are above the top of yesterday's range. So if you're chasing it and you're buying it, you may see that 26.31 in a heartbeat. It spiked over 27.50, but what I'll say, I'm like, something's telling me right now, like a little birdie in my head said, see what happens at the 2-day close at 27.08. Like if I had this and I did the Kathy buy, or I had this, I'd be saying, man, can this get over that close from Wednesday? Can this get to the pre-market high? The pre-market high came in at 27.67. Can it get through there? Can it get to 28? That's what I'd be looking for. And then if it didn't, if it goes like to 27.10 and then comes back down through the open, then I'd say, the party's over, and I'd look for that closing price at 26.31. So 27 and a half area.
Yeah, there you go. And I think that might be a good selling area too. One thing to consider is that this is not surprising that she bought, a lot of. It's maybe the size of her buy is surprising because she bought a lot of stock, but she bought Palantir on the dip the other day. It was very anticipated that she was probably going to buy the dip again. And so you have a lot of traders who are actually buying that ahead of that. I mean, I had multiple people on my feed, is Kathy going to buy it? So a lot of people were anticipating that. If you're buying it here this morning up 7%, you're buying it from the people who were anticipating that she was going to buy it. So just be careful chasing it up 7% this morning. You love Palantir. We like the 25 level. We talked about it. It was probably the buy yesterday. Do you get another shot back there? I tend to think so. So I don't think you have to hurry in here and chase it up 7%. If you miss it, you miss it. I don't lose money on the trades I miss. I lose money, on the trades that I buy and they go down. So just be careful chasing something up 7% because Kathy's bought it.
Someone's saying also she might have been short, but I don't.
She doesn't short stocks.
Yeah, she doesn't.
I've never seen her. She doesn't have any shorts, does she, Spencer? Spencer's
I don't know if
I've never seen a short. On
no.
Her closed
Why
holdings.
would
she short stocks?
Why wouldn't ETF? Why would you have a long ETF that's shorted?
Yeah,
that
so
make
she
sense.
doesn't.
I'm just asking because someone said that,
No,
and I throw that in
She
there.
doesn't short stocks.
Let's just throw in
not
a
that
random ticker here, and I know I've seen it over the last couple days. Unity Software.
Kathy was buying this one too for a while.
Not
she stopped
yesterday,
buying it.
but
Yeah, she stopped buying it now. She was buying this stock. I don't know. This is broken trend. This is. What's concerning is a lot of these momentum names, Spencer, your thoughts here too. A lot of these momentum names have broken trend, and they've broken them substantially. I mean, we're being held up here still by rotation. Just as yesterday, there was some of these Momo names getting hit, and it was a little bit of an ugly day, but Amazon had a good day. So you can see that Amazon is now moving opposite to the Momo names. Apple had a little bit of a rough day, but it came back by the end of the day. So it's very interesting that you all of a sudden have a negative correlation between Amazon and all of these other smaller Momo names. So keep that in mind. I mean, SunPower, I've still got a small piece of it, but like I said, I sold the majority of my position at 53, which I wish I would have sold it all. It got to $36 yesterday. I mean, you have a lot of trades that have been working, that some of them have all of a sudden stopped working. Not all of them, but some of them, which makes me think if you're hiding out in some momentum name and it's been going up and going up and going up, maybe it's time to lighten up here a little bit because you are seeing some rotation back into a little bit of the mega cap, at least the last couple of days in value tech. And what else concerns me is I saw a headline on CNBC and they were talking about the weakness in mega cap. So when they start highlighting something we were talking about 2 weeks ago, it's usually the sign that maybe that trade's going to reverse. So because they're usually the last people to tell you about it.
I mean, this is still going down. A lot of red days. I mean, I can't see where it's coming up, but like 100, 170. This 100, I like it. If you want to buy it on strength, let it get back up here. 135, 136, and maybe hold that. If you want to buy it on strength, if you're just looking, I see it up today. This is a tough one. It's up on a couple thousand. Wow, 56,000 shares. That's pretty good.
Somebody's selling the boat at 21.45 in the pre-market at 121.45. 77,000 shares offered on Edge right now.
They're showing
That's
it?
a huge. What's that?
Wow, they're showing it.
Yeah, they're showing it. 77,000 shares is lit right there. 21.45. Somebody wants out. That's a huge order. I mean, for this stock, that's an enormous order. You think about the entire pre-market's in 57,000 shares. It's 77,000 share order. It could take it out. You get to the regular session, it can do anything, but just keep that in mind. Somebody, big fish there, selling stock.
Yeah, maybe they scooped it up yesterday. It made the new low for the move, 1497, 1837 close. Maybe they're just a nice scalp, or maybe they've been buying it over the last 2 days and trying to get out at that 2-day close of 121.50. So I would keep an eye on that. It's I don't know, if you're taking a shot here, you think, hey, this is the low, 114.57. That's what you got to really risk down to. If you wanted to try and get it on the cheap today, maybe at the close, 1837, and then risk down to the low. But that's an interesting order thing. Thanks for pointing that out, Triple D. That is a big order.
Do we have a guest right now? Thought we had a guest at 8:15. Did we go over him?
No,
8:30. Hiding in the background.
What time?
Where is
Spencer?
Not even listening. I don't know.
All right, I was talking to myself. We have a guest at Marcus is on at 8:30. We could bring him on a couple minutes early if you'd like.
No, it's fine. I just didn't want to talk over Marcus. I knew Marcus was coming. So
yeah, actually,
okay.
Marcus made a great trade that he doesn't realize he made that I'm going to tell him about at 8:30.
Oh.
But wait, so on the subject of Momo, and this is like the catch-22, right?
Yeah.
It's all fun and games when you're going up. 100% in a week or two, right, or less, but it's not so fun on the back end of that hill.
No, I mean, look at
so cannabis is a great example, right? Tilray. Someone in the chat just brought up cannabis stocks. Tilray, right?
They're all broke. They broke.
Yeah.
So you got to get again, and I have this written down. It's the Harlan Pine saying: sell your peanuts while the circus is in town. When your stock starts going up 100% a day. They're doing everything. The elephants are standing up on 2 legs. I mean, this is the time to ring the register. Tilray, 30 to 62 in 3 days. That's insanity. Anybody who bought it up there is all just mesmerized by the act, the circus act. But you know what? It ends, and these stocks usually come back down to earth. So complete gift. Take the gifts and run. I mean, there's so many stocks that were just giving out money. The problem is people think 60, it's going to 100, and the greed sets in. Now it's back at 27, and the person who saw it at 60 says, well, I can't sell it now. It was at 60. And then you look at it 6 months later, and it's at 15, and you're like, well, I can't sell it now. It's going to eventually come back to 60. You know what? The potholders were rewarded because, they all came back 5 years later after, being dead money for basically, 3-4 years, since we had the pot frenzy back in like 2017. And a lot of them came back a lot. Tilray didn't get back to its 300 from 2018. Sorry, I'm not wrong with the year. But it came back a lot. I mean, Afria made new all-time highs. It's unbelievable. Those are unbelievable moves. You got to take the money and run.
And
GameStop, run.
And
Bed Bath Beyond, run.
I just want to say, I don't know how many times I can say it, but you can't, like, when people talk about cannabis stocks, there's a big difference between the Canadians and the U.S. ones, right? There's a big difference. The Canadian stocks are the ones that are all rolled over, right? Tilray, all the ones Dennis just mentioned, Afria, Aurora, Tilray, Kronos, Canopy Growth.
Yeah.
The U.S. ones that trade on OTC markets are the ones that I am long, have not rolled over, have been in an uptrend this entire time.
But they didn't go parabolic.
No, and that's the difference, right? They did not go parabolic.
Yeah. When they go parabolic, what we mean is, you got trend, boom, boom. That's the upside capitulation. That's the event that tops stocks out. So often you see a stock going up, 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 and then boom. It's just like even the old days when we were day trading, Joel. You see the stock trending up because you got a buyer, and then boom, you have the institution, gaps up, and the institution says, I can't take it anymore. I just have to buy the stock. And that's the top. Sold to you. Those are what we were looking for. That's what gaps were running for when we used to run gap filters and stuff, or we used to run, for block trades. We were looking for the big boom, the upside capitulation. Well, that works too in the overall market on a swing trading perspective as well. Going up, 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 and boom, you get the upside capitulation. That's your key. That's when the final act is there. That's when you sell your stock.
Harlan has to be the most mentioned person.
He's awesome.
Never get on the show. I gotta get him on.
He never responds to our emails.
He never. Harlan.
He never responds to my email.
I hope he's okay.
Who pissed Harlan off? Did someone piss Harlan off?
It's probably me. I'm so outside.
No, nobody pissed him off. Nobody pissed him off.
We love you, Harlan.
He doesn't respond.
He might be listening.
Doesn't respond to our emails.
Two people I pissed off. One was some HFT guy. He was a professor. And this is pre-Spencer, and we were talking about HFT and everything, and we're going on and on and on, and it was coming up to the open, and we were kind of going back and forth, and I go, have you ever traded a stock? And he said no, and I go, boom, interview's over. And then I ended the interview, and then they called Jason, they called Joe Young, and I don't think I had to apologize. And then the other guy
was Herb Greenberg.
Well, you should have apologized.
Well, Herb Greenberg was.
We love Herb
my
Greenberg,
fault.
though.
That was
that was your fault. That was Joel's fault.
That was Dylan's fault.
That was my fault.
Was it Spencer's fault?
That was my fault. Yeah.
Yeah, we love you, Herb. We do love Herb Greenberg. He's actually a great guy. We said his company's name wrong, which wasn't a good thing to do.
No, that was my fault.
That was our fault. That was totally on us. Jason punished us for that. We didn't do the show for a couple days for that. He's like, you gotta say people's names right. So Herb, we apologize to you. We did say your company's name right. It was a new company.
Herb called him right away.
Yeah.
Called Jason
we got in major trouble for that.
Yeah.
We almost all got fired for that.
Was it Euro Pacific or something?
Don't start, Joel. Stop.
That's not.
Pacific Coast Funds.
No, because we're gonna get fired. Stop, Joel. Stop yourself.
And then the other guy was who was it?
Well, Peter Schiff got really angry at us once.
Mojo Mike got mad at us.
Well, Mojo's good though. He's good.
He's a good guy. I don't know what happened.
We make people mad sometimes. We screw up and we make mistakes.
All right,
can
I bring up one more stock before we go to our guest here?
I was a little hard on Bill the other day. I thought you were going to step in. I was a little hard on
Bill Hartz?
Oh,
yeah. Bill can take it.
I was a little hard on him.
Bill Hartz is awesome. We are the biggest Bill Hartz fans.
Can we just talk Roku for a second? They had earnings after the close yesterday. Give you some numbers here on that report. It was a beat and good earnings and good guidance, basically. I don't know how comparable their numbers are because the EPS they came in with was 49 cents per share versus an estimate of a 5-cent loss. So there was either some adjustment there or it was just a crazy beat. Sales above estimates as well. Sales guidance also above estimates. Profit above estimates. Active accounts above estimates.
Holy.
It was a good report. But here's what they said. They said the second half of last year
I saw that.
Was so good that we're going to have a really hard time living up to those expectations this year. So they tempered expectations for the second half of 2021 because the back half of 2020 was so good for them.
Those comments in normal markets would tank the stock. Yep. Absolutely tank the stock. Like stock down $50. We're not in normal markets. Roku is still holding trend. And everybody forgave them for those comments. I don't know when those comments start mattering. They matter on certain stocks when you've broken trend, but this is such a technical market. Joel, you must be loving this market as a pure technical trader. But, I mean, if the stock's holding trend, they find a reason. When the stock's broken trend, that's when you got to be concerned. Like a Fastly, FSLY, that broke trend just, a week ago before the earnings report, it broke trend. They hammered that stock. 120 to 80 in 4 days. And we've seen this with Fastly before.
Oh, they always close it fast.
This throws right back into my AYX. Same thing. AYX always misses. I've learned this the hard way. And then for whatever reason, they find a reason to rally it back, and that's just another selling opportunity. So great day trading stocks, AYX and Fastly. Now, I guess you buy them way on the dips, but eventually you wait till they start going trending up because these dips seem to get bigger. And then they start trending up, and then they get a lot of the loss back, and then you make sure you sell them before the next quarter because they find a way to disappoint.
This is a tough chart because someone came in 2 days ago ahead of the report and they just said, I want it out. I don't even think there was any news on it. It had the big earnings run. They were just a indiscriminate seller. They knocked the thing down to 436 and it bounced back, and now it's trading up. I'd keep it real close. If this doesn't take out the pre-market or was the after hours high of 471.97, get up there and take that out. I just kind of feel like this is going to roll over. This has had such a big run. There is kind of bad news on it. What do you need to fill the gap? You haven't even filled the gap from that day, 466.28. So I'd keep an eye on that, 466.28, 471. But if this thing opens up and rallies into that area and comes back down through the open, I don't know, just had such a big run. You had that seller 2 days ago. Maybe they got rid of half of their position, and they're looking to get rid of the others. So hands off on the long side, and then we'll see what happens with the if it can rally up anywhere near that pre-market.
All right, let's bring on Marcus Heitkalter, is the founder of Rockwell Trading. Going to bring him on now. He's still in Florida. Marcus, it's only February, but you've already made the best trade you can make this year. Your trade was getting out of Texas last week.
Yeah, sometimes you got to get lucky, right? So last week we left Texas to go to Florida here for a sailing regatta with my kids, and I started last week. So this is my setup here. And then the winter storm hits Texas, and I'm stuck here in Florida. Jeez, what a bummer, right? So this is why, right now I don't have my camera because I'm not in my studio, but hey, I can share the charts. We can talk stocks. We can talk about what I'm doing.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, and you got lucky.
I got lucky, and because of that, I also made a mistake. I want to talk about that today. I want to run through a few stocks that I'm trading right now, if that's okay with you, and then talk about it. Major mistake that might cost me actually $5,000. And it's like, oh, really? I should be better than this, but I'm not. Okay, so anyhow, as you know, I'm in this market. You talked about it all morning, right? I mean, this market is just going up. It's like this rubber duck that you have in your bathtub that you try to hold under, right? You can't hold it underwater for long. It jumps right back in your face. Boom. There it is. And this is what this market is doing, right? I mean, you have this quick retracements and then up, and away. So for me personally right now, what is just working well is selling premium. And I know the VIX is rather low right now, so the volatility index only hovering around 20, but there's always some stocks that are still providing very decent premium, and I'm selling them on weekly, so I'm being in a trade fairly short term. So one of the trades that I'm in right now, so I could show you, I'm in 6 trades right now, all selling puts, because the wonderful thing is when selling puts, you can actually be a little bit wrong and still make money. You see, when selling put, you need to stay above the strike price. So this means that the stock can go slightly against you. It can go up or sideways, and you'll make money. And I like to do this, and it has been working very well thus far this year. I'm up $38,000, and that's on a rather small $250,000 account. So AMD, a trade that I entered today, is expiring today. So strike price 86. This should be really good. The gold miners. I still like the gold miners.
You still do? They got me shaking. They got me shaking, Marcus. I've been in for a long time. I still got some profit. I got the GDX. I got the GLD. I'm holding here too much. Who needs gold? Bitcoin. No one cares about gold. Talk me out of it. Talk me staying in this long position.
Bitcoin. So GDX trade, I mean, again, it's a short-term trade. It expires today. Strike price of 48. Right now, pre-market, we are trading at 47.27. So if it stays below 48, I get a sign. But you see, we just need a small pop here. So I'll see. I'll probably get out of this early this week, because you're right. In the long term, it has held really nicely here. It's kind of my hedge. I mean, Triple D, you said it earlier, right? I mean, you want to be a little bit hedged, because if overall the market has a retracement, the gold miners will probably pop. But yeah, you're right. I mean, right now it's Bitcoin, 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 Bitcoin. I mean, if you look at Bitcoin, you have to look at Riot, right, which is up, up and away. So Riot, I mean, just a phenomenal run up. Actually, there's so much premium in there. If this comes back a little bit more, I'm really super interested in selling some premium here. Then, of course, you have Mara. I mean, these are all kind of mirroring Bitcoin. So if you want to trade a stock instead of going the wallet route and really trading Bitcoin, I mean, Riot and Mara are two possibilities here. And this is where I also like to sell premium on there. But hey, so I want to talk about, so GDXJ, LL, I'm in this trade doing really well. All of these will expire worthless today, so I keep the whole premium. There's just one trade where I'm kind of kicking myself. I want to talk about this. It's an Apple trade. So Apple, I sold the 133 strike, and this was on Tuesday. So I was supposed to go back home on Monday. So Tuesday, I'm bored out of my mind. And I say, geez, I'm bored. What can I do? So let's trade. Super bad idea. Super, super, super bad idea. And after all these years of trading, I should know so much better. But I'm stuck here in Florida. It's hot outside. It's 86 degrees.
Oh, Mark.
All right. I know I'm rubbing it in. Okay, couldn't resist. Okay, so I'm looking at Apple. I'm looking at the Apple chart, and I mean, Apple is just one of these stocks, like the overall market, is just going up, up, up. Looking at some short-term support, and right here, let me just mark this. Right here, I believe, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay, right here where you see the green line. I thought, you know what, this chart just looks beautiful. Apple is just going sideways. Let's collect some premium here. And I mean, what the heck? It'll stay above 133. Should have known better, right? Because what does a market do that goes up for 6 or 8 days in a row? At some point, it retraces. So we'll see. I mean, pre-market 130. I might get a sign here today. Let's see if Apple rallies at 133. But you see, part of my strategy that I'm trading, I'm not concerned to be assigned at all. In fact, if I look at my profits from this year, the biggest profits are coming from the stocks that I got assigned. So I was assigned GDXJ, $12,000 in profit. I was assigned Win, $8,000 in profit. Don't think I was assigned in Uber. Apple, I was assigned there, $2,500 in profit. So I don't mind getting assigned here. But I must honestly say, trading because you're bored is a super bad idea. Super, super bad.
So you're going to be 133. You're going to be assigned at 133.
Yeah.
Or what was the premium? What did you sell them for?
You see, let's see. So I sold this for 70 cents, and I sold 8 contracts. So it was like $560 in premium.
Okay, so 132.30 then. Anytime it gets back above 132.30, right?
Right. That's actually my cost basis. You're absolutely right. So
I mean, this could easily trade to 135.
No, here's the beautiful thing, right? I mean, if I'm getting assigned just right now with Apple, look at the premiums for next week. So if we look at February 26th, and again, today I cannot sell it, but look at this. I can sell the 133 call, and it's trading. Yesterday, it was trading the last price here at 94. This morning, the theoretical price is $1.21. So I can do this on Monday right away, lower my cost basis by another $1.20. So now the cost basis is lowered by $1.90, meaning that if it goes above, 131.10, shouldn't do math in my head, but you get the idea. So there's so much premium in Apple, right? I mean, I can easily sell this, even the 134. So if Apple jumps above, that's fine. That's what I love about this wheel strategy, the way how I'm trading it. For me, it's super consistent, and it's very, very systematic. I mean, I really, I love listening to you because you're so smart. You know what's going on. You're looking at the fundamentals. Who is buying what, right? I mean, what are the markets doing? For me, I need to use a more simpler system because I easily can get overwhelmed by all this analysis paralysis. So this is where I can talk myself out of trade. So this is why for me, simple strategies work best. And this is probably one of the most boring trading strategies there is, but it's super consistent for me.
Again, this works very well in a sideways. It works awesome. Best strategy in a sideways market. It works well in an up market, especially if you're writing puts because stock's going up. If the stock market takes a 20% correction, like back in September, a 10% correction in 4 days, if the stocks come back, eventually it works out. But that's just, the risk. The risk here is when you're getting out there where you have a significant fall in a short period of time. And then all of a sudden you're looking, that's your risk. There's always risk in everything, Marcus. And that's the risk in the strategy.
I 100 million% agree. In fact, there's another stupid trade that I did here, TQQQ. I actually sold a put right here. This was before the split. So the put that I sold was probably right here. And if you look at this dip here, I mean, TQQQ took a 39% dip. So I already traded this strategy on this stock through a 40% dip. So yeah, and you're absolutely right. At some point, what I did here, what I think you need to do is I sold another put with the intention of getting a sign, because this way you're cutting your cost basis in half. And you see, then the stock doesn't have to recover that badly all the way up there. Then you just need a rather small dip. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's a super dangerous strategy if you're not knowing what you're doing and the market crashes. But I've been trading this through a 40% dip. I've been trading this through a 50% dip, and it has been working for me. But yeah, you are right. Right now in this market, perfect.
Oh, right? A lovely environment for selling premium. It's been a fantastic environment for selling premium, especially if you're picking the right stocks like Apple, Amazon. Like I was talking about my buddy, Bruce there, that's been doing the Amazon, and man, he's just collecting premium. He's been doing the straddle, right, and the puts and the calls. And I mean, wow, you just he's collecting like $150 a week, which is,
it is.
And Amazon doesn't go anywhere, and he's making $150 a week. Or 100, some of the weeks are a little lower than that, but maybe
Amazon's looking a little better here. It's looking a little perkier.
Yeah, well, why do you think that? Because some of the Momo names rolled over.
Yeah.
So again, like I said, there's a negative correlation right now between Amazon. It's not pronounced, but you can see Amazon had a better day yesterday because they had some of the little Momo names rolling over, and they view Amazon as a safety trade right now. So
right. So the only thing to consider is that for Amazon, you need a lot of buying power. I mean, what your buddy does is great. It's probably on a rather large account, because if you're getting assigned,
it's $330,000.
It's $332,000.
Yeah.
Right. So yes, there's tons of premium in there, and if you can make 1% a week and you're making 50% per year, absolutely. For me personally, Amazon as well as Tesla. Tons of premium in Tesla, tons and tons of premium in Tesla. But again, this is where you need a larger account. And I like to be a little bit more diversified, because if you're trading one option on Tesla, so right now, what do we have? We have like 800, and you add the 2 zeros. So this would be, you need $80,000 in buying power. Yeah. And this is why I like to stick stocks that are below 200. That's my sweet spot. So, and again, because I'm trading here rather small, $250,000 account, but you see, I still have plenty of buying power left, even though right now I am in six positions, so I'm only using 170,000 of my buying power here.
When you going back to Texas, and is your house okay?
I sure hope so. So the plan is to really go back today. I mean, the first day we'll be driving through Florida. Florida is a freaking big state. It's like Texas. So the first day, I mean, it's 600 miles just to the border. And then I'll stay overnight there. That's a beautiful thing. I mean, with this rig, I can just pull over, right? And whenever I'm getting tired, I pull over and take a nap. Anyhow, yeah, so the idea is to be back there either tomorrow night or on Sunday. And it's getting warmer right now in Texas.
Good to hear.
All right. Well, you have to let us know how that goes. Marcus Heidkotter is the founder of Rockwell Trading. To learn more, go to rockwelltrading.com/Benzinga. Marcus, as always, thanks for the time. Stay safe. Good luck with your trip back. We'll talk to you again.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Hey, Dennis, I just saw a tweet here that you are not going to like.
What's going on?
Maxine Walters just told Matt Egan, CNN, she's very interested in proposals for a financial transactions tax following Thursday's GME hearing.
Yeah.
I'm interested. I'm certainly looking at it, she says, adding that it is being actively discussed by lawmakers.
No, of course it is, because lawmakers don't know what they're doing, and they don't understand liquidity, and they don't understand the markets, and they think a financial transaction tax of 0.1% is going to stop excessive speculation from people speculating on 400% moves. It's absolute absurdity. because you're doing nothing to curb speculation. People aren't jumping in GameStop. They're not going to stop jumping in a stock like GameStop for 0.1%. The thing went up 400%. It doesn't even affect those. What it affects is everything else. It affects market makers. It affects spreads. It affects liquidity. It just, basically implodes the retail brokerage industry because, for the most part, any day trader that's trading, 5, 6, 7 times a day, 0.1% is an incredible amount of money, especially if they put it on both sides, 0.1 in and 0.1 out. So, you can say, oh yeah, it's not much money, but if you're making 5, 10 trades a day, you're going to pay thousands of dollars. And I guess it depends on the size of your account, but in some cases it could be in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands if you're a huge trader in tax. So you're just not doing those strategies anymore. We all become long-term investors all of a sudden. Trading volumes will be cut in half. Again, market makers, though, will probably get an exemption, so they can come in here and say, oh yeah, we need to punish them. But there's absolutely no way. They did this in France already. They had to put a market maker exemption in because there was no liquidity. So there's a market maker exemption in for their financial transaction tax in France. So what do? I just don't trade stocks in France. You don't trade Total and I think it's SNY, which is Sanofi. Those two stocks will hit you with a financial transaction tax. If you actually have your brokerage and if I go to buy those stocks, it'll put a pop-up and say there's a financial transaction tax attached to this. Do you want to continue? At least that's what it says in IB. So you've got to know that you're going to get a tax on those, and 0.1% is significant. $10,000 when we're doing the math, that's $10. $100,000 trades $100. So these are like going right back. All this work we've done to bring free commissions to for the last 20 years working towards free commissions and trading for free. We undo all that, and we go right back to full size commissions, even bigger. Like a $10 trade on a $10,000. That's significant. $10 in and $10 out. So it's just an awful idea. I would hope that our regulators would understand this, and I think at the regulation aspect, a lot of them do. But you get these House reps, they don't understand this stuff. So hopefully they don't start putting in laws that, and there was a few people yesterday in yesterday's hearing on GME that were saying, let's not rush to regulate here. We need to understand stuff. So let's understand market mechanics, understand liquidity, understand that a financial transaction tax would be passed through to the little guy in the form of wider spreads. So you like your 1 cent spread on SPY? If there was no market maker exemption, your SPY spread is now significantly wider, maybe 50 cents wide.
Are you talking to your CFA boys at all? Are they? Are you gonna get down and dirty? Maybe do some testifying?
Well, if it starts getting legs, I gotta think that logic, that they're gonna understand that here the capital market systems for the most part are working. Can we fix certain things? Can we look at payment for order flow? Can we look at some different things? Sure, but just throwing in a financial transaction tax and burning down the whole village isn't the way to do it. Think about what that would do to the retail brokerage industry. If you had to pay, you buy $10,000 worth of stock, you got to pay $10 on that, $10 in, $10 out, or $100,000 worth of stock, and you got to pay $100 in and $100 out. $200 fee on your $100,000 move every time you trade it. Your day trading's over. You're not day trading anymore. I'm not day trading. I'll be doing some long-term swing trading and long-term investing. My volume will get cut by 90%. So you know what? I'll do some different styles of trading, and probably do okay. Like my swing trading, I think I do pretty good. But you'll be long-term swing trading. You can't just jump in something for 50 cents. You think about 0.1% on Tesla. What is that? 0.1% on a $795 stock. What is it? 80 cents in and 80 cents out. So it's $1.60 for you.
And they're applying this to futures too, right?
It was going to go on everything. Well, yeah, but it's all early, right? DeFazio has proposed this a decade ago. This has never got traction. But something like GameStop happens, and regulators say, ooh. And you have Andrew Ross Sorkin saying, ooh, this is a good idea. Well, no, Andrew Ross Sorkin doesn't understand market structure. This is a terrible idea. This reduces liquidity.
Maybe we'll get him on the show.
We're bringing Bill Hartz on next week, and he's going to talk financial transaction tax too. Bill Hartz knows the markets. He understands the implications. We're going to be on the same side on this one. I'll tell you that much.
Dennis, you don't get it like when I kind of needle you in my tweets and I say that Dennis only interrupted you once, and that's a huge compliment.
I know. I got it. I don't know if he got it.
To the people saying that you should theoretically be making more than 0.1% on a trade, right? But think about the commissions in the 80s, right? And how expensive it was to get in and out of every single trade.
The 80s. How about the 90s?
And the 90s too.
Go and look at your
know what I mean?
notional volume that you traded last year and times it by 0.1%.
Yeah,
that's
that's
your
what
fee.
you need to do.
But again,
Right.
what you have to consider is that that's not market makers and liquidity. So when you're
Right.
getting in and out of a stock, you're going to be paying a lot more. Your spreads are going to go from here to here if you don't have a market maker exemption. They have to, because the market maker can't make you a 2-cent spread in Tesla when he's got to pay 80 cents in and 80 cents out.
And then that could
It's absurd.
And then
it hurts Benzinga significantly. You're going to lose so many day traders.
Well,
if that goes through.
The entire point of helping the retail investor goes out the window if you get that exemption anyway. I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
Because then it only hurts the retail investor. So okay.
It only hurts the retail investor in the end. It
Yep.
will hurt the retail investor because spreads will go. So two scenarios. One, there's no market maker exemption. We'll get to you in a second, Jason. Sorry. One, there's two scenarios. One, you get a market maker exemption and the spreads stay tight. But then they're just punishing Main Street, not Wall Street. Two, they don't give a market maker exemption, and the market makers go like this. Okay, we're $5 wide in Tesla now. Have fun. Because we're not going to go 10 cents wide. We're $5 wide because we got $2 to break even. So here's your spread in Tesla. So go have fun. You're buying at $7.95. You're selling at $7.90. That's your spread. So you're paying $500 each. Jason left.
No, he's here.
Okay, bring him back in. We're not
here.
going to get off financial transaction tax.
No. Jason Raznick, founder and CEO of Benzinga. Smash that like button for Jason. Jason, good morning. How's Florida?
Good morning. Good morning. How you guys doing today?
We're doing good until Joel just pissed
Just
me off on that tweet.
Doing good until 5 minutes ago.
I don't mean so. And I told you guys a week and a half ago or 3 weeks ago that I was trimming Tesla, and I've been in a trimming mode. When I've been trimming, it's been wrong. It's been wrong. Every time I've sold stuff, it usually bounces up.
Mhm.
But I have the memories of 2000. I have the memories of me buying Research in Motion. Not Research in Motion. Rare Medium. I bought it at $48, 100 shares when I was like 22 years old. And then it went to 78 and I bought another 100 shares. So then I owned 200 shares at $78 and it slowly went down to zero. And my memories, like those, don't go away. And so even though I trim and it could be a better time to buy, I like to be, safe versus sorry. And so I've been trimming some of my positions. You guys know I use margin. I've cut my margin by more than 50%, maybe by 70% actually. And I could be sorry, but I'm going to find new opportunities to buy. I mean, I gave you a stock that I bought a couple weeks ago, BTN at 249. It went up to 306, and now I think it's down around 289. I'm hanging on to that one. I think I sold them at 306, but I'm still hanging on to it. I still have my Upwork. My GAN, when it hit 30, I think I had at that time, maybe let's say I had 1,500 shares. I think I've sold like 500 of the shares, so I still have say 1,000 if we're just using rough estimates. So I've trimmed some of the big gainers, and just to have more room to buy when I think the time is right. That's
780. We talked about that in Tesla last week, and it came down to that area, and that's been the bottom of the trading range. And I put something out on Twitter about it, like 780 in the hold, and the whole Twitter sphere confirmed and told me that 780 is going to hold and it's going to go back up. Everyone on Twitter told me that. No one thought it was going below 780. It went to 776 the other day, I believe, or and it went a little bit lower than that. It went 762, but it's right back above 780. So back in that trading range.
I can get the chat mad by making an announcement right now. I do not own CLOV, nor do I plan to buy it in the next 2 weeks. I'm about to get a lot of dislikes.
Everybody likes CLOV.
Oh, they love it.
Why don't you own CLOV? Did you have this one before? Did you have this?
Yeah, I did. It just wasn't moving.
Yeah.
It wasn't moving, so I said it's time for me to move on to another opportunity. And by the way, guys, me saying I'm trimming Tesla does not mean I'm not bullish on Tesla. I mean, if you guys think about it, Tesla, people don't want to think about this, but Tesla changes the world. I mean, they really do. You guys, I was just watching Drazen Petrovic's story about how he died in a car accident. If there was
for the Trailblazers, right?
Take the Trailblazers, but where he got really good was the Nets. That's where they started him. The Trailblazers is where he started. They put him as a 3-point guy. And so he played for the Nets, and he challenged Jordan. He was really, really good. He died at 28 in a car accident in Germany. And I was just thinking, yes, I own CCIV. I own warrants in CCIV, and I own the stock of CCIV. And I was just thinking, Joel, if Tesla was around, he wouldn't be there. Before I got a Tesla, guys, I got in 3 small car accidents. Like in a year or a year and a half. I like hit the cars in front of me. Like it was my fault. There's no doubt it was my fault.
You're looking at your phone.
It was less the phone, more so looking at the person next to me. Okay, to see who this was in the car next to me. Yes, I'm still in Bill. BILL. I did sell some, but I'm still in Bill. Okay, so with Tesla, guys, I'm not saying it's hard to get in an accident, but it makes driving so much safer. Like I think the government should come out mandatory and say you got to have Tesla type technology in every single car. It makes it so much safer. Now I know. The other side would say, well, other cars are coming out with the same stuff. So, but then that also hurts the service revenue and the margins for the old line manufacturers. So that's what I would say. Yeah. So that's
Jason, I have a general question for you because you've been riding, a lot of these momentum names, and you're doing something completely that I agree with. When the stock's not working for you, you sell it. You're not afraid to take a loss. And maybe I don't know if you lost in Clover, but you're not afraid to say, okay, this one's not working. I'm going to get out of it. How do you know when to ring the register on some of these Momo names? Because you look at like an Upwork, and you've been on this since from 14. I sold it at like 25 because I thought it was a pretty good move. We know I sell too early. How do you know when it's time to ring the register? Do you wait until it comes off significantly and say, okay, I've seen the top, and sell it after the fact? Or do you, how do you know when to ring the register?
Well, for me, like Upwork's valued at $6.4 billion. I look at some of the numbers in the past, and I look at how the market's changing, how it's a gig economy versus just, you going and present, you hiring someone forever. So I think Upwork has a lot more upside in it. But that's a challenge that I always have, in terms of when to ring the register. I start to trim. And what I mean by trim is test. So if I bought an Upwork and it was at $20 or $17 and it gets to $60 and the last 10 points go super fast, Dennis, I know we're in like this FOMO, people saying, oh, shoot, I should have been in it. Right. And then I know when the stock starts to fall, it's going to fall very fast because people who are, weak money, what I call weak money is people that are FOMOing and they want to get in and they chase it. They're going to get out the quickest. So I start to trim. So my Upwork hit 58. I trimmed. I sold, let's say I owned 1,000 shares of Upwork. I sold 200 shares right away when I hit 58. Okay. Now, could that have been wrong? Could it have gone to 70? Yes, Dennis. And I get pissed when that happens. Dennis, one of the ones I owned for a while was Yeti. And I bought it so low and I sold it. I thought at a high price. Now it's double what I sold it at. So it's not a perfect science, but I try to wait for my thesis to play out. And my thesis is what the catalyst or what the story is going to be. I wait for my catalyst to play out. And then once it plays out, like Yeti, it played out, but I didn't expect that no competitor would come in. Like I honestly thought Patagonia or Teva, I know they're a shoe and clothing maker, but I thought they could create a competitor to Yeti. I really thought they'd come out with these things. I'm interviewing the CEO of Teva in a couple of weeks, and I want to know why they didn't never try to come out with a competitor to Yeti. I mean, I'm sure the technology is kind of commoditized. So that's what I thought. My logic was wrong. I should have held on to it. So it's not a perfect science. And then James Santiago, what was I going to say? You said a lot of people can't afford a Tesla. I hear you. The Model 3, you can get a entry-level Model 3 for $250 a month. So I guess if you're looking for $100 a month in a car payment, yeah, but you can get an entry-level Model 3 for $250 a month or lower, actually. I just saw one for $21,000 online. And you get no gas with that, no gas charges. So I actually think everyone, almost not everyone, but people that can afford a car, they can afford a Camry, they can afford a Tesla. So, James, I respectfully disagree with you in a big way.
Jason, let's move on from the stocks and get to the real important information here, okay? How'd the game go last weekend?
Oh my god! I just got the video. So I had a video guy video the game. So you guys, what Spencer Israel's asking about is, by the way, you got 2,500 people here and only 395 likes.
Yes, not acceptable, people. Smash that like button. Come on, it's every day.
Why are you being so rude to Dennis, Joel, and Spencer, and myself? For that matter. I mean, seriously, that's just not cool. All right, but I'll tell you, update in the game. Joel Elconin did make an appearance. I think enjoyed it, but let me tell you about this game. So Matt's team hasn't lost in 4 years or 10 seasons because they play. This is my first season. We were up 24-13 with 6 minutes to go, and then Armani gets an interception. So it's 30-13. All of a sudden, there's a flag. They called a flag on my son for blitzing too early.
Oh, no, on Josh?
Yes, and I have the video of this now. I have the video. The video was taken, but the video was corrupted. All week we've been working to recover the video. The video has been recovered. I watched it last night, and I swore in front of my in-laws and kids. I was so mad. Sorry, Joel, but I was so mad because my son didn't blitz too early, and then they called a penalty for us to end the game. The guy said they called it. We said he tackled the guy. There's no tackle. Like, I'm going to send it to the commissioner, not to say, hey, I proved you wrong. I'm saying, hey, mistakes happen, no big deal, but here are the video. Maybe you could show it to your guy so he gets better for next game. That's what I'm going to send. But we lost. We lost in the
It was a heartbreaker. It was a heartbreaker. I'll tell you. I just a couple things. First of all, we see Jason. We see him all razzed up and everything. He was so composed. And he was, I know coaching young kids in sports and everything, it could be difficult. He did the right thing. Every kid on the team got his attention. They got him. If a kid did something that wasn't great, he patted them down the back and said, "Get in there." And it was just, it was good to see. Every kid on the team felt like he participated. And the other thing I noticed, Jason, was the kids were they were doing a lot of showboating. After they scored and everything. But what I also saw was after every play, the kids on the other team, they did a fist bump. Hey, you did a good play. There was great sportsmanship and there was great, just great interaction on the kids. And do you get a rematch? Is that official? Do you get a rematch or not?
It's not official yet, but I would say 85% chance.
All right, I want to go.
We have a game this Sunday. I'm flying back from Florida for it. Obviously, or else I would stay in Florida. But I'm flying back for the game tomorrow.
What time's the game on Sunday?
It's usually 10:30, 11. The game we're playing Sunday, not to be cocky, but it seems like that's a game we'll win. Just because it's not the team. Then the championship would be back against Ishbia, would be the following Sunday. Now, I know people are hitting me up on UWMC stock. I don't own it. I am playing him. And playing him in 2 weeks, hopefully, and we're gonna take it to another level because the game I thought we won.
You're up big. I know it was a heartbreaker.
If you look at the ref, you can't blame stuff on the ref, Dennis. I know that's what you're about to say, but Dennis, we had 5 penalties called against us, and our team did not have those. They just didn't. I don't know. I questioned if one of the guys on the team, one of the refs, worked for you. I'm not kidding. And you know what the crazy thing is, Dennis? I watched the replay. I couldn't watch the whole thing. I couldn't make it through the whole thing. I just couldn't. The guy who called the ridiculous penalties is the same guy. So I am, I am a little suspicious, but that's what it is. And I'm just joking a little bit, guys. I'm just joking. But I don't know what game he was watching. I'll be honest.
Well, let me know the time on Sunday.
All right.
Lisa's going to Florida, so I'm bored.
Tiger Brokers, I'm still in, but I sold some of it.
Good play.
I'm not saying I'm hating on them, but I sold
5 to 35 in a month.
Yeah,
these are gifts.
Play.
Holy.
Yeah, so
that's
Dennis,
an incredible move.
Dennis, I bought other Chinese brokers too, though. I brought JF. Let me find it. Hold on. I think it's Chinese broker. JFU.
Yeah.
JFU. I don't know that one.
That's moving right now.
Yeah, 9F. That's right.
I own that. Thank you, Noah Powell, for the $5. Thank you. It's a tip for your dealers. Okay. KMPH, I've been selling off slowly. KMPH, it's a biotech. And then one that I'm having. Wait, do you guys know Lion Group, LGHL?
Yeah.
I don't know much about it, but I own it for some reason.
It's well, you own it because it's breaking out. You like those Momo names, and you know what? Those are working. That's kind of chart that works, though. You get the thing, it's sleepy there at 5, and all of a sudden, boom, breaks out yesterday.
Here, Dennis, my best Momo name that I own right now, the best one, okay? And I'm not telling you guys to buy this at all. This is not a fundamentals. This is a Momo name. AMYZF. AMYZF.
Too many symbols.
American.
AMYZF. ZF. Too many letters. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
What
too
is
many
it?
letters there, too
American. How do
I
you
bought
even
it on
pronounce that?
Benzinga, bro. What?
How do you even pronounce that name? American Manganese? What?
Yeah, it's a battery recycler. It's up
Holy.
like 40%.
20 cents to 220.
Oh,
Yeah.
jeez.
This has been the year of the small cap. 2021 has been the year of the small cap. If you're buying stocks at $1, they're all $2 and $3 now.
I mean,
it's been the year of the small cap.
I mean,
Can't even
Dennis,
call them penny stocks anymore.
No, I know. There's no such thing. There's no penny stocks left.
Dennis, don't get me wrong. I still own like my Teslas, Apples,
Yeah.
Google, whatever. I don't mess with those stocks. They just stay stuck in my portfolio. I still, I own FVRR. I still own GAN, guys. I'm not selling GAN. I still own a sizable position in GAN. I just took off some of the position. That's all I did. I'm not saying it was the right move or wrong. I'm not telling you to do that. Penn National, I didn't sell any Penn. I still own the same amount of Penn. I'm keeping that. Save, Spirit Airlines, I'm a huge believer in it. I own call options and I own the stock.
Breaking out.
And I brought Save to you guys on the show when I was down 17%. I'm an equal opportunist. I tell you about my losers and my winners. I was down 17% in Save, and now we are up 35.28% on the stock and 21.14% on the options. Another one I still own is SGMS, Scientific Games. It's a competitor to GAN, so I figured why not join them. So I bought SGMS. I bought the April 16th $50 calls. They're up 2.49%, so basically flat. I think those by April will be up a decent amount, so I'm staying in them. Again, that's SGMS, April 16th, 21 $50 calls. Those are the stuff I kind of own.
Real fast on the American Manganese, AMYZF, Dennis. That's a Canadian company. They're based in British Columbia.
Can you go visit it,
nothing about
Dennis?
What's that?
Dennis, can you go visit for it?
He can't
Yeah,
leave his
I'll go
house.
check them out. I'll do some due diligence on
There
it for
we
you.
go.
Yeah.
Thank you very
You
much.
just make sure that they're battery recycling and everything's going.
Make sure it's legit.
Yeah.
They have operations. It's not like you go there and there's a little sign on the door and the
Sure, it's
address.
I'm
For
sure it's
lease.
fine. I'm sure everything is fine. All right.
And can we look at one last chart from Mr. Vegas? He's been so nice. He wants to pay for our trip to Vegas. Unity. I own a little bit of Unity.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear the chart from the chart technician.
We did it earlier on the show.
You
It's
don't have to do
broken
it, then. I
trend.
apologize.
Problem is Unity broke trend. So I don't like that it's broken trend now. But again, I mean, you do have some major support at $100. It's a long ways down though.
Yeah,
So
I
don't like
love
the trend
Unity
broken.
either. I don't love Unity.
Dennis, that seller never went away, huh?
In Unity? Oh yeah, there was a seller there this morning. No, that was that in Unity? I
Yeah.
don't remember now.
It was 77,000 at 121.45.
121.45 and it's come back in.
God,
There was some big fish
Spencer,
selling there.
Spencer, you really effed me up this morning, man.
What did I do? I didn't do
Ask
anything.
about the football game. Now I got my heart starts beating
sorry.
another beat. I'm still a little bit upset about it, even though it's just
Sorry.
9-year-old.
He's distraught here.
I thought it was. I thought it'd be some good content. I guess.
No, it was.
Got to get
it
the
was.
ball to Josh more.
Yeah, he got it twice. We should have got it to him more. That's true.
All right.
Option expiration. I do have to go here. You guys
Keep an
stay
eye
on.
on
Jason,
that.
you can stay on. I got a hot because of option expiration. I will say a lot of sell imbalances here right now. Again, option expiration. They might all flip to buy, but just keep that in mind there. A lot of stocks. Bank of America 1.3 million to sell. ExxonMobil 200,000 to sell. GE 227,000 to sell. Did I do Bank of America 1.3 million?
Yeah.
Abbott Labs 85,000 to sell. Wells Fargo 200,000 to sell. AT&T 233,000 to sell. Again, option expiration. One institution could come in and they could all flip to buy. So it could change. But right now, if the market was to open right now, it would actually open lower. So we're leaking a little bit on the S&Ps because people are starting to get like, they've been selling balances all morning. They're like, are they going to flip? Are they going to flip? Everybody's waiting here. On a normal day, the market would be down because of this, but because we know that imbalances on option expiration tend to flip around a lot, nobody's putting a lot of weight into it yet. But as we get closer to 9:30, they're going to start to give that more weight. So just be careful right now on some of these stocks.
Can we do a couple from the chat, Joel?
Sure.
Someone gave us a tip for XONE. This is a 3D play. It's been
yeah.
on when parabolic, and then it's sort of turned over here.
Are you still short it, Spencer?
I don't really
He's
short.
short Tesla. He's
I
only
don't short.
Tesla.
I don't short.
Yeah, yeah,
If I wanted to bet against a stock, I would buy puts or I would sell calls. I wouldn't short it outright.
Is there any news?
This morning, no. It's just rolling over.
No, not this morning. I caught a little bit.
Oh, okay. I haven't looked at this morning.
Yeah.
So no,
So first, I don't know where you're in from, or because there is overhead supply, so you do have some competition. First things first is you want to take out that pre-market high of 43.50. That's big. You backed buck and a half off that, so you might not get there. That's my first bogey. And then looking at the daily charts, 43.88 is right there. So there's your first area. And then it really opens up to 48. And I don't know if you're going to see 48 today with all the overhead supply. But if you want something to look, let's just hope that low from yesterday is the low for the move here. Let's just hope. We don't know. But if you look at this and you say, I got some work to do, man, I think a lot of people would like to see 52 and a half. That would be halfway back. I don't think you're going to get back there today because you got a lot of people stuff. So let's keep it easy. Let's take out this 43 and a half, clear 44. You might get a look at 48.17. The longer this doesn't take out the pre-market high, I think everyone that bought it yesterday is going to be dumping it today, and it could come right back down. But if that's the low of the move, we'll see. But it had a big run, a couple of bad down days, getting a little bit of a bounce.
All right. So go ahead.
yeah, no, go ahead. A
Couple things in the chat. Yes, Caesar's here. If you don't have your latest swag from Benzinga, we want to keep the swag store open. If you're here, please go click on the swag store, swag.benzinga.com, and buy your latest gear. If you don't do it, we're going to be sad and have to call the police, and we'll be really sad.
We got so much cool stuff there.
There really is, Spencer. I don't know.
Bring up my screen here.
Run, don't
Show
walk.
people.
Get there, seriously. And I'm waiting for my swag. I do not know why Caesar won't give me swag. It's really weird. Okay, and then I have the craziest story for all you guys. AACQ. I had the CEO on, right? Yeah, I had the CEO. Wait, let me make sure. Is it the right stock? No, that's not it. I'm sorry. The symbol is AXON.
Oh, this was crazy.
Oh, yeah.
I had the CEO on of AXON. They own Taser. Taser was a target of a big short sellers back in the day. And the CEO revealed to me that 15 years ago, he had a mole in his office. His assistant was a mole for a short seller. This is his, assertion. Like, this is his thing. She was a mole for a short seller, and it sounds believable. And if you haven't seen it, Google AXON.
I'm putting the link in the chat right now for everyone.
It's crazy. It is crazy. And I know James Santiago's short AXON, so sorry, man, but yeah.
There we go.
Okay. And
here's the link to the interview.
And then someone said about Numis Medical. Are we having the CEO on? I don't know. You got to ask the producer of the show. Oh yeah, Bill Big D. Let me brag a little bit, Joel. Twilio. Boom, 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 boom.
What the frick was that?
Why, did I say something bad about Twilio?
What was that, Jace? I don't even know what that was. Yeah, well, you know what Twilio just did this morning though? They had some news. They priced an offering. That's why it's down. They announced the common stock offering, $1 billion. Oh, they didn't price it. They just announced it.
Do you know who got this going? I mean, when it was already at an all-time high. I think it was.
Rasnick.
Do you work for JP Morgan? They came out and there was right around 400. That's why I did it as my stock of the day, and it popped up like 410, and then simple 3 closes the 400 area, double bottom at 395.70, and boom, it never touched that. But good looking chart.
I did that dance, Spencer, because when I watch on like YouTube, people do like weird videos and make fun of themselves. They get a lot of likes. So I did that dance for you guys. So if you guys like my little Twilio dance, that was for you guys, not for me. Okay. But now I want to say something. Here's a public service announcement, a PSA. HubSpot bought the Hustle for like $20-30 million. Is it a coincidence that Twilio just raised $1 billion and Benzinga's here? We're independent. Is Twilio making a bid for Benzinga?
Whoa.
Am I friends with the CEO? I don't know. Is it a coincidence? Have I talked to the sweet CEO? I don't know. I'm just kind of joking, guys, but
there's no way to trade that though. There's no way to trade that.
Wow, they invest in the Benzinga ETF. Which
we don't have yet.
Okay, well, they could invest in the thing. Okay, guys, in honor of my little dance this morning, I think everyone listening in the show should get up and dance. They should just get up and like do a little spin a move. It'll give you the right energy to make it a profitable day today. You want to, if you had an unprofitable day yesterday, you want to change the energy. So that's what I try to do. I try to change energy and look for other opportunities. And there you go. So is today a green day or a red day? That's what I need to know, Joel.
As we speak right now,
Yes.
it's green.
All right. It's green.
And even if it was red, I would say it'll be green by 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't worry about
And
it.
Joel, this is the first time in your life that you like green since you really like blue.
It's funny.
And did you stay up for the whole game last night? I dozed off against Rutgers.
Rutgers. I didn't even know there was a game, Joel.
I should have told you. Yeah. That 9 o'clock start. I was like, oof. They had a 13-point lead. I was watching it in bed, and then next thing I know, the TV's off, and I had to look on my phone. They won by 7.
Spencer, how's the office?
In terms of like people here?
No, just in general.
Its office is fine. Shout if you're here. We got like 8 people here right now. So yeah.
How can they hear you?
They're around. That they can hear. They can hear. I don't know.
Your microphone sounds pretty good, Spencer.
Thanks. I want to cover some.
You said your
Whoa.
We lost you a little bit there,
Razzie. We just lost Razzie first. I want to cover some more earnings before we get technical at 9:30 with Neil. Whoa, Jason's actually frozen. All right, I'm gonna bring him off while he gets unfrozen there.
I think I'm gonna hop off too, Spencer. I'm gonna let you take it away. Okay.
There was just more earnings that we didn't get to, and I want to cover them quickly here before we get technical.
How many you got?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like 6. You want to do a couple with me? You want just do a couple with me?
I'll do 3.
Do a
your
couple.
top
right.
3.
Applied Materials, AMAT, out last night. It was a great quarter. Revenues up 24% year over year to $5.16 billion. That is above the estimate of $4.98 billion. They also beat the EPS estimate as well. Q2 revenue guidance came in above estimates. So again, chips bullish, strong demand. Not enough supply, quite frankly, and AMAT is up this morning. At least it was up last I checked.
Boom. This chart's easy. Look at that, all-time high. You're trading at an all-time high right now, 120.25. This high right here was up, not quite yet. Let's break out above 121.13, folks, and it's green skies ahead, and it looks like it's bid here. So keep an eye on that, 121.13. Man, I bought some chip stocks the other day, and my buddy mentioned this one. Yeah, my buddy mentioned this one, and I didn't buy that one.
All right,
but
I don't know
what
what
did.
happened. What happened?
Oh, you froze. I didn't know if you come back.
I thought Joel froze. I asked him why is Lisa out of town. He didn't answer me. I thought he got mad.
No,
she's going to Florida to visit grandma.
Okay,
I'm here to watch the dog and go to Josh's football game.
And Spencer, I feel
do
like
my taxes.
Spencer, I feel like you just called someone over and then I was gone.
Oh, now you're gone.
No,
he's back. Okay, I'm just saying this thing's breaking out. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
I'd be careful. No reason to short this. Actually, after hours, when was this? This was going back a little day. Oh no, that was during the day session. 121.13. Keep an eye on that.
All
Quick,
right.
let's go these. Let's go.
CASA System, CASA, great report. Q4 revenue beat EPS beat 27 cents versus an 11-cent estimate. I'll just read a quote here. We had one of our strongest quarters with record wireless revenue and a healthy backlog to support our top line growth. It is up big this morning. CASA.
Yeah, well, if you wanted to sell that at $13.50, I think you missed your opportunity today. That's where it sprinted to in the after hours session. Did take a little look at 13. Just seems like someone's selling out here as of right now. I don't know if buyers are going to come in off the open. I mean, longer term, a nice rounding bottom here. So the chart looks good. If you want to buy top of yesterday's range is way down at 888. So I don't know. I just out of pop. You'd have to look for an intermediate area ahead of that high.
And then last one for you, Joe. I want to give a tip of the hat to Luke Jacoby. Planet Fitness, PLNT, he's been bearish. They had earnings yesterday, and they were not good. 17 cents EPS versus a 22-cent estimate. Sales also missed, 133 million versus 137 million. And Luke was listening to the conference call, and he said the earnings call dropped out. Never a good thing when that
I just can't. I mean, this stock back at near all-time highs to me is just, I don't know what to say.
What's it trading?
I mean,
it's trading down?
unbelievable.
It's trading down.
It is, but I mean, I'm just talking about
down
relative to where it was in January.
$3, 2.5%.
I saw them about puts on it. I'm hearing our interview on the show. Yeah, I'm still long TRSSF. Come on.
Okay.
Boy, this is a spotty looking chart. Let's see. For Planet Fitness, you haven't taken out yesterday's low. So there you go. If you're hanging on here, it had a decent day yesterday. I mean, if it takes out yesterday's low, you got some more room on the downside. On the upside, if you get a rally on a day like this, as the stock made a new high, some people would be like, oh, man, if I could see that close at 79.77, I'd be happy to get out scratch. So those are my levels for that. I'm going to let Raz and Spencer take it from here. And Raz, text me what time that game is on Sunday, okay?
Peace.
All right. See you, Joel. Jason,
have a good one.
I don't know if you're hanging or if you're chilling or what, but
I got to say two things.
Yeah.
So I didn't know this. A. Reagan said Planet Fitness is a Motley Fool Best Buy right now. So obviously that's a short. If you're going to Motley Fool Best Buys, you just take the opposite view and you make money. That's just how it is. You know, when the crowd's in it, do the opposite. Let it play for a few days. But if you're subscribed to Motley Fool, you're already behind. That's my opinion.
Okay.
You know, that's just my opinion. Don't get mad at me. And then why are people texting me when I'm on my show live? You guys, I'm on the show live. You're listening. I know you're listening. Yes, I'm in BTN. What's up? Thank you, Kevin Costello. So we got a great day to plan, but I got to ask two questions before I go. Press 1 if you like this all-day programming, or 2 if you want us to go back to how we had it. And it's okay either way, because, you know, I've been out of town for a couple of days. I noticed when I was on the show a couple of days ago, we had our record viewers, but then yesterday I was on the show and we were down to 12,000. I don't know if it was me or
no. Yesterday was what happened was we restreamed the hearing, so we cannibalized ourselves there. We got more viewers on the congressional hearing, the GameStop hearing, than we did on our mainstream. But that was our decision to restream that. So that's why there was. Yeah, that's why there was lower viewers yesterday. A third option that we may also do is, rather than just do one video, we stream all day, but we do it with different streams. That's also an option.
There's a fourth option, because
there's 4 options.
Because Spencer, the option that I'm talking about is have each new show scheduled out, and then at the end of the show that you're in right now, it would say, click here to go to our next show.
That's basically what I was just saying.
Well, then you said it wrong.
Okay. Yeah, no, have each show with its own stream, and then you switch over. But we're still going live all day, but not in one 8-hour video.
You guys like that option? That is option 4.
Cut it into segments.
No. Brandon, everything is cut in segments. If you go to YouTube, don't click videos. After every show, 20 minutes later, every show is cut in segments.
Right.
We have 10 editors on the team. We have the best editors in the world. So option 4 is where you don't have this all-day stream. You just, like Spencer said, at the end of the show, like the 10 minutes ago, we put in the link to the next stream. We put it in like 10 different times. That's an option we haven't pursued. It may be something that I see we have 1,001s here, but option 4 is maybe something we would try out. But we're going to resist it for maybe a few more days. But option 4 could be a good idea. We'll probably try it for a couple times, but we just can't do it yet.
Yeah, and it would make our shows easier to find, I think. But yeah, it's something that we're experimenting. We're seeing what works, what doesn't work.
What makes our shows kind of hard to find is I think we have too many clips from each show too right now.
Potentially. All right, I just want to say before
number 4, you get more. Yes, the guy just made a point that we get more likes, more saves because we have each show. That's true, because then you can re-like it twice. See, the problem is David Hernandez can only like us once, and David Hernandez loves Spencer. He loves Spencer.
That's amazing. It. Okay, I just want to thank our guests today, Jason and Marcus Heicott, and remind everyone that pre-market prep. What's up?
Don't we stream on Twitch?
We are on 5 platforms right now. We are on YouTube. We are on Facebook. We are on Twitter. We are on Twitch. And we're even on LinkedIn. I know. It's insane. You're like, who streams on LinkedIn? We stream on LinkedIn. So yeah, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, LinkedIn. That's where we are streaming right now all day, every day. So go watch us on Twitch if you like.
Haley Coons, if you go to, God, I don't know why people don't do this. Go to YouTube. I promise you, each video is up there 20 minutes after each show. You just have to go on the main page. Don't click on videos. Click on the main page. Each video is there. This is a PSA. Go to youtube.com/Benzinga. On that page is literally every show clipped. I promise you guys. You can see the whole history of every show. We worked really hard on this, okay? So I don't know. I love that you guys are giving us feedback though. And stream on Reddit. Okay, we'll get on OnlyFans too.
I don't know about that. Reddit, I'm with you. I don't know about the second one, but we'll see. We can talk about that.
All right, and then Spencer wants to kick me off, but I just want to say we love you guys. Likes and subscribes. We have Neil here. Neil's new at this stuff, so give Neil a chance. He has a weird haircut, and it's just like his thing, but he does know his technicals. He's been learning. He's he's just
Neil's very good.
No. Neil's new at this stuff. So Neil's learning. So Spencer is just trying to motivate Neil, so he's very good. Neil can't hear me right now because he uses headphones. So I don't know why Neil's not popping in. But no, Neil's good. You guys should enjoy. Because of delay, I end up mute YouTube. What the guy said, I end up mute YouTube and have it up all day for chat and audio off Benzinga stream. I don't know what delay. We don't really have much delay.
There's by the end of the day, there's like a 30-second delay, on our video, right? Maybe
why?
Just because of the way the streaming, the way the bit rate works, the way you stream it. There's like the delay gets longer a little bit throughout the day. Maybe right now the delay is 5 or 10 seconds. By the end of the day, it'll be 30 seconds.
Oh my god, that's freaking hilarious. All right, 2 things. PJ Williams is back with a $5 super sticker. Haven't seen him on a while. It's been some time. He used to get like $50, $100. He doesn't like us as much, but no, we're just joking. You like us. But if Neil grows his hair out, he can go for the Vlad look. Is that what he's going for?
No, he's going for the Roaring Katie look, I think.
No, is he really actually though?
Oh, we can ask him when he gets back to his desk. He's not at his desk right now.
Where is Neil?
If I knew,
where's
going to bring up his empty chair.
Neil's missing. Look, guys, Neil is missing.
He doesn't know he's on right now. Come on,
Neil is missing.
That's mean.
Neil is missing.
That's mean. Neil,
you are missing. Why are you missing? Neil, come on.
Come on, Jason. All right.
Hey,
Neil, why are you missing?
I was checking the mail. That package that Mia Khalifa sent for you came in. She said it was something that would fit in your pocket. I don't know what she means. It's signed though, like you asked.
It's personalized to Jason.
Okay. Neil, the chat has brought this up, and I don't know if this is true. Are you trying to go for the Vlad look or the Roaring Kitty look with that hair?
They're the same person. Trick question. It's a trick question. They've been the same person this whole time.
That's right. They're never seen in the same room. That's exactly right.
Hey, I love that you guys are spelling Neil right in the chat. Neil is Neal, and I just spit him off. Sometimes I'll do Neil, and you guys know Neil is probably the one at Benzinga with the quickest comebacks there is. I mean, like you heard what he said. He has the Mia Khalifa gift from me. I don't have a comeback to that one.
I don't know what it is though, guys. I don't know. It's not like a.
Wait, and Neil, could you hear me?
It can fit in your pocket. It's signed.
Neil, could you hear me talking about you like a few minutes ago?
No, I was heating up my coffee.
I was talking about you for like 5 minutes. About how you're new and all this stuff. You're new here, and then Spencer gets all sensitive. He's like, "No, Neil's good. Neil's great.
Neil is. I'm trying to hype Neil up. Neil is good.
I'm not saying he's not, but
Neil is good.
Thought
Neil knows what he's doing.
I thought it'd be funny if Neil heard it. That's all. Neil, they want to know I don't understand. Why would the box be vibrating? That's so weird. All right. Anyway, so Neil, the stock market is open in about 1 minute. So let's get ready.
Let's go, baby.
28. Don't do your opening yet, Neil. 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21. 20.
Your clock is faster than mine. You're like 20. You're 20 seconds ahead of me.
Jason's clock is faster than a lot of people.
Are you in the future right now? You're 20 seconds ahead.
I love Neil's response. 18, 17, 16.
Oh my goodness.
15.
Wait, can I just say last time? Pre-market prep today is sponsored by Rockwell Trading. There's the link up on the screen, rockwelltrading.com/Benzinga to learn more. Thank you to Marcus. Thank you to Jason. It is just about 9:30. That means it is Get Technical. So let's do that with Neil Hamilton right about now. Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Here we go.
Welcome into the open where we get technical. You should have investments in long-term growth.
Hello, everyone, and good morning. My name is Neil Hamilton. I'm not a cat. I'm just a retail trader, just like you. And I'm here to teach you what I'm learning. I'm a little bit out of breath right now because I just ran into my kitchen to get a pot to bang for the opening bell, as it is about 9:30 a.m. Eastern time.
Excuse me, Elise, you just got a pot to bang, and that's it. Thanks. Bye. From your kitchen.
I mean, that's Jason Raznick.
I thought that was pretty good. All right.
That was good. That was good.
All right.
All right, folks, that is Jason Raznick. As you know, he is the guy that promoted me from intern status when I used to sweep the floors at Benzinga and just returned Luke Jacoby's energy drink cans. Then one day, Jason Raznick took a shine to me, noticed how much money I was making on those can returns, decided to make it into a line of business at Benzinga. Benzinga can returns. And I started marketing that. Next thing you know, I'm here on this show with all these silly gooses having silly fun times with you guys. Enough of that. I've got my stream, or not my stream. I've got my screen shared. I want to talk about a couple things. I didn't have a chance this morning to do my little outline for you guys. Number one that I want to talk about is let's just check in on our stock. This was our pick that we had yesterday. I don't know, Spencer, do you recall if we had FPRX yesterday or the day before?
It was, what's today? Friday? FPRX was like a Tuesday or Wednesday thing.
All right, folks. FPRX is forming a beautiful cup and handle formation here, and we are closed above it. We are in breakout territory. This is a stock to keep your eyeballs on. Put your eyeballs right up against your screen until it gets really uncomfortable and watch this stock. This is the weekly. Let me switch it to not 1 hour. Let me switch it to the daily. We are looking healthy. I know yesterday everything else was looking red and FPRX was looking good. So we've got strong momentum coming into the stock for this breakout. We have volume trending upward. We are looking for a break above resistance right about where we are. So we are testing this resistance line. Where's my stop? Right on this red line, which you guys probably can't see. You guys always flame me in chat when you can't see my lines, but my stop is at about 1890, which is just below the lowest point of the handle on our cup and handle. And I'm looking for big gains on this stock. Shout out to a gentleman on Twitter who is schooling me on cup and handle patterns. I've been doing them my way, which I will continue to do, but he showed me something cool that I'm going to share with you right now. When you have a cup and handle pattern, you have an upward trend and then a tiny little downward trend. What you can do there is use a Fibonacci trend-based fib extension tool, which is probably on your Thinkorswim account if you use that, which is probably on whatever charting tool you're using. All right. This is not a fib retracement. Fib retracement is like this. Go to the bottom, and then we go to the top. So it's swing low to swing high when it's a bullish move. And that gives us an idea of where the stock might bounce and return to trend, which here is pretty damn spot on. We can see that it lines just about up with the bottom of this handle, but that's not what we're doing here. Normally, I would set my price target like this. I go to the bottom of this stock, the depth of my cup. I'd go up to the resistance, and then I would add that distance to my breakout point, which is the resistance line on this pattern, which would put my target at about 29.60, targeting about $37 in quick profit. Or not $37, 37%. But something cool, something fast. We're going to use this fib tool. Go to the bottom of the swing low, go to the swing high, and then go back down once again to the bottom of your handle pattern. And we get, in this case, a more conservative price target. So that first price target is where the 100% line comes in on the Fibonacci. What is this thing called? Fib extension tool. So we got fib retracements, and in this case, fib extension. So shout out to the gentleman who showed me that. I love it. I think a lot of times with these lesser known stocks, that the more conservative price target is extremely helpful. So I know that if I get a close above this point, it's time to pile in. Not a lot of options on this one.
Neil, before I get away from you for the rest of the day, okay, for the hour, I just want you guys to see Neil, how hard he goes on his technicals and shows you guys. Neil's giving you the behind the scenes action. Any technical thing that you're looking for, stock, Neil knows it all. Okay. And guess what? If there's something that you're not liking that Neil's talking about, talk about it in the chat. Discuss stock ideas. It's 9:30, guys. Wake up. Smell the coffee. It's James Santiago's trading SNDL. That's a crazy stock to trade right now. But Neil is a fucking genius when it comes to this stuff. So you guys talk in the chat, talk stocks. Neil, it's amazing what you've learned. Neil learned this stuff in 2 years, and he's the freaking man. So guys, talk it up. Have fun. Neil, I won't bother you again. I just wanted to say I was listening to it, learning about Fibonacci, which I didn't really know a bunch about. I want to know who Fibonacci is, but this is just great. So Neil, I won't interrupt again. I will leave. It's your show. I'm just interrupting it. But I want to say, guys, start talking. Talk about your ideas. Talk about your trades. Don't worry. Neil likes it. Have fun. Peace.
Thanks, Uncle Raz. That's Uncle Raz, everyone. All right, shout out in the chat for a conservative. This is really cool. So you do this with cup and handles. This is something I've done in the past. I usually give 2 price targets. I say price target 1, price target 2. One's conservative, one's aggressive. Moving the depth of the base height, making a line out of that, and then adding that to the bottom of our handle, we actually hit this 100% point on the Fibonacci. It's crazy how that stuff works. So watch this stock. Thank you for the tip in chat, guys. This is just a reminder. Also, the genius designation, I agree with 100%. But in all honesty, I'm learning. That's the point of this show. Is I'm teaching you things that are very rudimentary, but they are actually working for me. So that's why I'm sharing them with you. I'm sharing you stocks that I'm actually in that are actually making me money. Yes, we're going to have some losers. I'm going to talk about one shortly. But this is all about having a sound system that verifies various indicators, telling you what might happen with a stock, what is likely to happen with a stock, and then making a disciplined trade based on that to supplement your investments. Because hopefully you've got some long-term investments that are making you money. All right, cool. So that is FPRX. New stock to watch. We've got CVV. CVVV. 2 V's. All right. This is another cup and handle. It is a cup and handle day. All right. Let me know in chat or in the comments if you're watching this on YouTube if you knew about CVV before I'm bringing it up right now. Let me know if you've been in CVV, because I believe that back in October of last year, this thing was quite popular. This is one of those tickers that no one would shut up about. So we've got a cup and handle pattern here. Yeah, it looks a little wonky, but price patterns follow natural law. Natural nature sometimes looks a little funky, but we've got an upper trend, the left side of a cup. We've got the right side of the cup just about meeting it at resistance. That screen is outdated. This screen is not outdated, my friend. This is up to date. Let me go full. And then we've got a resistance line. So for CVV, we'll look at CABR. And Janet, I cannot provide financial advice. This isn't advice. If you guys actually follow what I'm doing, that's dumb. Don't actually literally do what I'm doing. Take the lessons and reinforce what you're learning and try to make more educated decisions. Something that Rob Smith, creator of the Strat, said is that trading is not a one-person job. He thinks it should be done in pairs or in teams. And I agree with that 100%. I love when I talk about a ticker and you guys in chat say that you're also in it, or you agree with the technicals, or you give me another way to look at it. So that's what this is about. All right, so we've got a cup and handle on CVV, looking for a close above resistance, probably somewhere around the 748, 750 area. We just want a healthy green candle close. That's it. At any rate, that is CVV. Palantir. Guys, I actually got to get my phone out. I bought calls, in the money calls expiring today on Palantir on a whim yesterday, like right before the close. And then of course we got the news that Kathy Woods bought a whole bunch of Palantir. Is Palantir in a good spot? Let's pull up the old Bollinger in terms of trend. So it hit the lower deviation in the Bollinger Band, and looks like it might be returning to mean right now. Just give me a second. I just want to check on the trade. Just give me a sec. Expires today, so yeah. Yeah, baby. All right, let me just sell this. Oh wait, no. Oh yeah, I can sell it. Real quick, guys. Okay, so that will be in the money call expiring today on Palantir at the strike price of $25. So I got the $25 strike price expiring today. That cost me $73 per contract. Well, per option. And I made $295 per option on it. Very quick. Very, very quick. So that's something I want to talk to you guys a lot more about, because I think that once we get through the sort of longer term trends that we're looking at, and sort of these just like breakouts that we're going to have to watch for a few days to a week, I want to start looking at individual stocks and then looking at entries using options. I'm excited. All right, so I have some more. So what do you guys want? Give me a one if you want tickers from chat. If you want tickers from chat, well, it was 2.95 per contract, $2.95 per contract, and then which comes out to $295. Give me a one if you want to give me your tickers, and we'll look at them, or if you want to go back through the watch list. Two for going back through the watch list. I'm a little discombobulated after all those compliments that Jason gave me. All right, tickers from chat. Not a lot of price history on this, AFRM. This is from chat. Going over a band. Let me know, and guys, if you give me a ticker, give me some just like, even if it's just a sentence, give me a ticker and give me some sentence of why you're interested in it, why you want me to look at it. Because a lot of times I'll pull these up and I can search for something, but I mean, this thing obviously, we've got some support here. In fact, it's actually kind of trending upward, which is nice. I want to pull up the 10-day exponential moving average on this, or this is actually the SMA. So we've crossed below the 10-day moving average. So if this starts to bounce back up, I mean, I think you could reasonably make a target for a return to that 10-day mean. Let's go to 4 hour. Yeah, not really sure what you see in this. I don't know the stock. It's a firm. Oh, a firm. Ooh. Okay. This is where fundamentals do really matter. A firm is doing things. A firm is a very innovative company. A firm. This is the company that does gives you the option on e-commerce sites to pay in installments. Do you know how many things have you guys bought since that started showing up? My house, I have 2 couches in my studio apartment. I have 2 refrigerators on each side of the couch, so I don't have to get up. And I'm paying them down $10 a month. It's crazy. Spencer?
Yeah, I was gonna just chime in and say exactly what you just said. It's basically Rent-A-Center, but better, like good, and like allows you to pay in installments. And Rent-A-Center meets technology is how I think about it. It's a massive fintech company. There aren't many fintech companies at the level that Affirm is at.
Yeah,
in terms of valuation, et cetera, et cetera. It's huge.
I want the technical thesis though on Affirm, guys. Get me that technical thesis. What I can tell you right now, though, if my friend Matt Maley were here, he would look at this and he'd say it's starting to get into oversold territory. Expect to bounce. We've got an overall upward trend on this bad boy. All right, let me do a little fib here, a little fib retracement. That is a big retracement. I will say that. That is a big retracement, but overall it is a higher low and it's starting to curve up. Let's watch this stock. Affirm added to the watch list. We will continue to check in on this. It would be great if this is one of those stocks that starts to trend upward that we can regularly trade on the ups and downs. Give me another stock. Probably shifted alt. Okay, so we'll do LRCX because I need a technical reason. LRCX. Lamb Research, is that right? LRCX.
The one.
That's right. All right, thanks. Ooh. Guys, take a look. Hold on one sec. Let's get in here. Let's dig in. Hold on. Let's get the daily. Start with the daily. Let's look at this thing over a longer period of time. All right, we got a golden cross here. We have moving averages crossing. We had a shorter term moving average crossing a longer term moving average. Buy signal. I'm going to turn that off. I mean, I think this is just a great stock right now. You're in a bullish trend. That's all I have to say. You're in a bullish trend. If you want to trade it on an ongoing basis, follow the patterns. Follow the obvious patterns. What do we got here? You already know, baby. You already know. Good pick. Good pick. All right. So usually you want to see here. Let me see what this actually looks like. Let's do a little fib. I'll start here and then go to the top. It's not quite 50%. Usually you want the cup of a cup and handle to go down about 50%, retrace about 50% of the previous trend. Let's see if it does so. Well, it obviously wouldn't do that for the longer term trend. And then for the shorter term trend here, I don't know if that really works for it. It should be something more like this is kind of where we want it to be. So not bad. I think we got a cup and handle here, guys. A cup and handle on LRCX. I like what I'm seeing. It is breaking above. We are experiencing a change in trend. So with these Bollinger Bands, when we see them expand like this from the volatility in the stock, the Bollinger Band being this blue line, usually means there's some type of change in the trend. Hey, Austin. Sorry to disappoint you. Sylvia will be here very soon. So, guys, I see a cup and handle here. Let's go ahead and Set a price target for it. This is, I think you can reasonably say this is a cup and handle. And let's use the new fib thing that my friend taught me. At the high, down to the swing low for a conservative price target of 689. Conservative price target of 689 on LRCX. Awesome pick from chat. Awesome pick. Awesome. Adding that to the watch list. I like it. Is this? Yeah, it's a big stock. I bet it's optionable. I bet I can get some options on it. Will I buy options on a Friday? No. In general, it is not advisable if you're getting shorter term plays. So like a trade, that's something that you expect to resolve in like a week or something like that, or maybe a month. That's based on like a breakout pattern in general. It is not advisable to get options over the weekend. Why? Because crazy shit can happen on the weekend and destroy you. It can crater you. So I generally avoid buying options on Fridays. Wait till Monday, see what this thing looks like. I might just get in. So thanks for the pick. Hey, Sylvia. Sylvia's in chat. Coming up in about 10 minutes, 10 a.m., we have Sylvia Bellrock. If you don't know her, look her up on Twitter, follow her. And Spencer will be dropping her website in where you can learn how she does her trades, how she sets them up. She's a fantastic technical trader, significantly better than me. So we'll have her on in just 10 minutes. All right, let's get another pick from chat. I love this one. Your guys' picks are pretty much better than mine. Let's check in on Oxy, though. Oxy is still trending the way I want it to trend. I mean, this is bullish. I'm still, like, I told you guys I took 50% of my holding of my position off the table. But I will pile in if we see a significant close above this gap line here. All right. Because once again, I am shooting for the moon with Oxy. Yes, it is not performing compared to its peers, but I'm still in. So that's an oil stocks, Occidental, and then petroleum. And then another one I want to look at really quick, XOM, Exxon. Guys, come on. Show some love for Exxon. All right. This is a double bottom following a pretty sideways trend. Keep your eye on this one. All right. Another stock from chat with a little bit of a technical reason on why you're interested in it. Please. We can look at Fubo because that's on the watch list. Concerns about Fubo. It's getting pretty far into this triangle. All right. And it's crossed past the 20-day moving average. Looking like we might be entering a, albeit perhaps brief, downward trend. All right. Usually when we're looking at this cup here, we want to see something, if you're drawing a triangle, around a half to 2/3. Start to see the breakout. That's a sweet spot. So like even I might move this a little bit more like that. Like you want to see the breakout happen like right about there. The fact that it's going so far into this triangle makes me think maybe this one's not going to happen. Sometimes it'd be like that. So that's Fubo, F-U-B-O. Very popular stock right now. Very popular. Way to go. Took profits on Fubo and bought CDIM. Very good second. Good move. All right. Remember, if you guys give me a ticker, give me some type of technical reason why you like it. Price dipped a bit. Oh, okay. OBSV. Theme of the day. Cup and handles. Cups and handle. This is like one of those super slanted ones because you have to take into account the high here. But shit, let's just do this, guys. Makes it easy. Others might draw this differently. I'm ignoring some of the noise from that wick. This is a sexy stock. Who gave me OBSV? You guys. I'm going to get rich. I love you guys. So we are watching OBSV. All right, this looks like Breakout City. So let's go back. The volume is popping. That's what we like to see. Back. Because I want the volume to be relative. Get out of here. Volume is popping. We want to break out. Add it to the watch list. OBSV. That's a cup and handle, folks. Why is it a cup and handle? Well, because it comes from a large upward trend. Let's see if that's 50% when I use my fib retracement tool. Bottom to top, pretty damn close. In fact, it's a bit more. That's a nice dip. We've got some decent accumulation, hitting resistance right here. I wonder if it might even be something like this. Whoa. But I don't want to totally discount that red candle. I'd be interested to hear what someone like Sylvia has to say about this. At any rate, this seems to be an important level because we hit this resistance. But you can totally have a very slanted cup and handle pattern. Cups don't have to be perfect. Everyone's different. Yep, the lines look like the outline of a baby duck. That's right. This is the Orson. Yeah, I was gonna make a joke about some old guy making up this pattern. Failed. All right, so what do we look? PLX. Spell my name right, and then I'll look at PLX. Okay, I'll look at it, but my name is Neal, not Neil. I mean, it looks like we hit the mean and we might be bouncing back up. I wish this candle were green right now. I wish we had green volume. Is this perhaps, what is this trading at? Oh no, it's just a, wait, what is this? We're going to the week so we can see the overall big picture. In fact, we're going to the month. God dang. We're going to the month. We'll look at the big picture here, folks. We're going to decompress our time, stretch it out. Oh my goodness. What have you what have you done? Is this what I think it is? Downward trend, large gap down, sustained low, big buy volume increasing over time. Is it in a sector that's growing? Oh, it's biotherapeutics. I think that might qualify. I think this is a rat snack, guys. I think this is thrown in the dumpster by Wall Street so that the enterprising young rat, the handsomest rats in the city, can come in and gobble it up. Are you telling me that this might be a long-term rounding bottom that needs to fill a gigantic gap? You might just be telling me that. I don't know.
Can I just hop in with some fundamentals quickly?
Please.
Yeah. So of all the headlines that I've seen, that I see in Benzinga Pro, the one that sticks out to me is that they had an offering, which is normal, right? They announced a share offering in last week actually, and it was at a discount. They're raising money at a discount, which 21% discount, which is normal. Is normal. But what that means is that price can sometimes act as a floor, as a magnet, really. So they announced an offering of 7.6 million shares at 460, right? 460 shares. So that 460 price, you're going to want to keep an eye on that.
Thank you, Spencer, for bringing us back down to earth.
Yeah. It's not a bad thing that they're raising money, nor is it a bad thing that they're raising money at a discount. That's pretty normal. But I just want to say keep that discount price at 460 price in mind. That's something.
Very good. Fundamentals are disgusting, guys. They make me feel a little bit sick. But we got to take them into account, guys. Got to take them into account. We're not zealots. Thank you, Spencer. QS, didn't we look at this? Oh no, we didn't look at it today. All right, so we're checking on QS. This will be the last one before we bring on our guest for our lesson, Sylvia Bellrock. All right, guys, rounding bottom with a gap to close. This is the daily chart. This is my rounding bottom. This is the downward trend that leads into my rounding bottom, which is a reversal pattern. This area where the daily candle has nothing below it, in between this candle and this candle, is our gap. And we are looking to return back into a bullish trend to fill this gap, meaning the space between these two lines should get passed through with price action. So that's what we want to see on QS. We are watching it. Volume is generally good. Today's not a great day for the stock. Let's take a look at the short-term trend. Short-term trend is this thing's just kind of cooking. It's staying really high, 2 standard deviations away from the mean. Keep watching it. Keep watching it. All right. This one has to hit this resistance. All right. So this is one of those ones where if you're a very aggressive trader, you can enter now. Just keep your stop loss tight and watch for a continued aggressive trend toward this resistance line and a breakout. The breakout is a closed candle, ideally a day candle above this resistance line. All right. And then when that happens, you can expect to be in gap close city and then in full breakout city, which is, again, the depth of the rounding bottom added to resistance, which gives us a price target of about 107.50. So aggressive traders, do your thing. Do your thing. I don't do that. I like safe plays. I like to absolutely minimize risk as much as possible because I don't have time to watch all this stuff. I work full time at Benzinga. I've got other things to do. So I like nice setups that I can count on working most of the time, at least more than half of the time, to supplement my long-term investments. That's how I play this stuff. All right, guys, that is all I have time for. I'm going to take my chart off. First off, I want to thank you all for tuning in today. I know that sometimes it can be hard to wake up in the morning, look at all this boring chart action, hang out with Neil and his crazy need a haircut look. But I want to say I'm very thankful that you've been with me and that it is my deep, deep pleasure to bring on someone that knows a lot more about technical analysis than I do to give us a little bit of a lesson and let us know which tickers she is watching right now. Spencer, can you please bring onto the show Sylvia Bellrock? That was fast. Hey, Sylvia.
Hi, nice to see you, Neil. And hi, everyone. And thank you so much for inviting me here. It's a pleasure to speak to you today. How are you doing?
Wonderful. And the pleasure is all ours. We're so happy to have you on the show.
Nice, nice. I saw you're doing some research already, some analyzing of some stocks. So how is it going? How is trading treating you?
Trading is right now. I'm pretty good. What I would say is that over the past 2 days, my holdings that have been in the red have been my long-term investments have been hit. That's my ETFs in general, and then my big names like Nvidia was a little bit red.
Oh yeah.
but my short-term holdings, Sylvia, like one FPRX and a few of the picks that we've done on this show, were staying strong. We were at we had some picks that were like just at breakout points that were staying green during that period of red. So that's been very positive.
Very good. Very good. Sounds good.
How about you, Sylvia? How is the week now that it's Friday and we can look back at the week? How has the week treated you?
Yeah, it's Friday. Finally, it's Friday. Well, it's been a little bit of a wild week, so to say. You know, we had a little bit of a pullback on the market, so we saw a little bit of volatility. It looks like the market is trying to pull back, and if I look at the indices, they're not ready to continue to go up yet. So I'm just patiently waiting right now to see which direction are they going to pick. Are we going to see more green, or are we going to see a deeper pullback? And here, as I look at the ES mini S&P futures chart, You see this tight consolidation here. So that's exactly what I'm looking at and what I'm trying to figure out what is going to happen. And we see here this small support area. And if we continue holding this area as for now, we see those wicks here on those candles, nice reversal candles. So if we continue to hold this area, we might continue higher. But I personally think after such a huge run, it's been like a 10% only in 2 weeks. I do expect a little bit of reversal there and pullback. That's why I'm a little bit more concerned on the long side. And I reduced already last Friday my long exposure. So I'm trying to stay on the lines, wait for the best setups to come to me, of course, and go from there. So that is my plan for now. And of course, overall, I'm looking the big picture first. What are those indices doing, or ETFs like SPY, Qs, and from there I go into that, into those individual stocks, of course, and into some sectors.
All right. So you're talking about some larger market indicators like SPY and the Qs, which I imagine
Exactly.
you're talking about the various Nasdaq ETFs. Are there any particular stocks, individual stocks that you're watching right now?
Yeah, absolutely. I watch a lot of stocks. So first of all, maybe you don't know my trading style. I'm normally swing trading. So my main strategy is swing trading. I'm holding the stocks for a couple of days, weeks, sometimes months, or even I go into investing with holding them for years. And I'm combining I'm not looking on the technical analysis, but I'm also combining some fundamental aspects and looking for some growth stocks with some strong KPIs like earnings per share growth and stuff like that. And so I have a basket of stocks here, of course. First of all, let me introduce you BL. Have you heard of this stock?
I have not heard of BL.
No. Okay, it has definitely some good growth potential here. And one of my favorite setups, Neil, is when I see very strong momentum, strong, nice uptrend. We see here very nice momentum to the upside, small pullbacks, and of course, continuation of that. And the pullbacks are pretty small, always into those support areas, new highs. And I like those kind of stocks which look clean on the chart. So I don't want to see mess on the chart. I don't want to see something going up and down and not knowing where it wants to go. So I prefer stuff like that. And especially if it has some growth potential, like I mentioned, it is very nice if I see a pullback like this. And we see here, of course, this was based on the earnings, but I'm looking mainly for support and resistance areas. And I like when a stock goes up like that, I want to see some kind of a pullback into that support area, which is the previous low in this case, and also a breakout point here. And then I'm trying to pick one or two support areas and build my position from there. So this one is trying to set up here right at the support. That's why I'm watching it very, very closely. Mm-hmm. And in this case, possible stop might be just below. And at the highest, which is 154, this should be the first target. So that's the one I'm looking at.
So we're using price history here to establish support. But I also see some lines on the chart. Would you mind letting folks know which lines you are using?
Sure. So I can basically, this is basically a line which you can draw with any drawing tool. I'm basically connecting here the previous lows and looking for support areas. This is my main tool, so to say, which I'm using. I really like to keep it simple. And I use also those moving averages and RSI here. RSI I use mainly just to see where is the stock currently. I don't want to buy at highs. If I see that we have an overextended RSI or RSI above 70, I know, okay, I don't want to buy there. I might start to scale out of my positions and close some. And those moving averages just there for me, just an indication. If I see that something reclaims those moving averages like here, I might enter a position. So those are the three main things I'm using. But basically, support and resistance are for me the most important. And I'm using just a drawing here just to connect the previous lows here and see where was this price exactly at.
I love that you're using price history as the main source of truth. Because that's something, it's so easy for new traders to get into their brokerage or their charting tool and see all of the studies and indicators and stuff that's available, and it's so crazy and overwhelming.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, and something that you got to remember, and that we like to remind folks of, it's all about what has happened with the price. Just start with the price.
Absolutely, yeah.
So Sylvia, you mentioned a couple tickers before you came on the show. I'm personally curious about one because I'm holding the bag. I'm holding the bag on one. I really want to know what you think about Apple.
Apple, very good.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could just give me some chart therapy right now.
Sure. Where did you enter?
So I bought calls. I bought calls at what I perceived as a breakout. So if you go back, you can see the little bit of a cup here. Yeah, that forming. I bought at the calls at the point where your pencil is right now, and then I was hoping
139.
Yes, and I was hoping for a little bit of a continuation of the past trend, bolstered by this sort of cup and handle pattern.
Yes.
But what I got was not that.
Yeah, so exactly. So I'm going to tell you, of course, my personal opinion. I personally don't trade breakouts, and this is one of the reasons, because most of the breakouts, I think it's even 80 or 90% of the breakouts, of course, depends on the stock, but most of the breakouts fail. And the point is, of course, what is your risk reward? So what was your, let's say, mental stop? Where would you have been out of this stock in this case if you enter here?
So this is an embarrassing trade. Guys, I bought the calls on Apple. I put in it's like $1,000 worth of calls.
Yes.
My mental stop was non-existent.
Okay,
my mindset was, this is going to make me rich. Nothing else can possibly happen.
So what expiration do you have? What is the expiration?
March something. So I think it's mid-March.
Okay. So here is my thought on in general, first of all, on the options, of course, and then on the chart. So options, I bought yesterday Apple, by the way. So, but I bought it here. And of course, I plan, if it continues to go lower into this next support areas, I'm going to add. I bought also calls, but I have at the money calls, I think it was 125 calls, and expiration date is 2022 March. So I have a lot of time left for those.
In the money 2022?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, in the money. So there's a reason behind that, and it is because those in the money or at the money close, especially in the money close, actually, they have some intrinsic value, and I just feel better when I know I'm not buying something completely out of the money. And I have realized over the years that this in the money calls are working much better. And of course, very important is, in my opinion, the how much expiration do you give them. And for me, it is at least 3 months, because if I don't have 3 months, I don't have enough room for errors, which means if the stock goes against me, I don't have time to wait it out. I'm running out of time, because as you know, the options decrease. And if you have out of the money calls and you have very tight expiration, basically most of them will expire worthless. Of course, you can have here and there some huge move to the upside, but most of them will expire worthless. So I'm trying to find out some in the money calls with enough time, at least 3 months. So if the stock tries to consolidate or go sideways for a while or pulls back, I am not going to get stressed out or lose on that.
So
that's
okay, so I did the opposite of that. And we're getting questions in chat. What does in the money mean with a call option? That means that the strike price, basically you're betting that the stock will get to this price, is below the current price of the stock, the underlying asset. So it's better odds, and usually those are more expensive to buy.
Yes.
But if you're me, you bought out of the money calls that were approaching your aggressive breakout target with a short-term expiration, and the value of your contract promptly went to zero.
Yes. So I see this is my personal opinion. Of course, I'm not saying it's not going to work, but if you're buying here, the problem is if you're buying here. So let's say you bought here 139, around 139 here, and your stop it should be the previous low. So you're asking, the previous low in this case is 126. So you're asking 126 to 139. You're asking this stock to go, in order to make this risk worth it, at least you have to calculate risk reward 1 to 2, where if you're risking, let's say, on a trade $100, you want to make at least 200 in order to work over the long run. So this basically means that if you enter here at this price, you're asking the stock to go more than $20 in this short period of time, especially in this case with your out of the money calls for March, which means the probability that for a stock like Apple this is going to happen is very low. So basically you will have much more probability of success if you're waiting for some kind of a pullback, because as soon as we reach some point of a pullback support areas like we see here, the probability that we're going to see a quick bounce or even a huge bounce or new highs out of this support area is much higher than if you buy here and asking the stock to continue to go up without even pulling back in the next month. You know what I mean?
I do.
Does that make sense?
It does make sense. It makes a lot more sense than what I did. So that's great. So it sounds like do you use options a lot in your trading?
Yes, I do use, not always, but sometimes I just prefer options, especially if I'm not sure. Some of those stocks, you never know if they have some kind of a gap down or something happens. So I prefer options. Of course, you have much better leverage with options, and you can grow very fast a small account with options, or you can go in the opposite, as we know. But options are great, in my opinion, for growing a small account. Yeah, I use them too. Yeah.
Good, but definitely know what you're doing before you just hop in there. Okay, so this is Apple. What other stocks are you interested in right now, Sylvia?
I am interested here in this is one of my favorite patterns, by the way, QRVO. Let me show you. QRVO. Exactly. It looks like it's going to work out, this one. So QRVO is another one. Maybe you are recognizing here my my pattern. I'm looking for very clean uptrending stocks which have some nice fundamentals, some growth potential, of course, and trying to combine that with technical analysis and sometimes buy the options of those. So in this case, we see here very nice uptrend, consolidating here a little bit, broke out, made nice new high, came back down, very small, tiny pullback here, which is a sign of a strength that the bulls are in control. And then it continued to go higher, pulled back again, and now we see here this earnings, and they had earnings and they gapped down. Now what I'm seeing with a lot of stocks, not all, but a lot of stocks are just gapping down based on earnings, even though the earnings are actually pretty good. They made some good money. They actually bet, most of the cases, the stocks which I'm looking at, they bet the expectations, so they did better, but you just never know how the investors are reacting to that. And sometimes they have to get rid of positions, so you see that kind of a pullback or gap down, like in this case. And this is for me a great opportunity to start looking for to buy, because you never have, not always you have some kind of a pullback like that. Mm-hmm. And so I saw this here, And this is, as we can see here, right into the support. This was the previous low here. It came back here, and I started, I'm not sure this or this candle, I started somewhere, or this one, somewhere around this area. I actually have a position here. And of course, I'm looking now to see if this is going to continue higher and reach the previous highs here. So that is the one I'm looking at. And still very nice setup, because we had a tiny consolidation, and now it looks like it's breaking out above those EMAs here, reclaiming. So still a good setup.
Where are you setting your stop loss for that setup?
So in this case, because I entered around this area, 167, my stop loss, I'm using mental stop loss, by the way, my stop loss will be in this case just below the support. So if I see the stock breaking down, closing below this support area, this would mean for me, okay, get out of here, this didn't work. I have to look for something else. So in this case, it would be if it closes below 163 area.
Okay, so I just Googled mental stop loss. I'm wondering if you could tell folks what you mean by that.
Sure. So mental stop loss basically means I'm not putting like physical stop loss in my account. So let's say what some people are doing, they're just buying 100 shares, buy order here, and they have a sell stop order, like I said, maybe around 163, like I said. And then if the stock hits it, it gets executed, and they're just getting out of the stock. Now, for my personal opinion, I've been doing that in the past years a lot. And unfortunately, what happens often is that you're getting stopped out, and only $1 or $2 for like stopped out for nothing. I don't know if you have experienced that, but you're getting stopped out 1 or 2 days later, a week later, you realize the stock is going higher, making new highs, and you're just not part of it because you got stopped out.
Yes.
Do you know?
I have 4 words for you. MVIS. MVIS got me. Okay, so that takes discipline, though, I imagine.
Yes, and I'm using it because I want to see, of course, the price action. I'm looking very closely what happens at the close. So my positions are opened or closed basically during the day. I don't do a lot most of the time at the end of the day, because I want to see how the candles are closing, what is the price action. And a lot of times they just go through support, but they are bulls are stepping in, and then you see a huge reversal candle or doji candle, whatever you want to call it, and then they pull just right back. So I don't want to be the person who gets stopped out only to watch later it goes up. So I want to see how it closes and decide based on that if I'm going to close it or what I'm going to do with it.
And I'm getting a lot, Sylvia. I'm not sure if you can see the chat section on YouTube or here.
I don't see it.
We're getting a lot of people that are saying amen to using mental stop losses, because it sounds like a lot of folks are tired of getting stopped out.
Yes.
So,
yes, it is true.
It's not a good feeling.
This is a bad thing, guys. I'm telling you, I've been doing it for a long period of time, and you look like a fool at the end of the day. How often you thought you finally got it, and it's great stock, you got stopped out and continues without you. It's just, I hate that.
I know that feeling well. Multiple experiences in life. All right, Sylvia, are there any other stocks that you think would be good to show that have sort of an educational value?
I think this one other which I'm looking at, this is similar situation, QCOM, very similar to QRVO, which I'm looking at. It is very nice gaps here, nice uptrend, same situation, pullback based on earnings right into support. This is not very strong yet. I'm going to give it some time, but also very nice to see same pattern over and over again. Pullback, but even though they bet expectations, now it is at support. So very nice setup as well. This is the same setup what I'm looking over and over again, but they not always work, of course, as we know.
Mm-hmm. So I have a question. Now let's step back and talk more broadly, because I got a little glimpse of your watch list, and it's a big watch list. You've got a lot of tickers in there. So I imagine that takes a lot of time for you to go in and look through each one. At the end of the day, much of this is still a manual process. Could you give me an idea of what your schedule looks like? Like, when do you start doing your research? When do you make your setups? When are you monitoring your setups? What is the average day in the life of Sylvia Bellrock look like?
Yes. Well, I'm doing the research or deeper research most of the time during the weekend, because I just want to take my time, don't get stressed, because during market days, during trading opening days, I'm just too busy with looking at some stocks, and I cannot really take my time to go in depth with those stocks. So I do that most of the time over the weekend, try to find some nice strong sectors, then try to find who performed the best, and from there I try to find, of course, some KPIs. What are the increasing earnings per share over the past years, quarters? How many funds are buying the stock? So I go more into this fundamental direction, and after that I have a basket, like, let's say 20 or 50 stocks, depends. And then from there I go through them and pick the best looking chart, which is at support area with best risk reward, and I have them on watch. And of course I'm going over and over again through those stocks during the day. So pre-market, I just watch what is the index doing, what are the futures doing, how are those stocks performing, and scrolling up and down through all of them every here and there a couple of hours, because I'm a swing trader. I don't watch every tick, but I still scroll through all of them during the day. And that's how I put some alarms, so I'm not going to miss it, hopefully. And a lot of times I miss it too. And that's how it works. And I have also watch list for my members, where I send this detailed report with fundamentals and stuff like that, and exact setups. And that's my overall schedule.
Quite the schedule. That's a lot going on there. I love the starting with fundamentals over the weekend, and then narrowing it down with technicals. I can say that you probably spend 3 more times on this stuff than I do, and that's why you're so darn good at it, Sylvia. So Sylvia, I have one more question. We are at time. I have one more question for you. Well, can I ask 2 questions, Sylvia? Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. You can ask as many as you want. It's my pleasure to talk to you.
Okay. So my first question is, what is your absolute favorite stock of 2021 for any reason at all?
That is a good question. I have to think. 2021. Maybe I think it was Etsy, because I made some quick profit on this, and it is a very strong stock, as you can see too. A very strong looking chart. I think I entered it here, exited around here, and now it continues actually. So very nice looking chart, made me a nice gain very fast. So that's why I like it.
That is a good reason to like the stock. And yeah, so good answer. Usually that's like a personality test, actually, but that's a very pragmatic reason to like it. Final question, Sylvia. Where can folks find more from you so they can keep learning?
Sure, guys, you can definitely visit me at sylviabellrock.com is my website, and I have a free Discord chat. If you want to join in, feel free to visit my website and register for the free chat. I'm available there. Also on Twitter, I'm active at Sylvia Bellrock, and I will be happy to connect with you, of course.
Wonderful. Sylvia, you've been a fantastic guest, and I want to thank you for joining us today.
Thank you too, Neil. So I hope your trades will go good. How long are you trading, by the way?
Well, I've been trading since perhaps 2006, since I was about 16 years old. Okay. But I've only really gotten very, very active in the past like 3 or 4 years. Increasingly so. This is the most active I've ever been.
Nice. Very good. Very good.
Well, thank you again, Sylvia. And folks, make sure to check Sylvia out at Sylvia Bellrock. And Spencer, make sure that you drop. Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Sylvia. Have a good day. Spencer, make sure you drop the link to Sylvia's website, please. It's in the Get Technical show notes doc that I whipped up this morning. All right, guys, we are 1 minute until we start our Benzinga Pro showcase, where we show you one teeny tiny, itty bitty, super easy thing that you can do with Benzinga Pro to make you bigly successful in the markets. And that is with the one and only Ryan Faluna, and also one and only the singular Jonathan Mallard. So guys, I want to thank you very much for another wonderful morning. Happy Friday. It is the last day of the week for traders. Going into the weekend, I will be taking a Sylvia Bellrock tip and doing some research, and I will come back to you on Monday with a lot of new picks and some updates on my watch list. And guys, if you want to see what's going on with the watch list over the weekend and follow me and what I'm doing on with cryptocurrency, which can be traded 24/7, 365, follow me on Twitter at Neil's Tweets. I would love to talk technicals with you guys. Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum are what I'm watching right now. Dogecoin, if I have time to sit there and really, really watch it quickly, we can have a lot of fun there. So that's it, guys.
Wait, don't leave without telling the people what you're doing tomorrow.
Spencer, thank you so much. I made a mental note. I made a mental stop loss to remind folks about
mental
this.
Stop losses, man. That's the thing about mental stop losses. They remember them.
You got to remember them. Guys, tomorrow, Get Technical in the morning is silly fun times. All right. It's silly fun times, but tomorrow's when we get serious. Tomorrow is the Benzinga Bootcamp covering options and SPACs, how to trade them from zero to hero. We're going to get the link in the chat. We're going to get all the instructions and stuff. Spencer's dropping it in. BenzingaBootcamp.com. I'll be there. Hostocks Luke Jacoby will be there. I believe Ryan Faluna will be there. There's going to be a ton of great educators covering every single question you've ever had. Paper or plastic, left or right, boxers or briefs, baby. We got you got questions, we got answers. Be there or be square. I'm really looking forward to it. BenzingaBootcamp.com is going to be a lot of fun, but we're serious about this. This is boot camp, so you're going to learn something. All right. So hopefully we see you there. Thanks, guys, so much for your time. This has been Get Technical. I'm Neil, and happy trading.
All right, thanks a lot, Neil. I want to bring on our Benzinga Pro gurus now, Ryan Faluna and Jonathan Mallard. There's Ryan. There's Jonathan. Guys, good morning. How we doing?
Good morning. We're doing great. How about you, Spence?
We are hanging in there. We're hanging in there. Let's bring up Ryan's screen if we can.
Absolutely. Before we continue with Benzinga Pro, I want to reiterate something that I just heard from the last segment. Mental stops, super important. There was a time where I was just setting hard stops and I was getting my stops hunted all of the time. I'm so glad Neil and Sylvia covered that, because that is a huge, huge lesson. Mental stops, super important. Just make sure you remember them. Right, Neil? Anyway, let's go ahead and go and take a look into Benzinga Pro here. Today, Jonathan and I are going to cover the signals tool. This is a very, very simple tool to use that can alert you to things that are going on in the market. So what I have here is a blank workspace. I'm going to go ahead and open the signals tool by clicking on the icon. Jonathan, are there some signals that you want to start off with here?
Well, can you hear me okay? I was having some internet connection issues.
You sound like you're sitting right next to me, my man.
All right, awesome. So I usually break this down into three main groups of signals. We have some momentum style signals like the price spikes, highs and lows. And then we have institutional signals where we're finding those big block trades or big option trades. And then you have the halts and resumes and the opening gaps. So, when I'm talking with people, they're either looking for those momentum signals or the institutional signals. Mm-hmm. And halts and resumes, they're kind of their own category. So if you want halts, it's pretty self-explanatory, right? But maybe let's start with these price spikes, because Lots of times people are asking me, Jonathan, how can I find these stocks that are taking off right when they're taking off? And the price spike is a great place to start for that.
All right, awesome. So I've got the price spike signal loaded in here. And as you can see, this is just populating whenever a new price spike is detected. Now, what's really useful about this is that this tool can help you identify stocks that are moving, stocks that are spiking, and then you can actually plan a trade from this. One of the things that I would suggest is don't necessarily use these as buy or sell indicators. That's not really the intention. The intention here is to alert you to stocks that are making some violent moves. In some cases, it might be making a violent move up and you want to capture some of that downside. Or the inverse of that, it's making a violent spike down and you're thinking it's going to rebound. So like Jonathan said, this is a good way to kind of alert yourself to where there might be some momentum, not necessarily to just buy every time that you see a new signal in here. The price spike signal is one that I use on a days where like there's not a lot going on, right? If the stocks that I'm watching or if the stocks that I'm following are not really moving around a whole lot and I'm kind of trying to gauge what's going on, I'll sometimes come in here and turn this signal on and then take a look at some of these stocks that are actually moving. And one of the tips that I do for that, or one of the tips that I have for that, is when you have the signals tool open like this, if you see a stock in the list here that you're interested in, just go ahead and click on it, because that will open it up in details like everywhere else in the platform. And then you can actually zoom in on the chart. If you need to do some technical analysis, if you want to put some indicators on here or anything like that. So I find this signal to be helpful when I'm not getting the type of movement that I'm hoping or expecting from the normal basket of stocks that I use. Jonathan, do you use the price spike signal often?
I mean, I would use it more for when I'm looking at what's going on in a specific sector or in a watch list. You know, it's great for seeing what's going on outside of your watch list, but it just to keep a real pulse on a specific watch list or a specific sector. If you already know that that sector is making big moves that day, then you can add a filter there at the top by clicking on filters and then click add a filter. And you'll see at the very top you have watch list. So if you check that box, you can use one of the watch lists that you've already created elsewhere within Benzinga Pro and select that. And then you'll only receive signals on that watch list. And then you can do the same thing for sectors, you know, healthcare, financials, industrials, etc. I think sectors at the very bottom.
Yep, right down here. Yeah, that's great, and I really like these filters, especially that watch list filter. It's really, really helpful to kind of keep track of what's going on the basket of stocks that I trade. Now, although price spike is helpful, my favorite signal is the option activity signal. So if you don't mind, Jonathan, I'm just going to move on here to options. This is a paid upgrade within Benzinga Pro, but this option signal is absolutely awesome. And the first thing that I want to say about this option signal is that you do not need to trade options in order to benefit from this. The option signal will show you where there are some unusual trades in the options market, and you actually might be able to capture some movement on the actual equity by watching that and kind of following it in. So what's really cool about the option trades is that these will give you just regular option trades that are unusual, as well as option sweeps, which is something that I put a little bit more weight on in my own trading plan. And what's great here is you can actually see how many different ways that sweep was broken down. You get an idea of the open interest that existed in that strike prior to that alert going off. And then you also get a reference point or reference price for the stock, excuse me. Perhaps the coolest part of this entire signal is this is happening in real time. Our algorithm is flagging these trades and immediately posting them in signals. You're getting absolutely no delay on that. And that can be very, very helpful when monitoring different options. Just to use your example earlier from the price spike, Jonathan, this is one of those signals where I really, really like applying a watch list filter on top of it. You can see just from right here, we are getting signals every couple of seconds, it seems like. And that can be a lot of data to actually parse through, especially if the market is wild. However, you can filter this by your watch list of your whatever watch list you want. I actually have a watch list that is the main stocks that I trade, or the stocks that I check on pretty much every day. I came up with a really creative name called Main for that. And so when I go ahead and apply that here, you can see that this slows the signal down considerably, because I'm only looking at trades for stocks that I'm watching on a regular basis. One of the other things that I like to do when you add a filter like this is you can also add notifications to it. And you have 3 different types here. You have a desktop notification, which is a traditional pop-up, bottom right corner on PC, upper right corner on Mac. You have a sound that plays, and you have the synthesized voice. One thing I will say about the sound and the synthesized voice, if you do not have some type of filter and you're basically running that audio alert on its own, with no filters applied, it can be quite chatty. You saw how quickly some of those signals were coming through here. And if it's playing a sound every time that happens, or if it's reading it in a robot voice, I mean, Skynet's not taking over, but still it can be distracting from the regular trading day. So if you use some of those alerts, I highly advise that you apply some type of filter. One of the most effective that I found is my watch list filter. Now, Jonathan, did you have anything that you wanted to add to the options filter before I move on to the next signal?
No, let's hit another signal.
All right, so the next one here is another one of my favorites. This is the block trade signal. Now, a block trade is a large block of shares traded in a very, very short time frame, or all at once. And in fact, if you want to know more about these signals, you can always check by clicking the help button, and there will be an explainer about all of them. And if we scroll down to block trade, you'll see here that the common definition is 10,000 shares and having a market value of over 200,000, whichever is less. So this is how it's actually going to capture it. There's no way to actually adjust the amount of shares, but there are filters that you can apply to the underlying asset. So let's take, for example, this first one here. This MaxD is an OTC stock that has a trip zero price, right? So it's 7/100ths of a cent here. This is not something that I would ever pay attention to. This is not something that fits into my trading plan. So there's a very, very easy way to remove this. I would actually go ahead and put a price filter on this, and I would actually just change my price to $1. Now I'm removing all of those little block trades that I really don't have any use for, and I'm seeing ones that are a little bit bigger. So this trade is actually quite helpful. You'll also notice that when we get the data, we will tell you where it is in proximity to the bid or the ask. So generally speaking, I love to see block trades above the ask, right? Someone is actually paying more than what they were initially bidding in order to get this trade filled. And the trade was so large, they actually had to go above the ask and pay even more than what was being offered in order to have that trade filled. So those are very helpful. The same is true for the bid. Jonathan, did you have any other color to add to this one?
I mean, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, you've got millions of dollars trading hands, and sometimes you can tell that it's extra bearish or extra bullish based off of the bid or the ask information. And I mean, with a limited number of non-penny stocks here, it's something that's definitely digestible and usable. So I absolutely love the block trades.
Yeah, me too. And it's also worth noting, I think in the demo here, I clicked off of the previous signal. It's worth noting that you can actually have more than one signal at a time. You can actually have as many of these signals on at a time. But remember, the more that you add, the more entries there's going to be in this tool. And if you apply any type of notification on top of that, then it could be quite chatty. Now, moving on here, I'm actually turning them off just for the sake of the example here. Moving on, we actually get to another signal here, the halt and resume. Now, one of the things about this is I don't necessarily use this to trade. I use this to kind of figure out what's going on within the market. So in some cases, a stock that I have will get halted, and in that case, I actually want to see if there's a reason for it, what the reason is, if we do have one, and then I want to kind of make a plan to actually get out of that or play that depending on what's going on. I know that there are some people out there, especially on Twitter, that are very, very successful playing stocks out of halts. So when you actually play the resume. And if that's something that you're interested in or something that you're successful with, this signal might be very, very helpful for you, because it's going to tell you immediately when that stock is halted. If there's a reason, you're going to be able to figure out how long that stock is halted for, and then it's going to tell you when it resumes.
Yeah, and whenever it's halted with news pending, you can always hop over to the details tool and see exactly what that news is, usually a couple minutes after it's halted for news pending. So that comes in handy as well.
Yeah, and in this case, that actually pairs quite nicely with the why is it moving feature that we have, where it will give you a reason why that stock is moving right at the top here, right under the price within the details tool. So this is a really helpful signal. It's not necessary. It's more for me to like get my bearings about what's going on, as opposed to saying, okay, I'm going to go ahead and trade this. But I know that there are a ton of very, very successful traders that use halts or trade stocks that are either coming out of or going into halts. Oftentimes you're going to have a lot of volatility in those stocks, and you're trying to capture that, turn it into a profit. So let's go ahead and move on here to the next one. Opening gap. Is this, how do you use this one, Jonathan?
To be honest, I don't use it because we have the movers tool. I mean,
Yeah.
Some people just like seeing that one-time signal right at the open to see a significant gap since the previous day's close. But I want to see what's going on in the pre-market in real time, and that's what I use the movers tool for.
Me too. And one of the things about this is that the opening gap here is actually a calculation versus its average true range. I've actually talked to some customers that said they don't necessarily need to use the tool to dive into the chart and all of that. They just want an alert here on some of these stocks that are gapping. Again, this actually pairs very nicely when you use a watch list filter. Now, the last two are very similar. You can get a session high, a day series high, which is like a filtered down version of that session high, or a 52-week high. I find the 52 weeks that you get the same options available for low. It's just the inverse. I find the 52-week high and the 52-week low signals very, very helpful. Again, this pairs quite nicely with any type of watch list or security filter or even a sector filter that you might have. The day high series, that's going to give you more of an indication on like a true high being hit. It's going to be a little bit filtered down. You can get a little bit less noise through that. But all of these signals are intended to do the work for you so that you can spend more time doing something else.
Awesome. I think that's wrapping up our 15-minute segment for today. But, reach out to us with any questions anytime at vipaccounts@benzinga.com or onboarding@benzinga.com, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I also want to add there is a link in the description of this video for a free 2-week trial to Benzinga Pro. But that's a great point, Mallet. I'm putting the email up on the screen right now, vipaccounts@benzinga.com. There it is. Thanks a lot, guys.
I'm sorry for going 2 minutes over, but we started a little late, so I wanted to reclaim my time.
You're on the shit list. You're on the shit list, guys. All right. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Have a great weekend, guys.
All right. There's that email. You can reach out to those guys there. All right. Let's do a quick Newsdesk update today and bring on our managing editor, the guy who is in charge of everything you read on Benzinga.com, even if you don't read it on Benzinga.com. Jason Shubnell. We call him Shubs. How we doing?
Well, thank you for the introduction, Spencer. I'm doing great this morning. How you doing?
I'm hoping you can explain some headlines to me, because you're the person that actually I have the bandwidth to read a headline, right? And then I move on with my life. You're the one that's actually reading the articles, editing the articles, posting the articles, assigning articles. So you've got much more knowledge on what's actually happening out there than me. So let's just start with the hearing yesterday. I had some time to we of course watched it, but I had some time to read the parts that I missed. What jumped out to you from yesterday, from the GameStop hearing?
The biggest thing for me was the discussion on, payment for order flow. And that's how, a trade is actually, how these different brokerages and stuff actually make their money from people placing trades. I think based on, the 5+ hours that I was able to listen to here and there, I feel like I didn't really learn anything new necessarily, based on the prepared remarks and kind of how some of these, politicians have spoken about these issues in the past. I think it was just kind of coming together moment for everybody. And I don't think anything's going to change from this. We'll see if they do try to bring a financial transaction tax. I know that's the big thing on traders' minds. I know our own Dennis Dick has been harping against that for several years now on the pre-market prep show and elsewhere. But I feel like that's the biggest worry in terms of how this affects the market and how an individual trader can be impacted by it. What about you, Spencer?
Did you I was like more into like the entertainment factor. That's really why I was watching.
Of course.
I didn't expect anything to come of the hearing. The payment for order flow conversation was interesting. The financial transaction tax didn't come up when I was watching. But that's we'll see what comes of this. I was mostly just watching to watch Vlad, watch Roaring Kitty, and to watch Gabe Plotkin, and I guess Ken Griffin from Citadel. And to me, they all had vastly different. I mean, maybe I'm projecting here, but they had just vastly different personas on screen. Like Vlad honestly reminded me of Mark Zuckerberg. Like
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Yes. Okay.
He, I think he was as well trained as he could be for the moment, but he definitely felt, you could just tell just on his body language and the way he responded to every single question. He seemed a bit stiff and a bit not unprepared for the limelight, but just not expecting to be grilled. I mean, we hardly even heard from Gabe and from Roaring Kitty himself. I think they got a couple of questions here and there, but I mean, not too surprising, I guess. Vlad was the under the spotlight the hardest, and I think it showed in just how he responded to certain questions and how hard they were pushing back against some of his answers, because he did try to answering yes or no even on a few questions, as well as Ken Griffin.
You could tell he had a lot of coaching and was trying to remember the coaching while under the gun. Didn't always work out that way because he got grilled.
Definitely.
Gabe Plotkin to me seemed like he was giving off a vibe like, I cannot believe I'm here.
Yeah,
I cannot believe I have to do this. I cannot believe I have to answer these questions. I've had a terrible 2021. I cannot believe I have to do this. That's the vibe I got from Gabe. He was like, why am I here right now?
Big time. And even with Gabe and with Roaring Kitty, I feel like we hardly, like I said, we rarely heard from them. And a lot of people I think went into it thinking, oh, what's Roaring Kitty gonna do? Is he gonna say something crazy? Is somebody going to hop in and somehow crash the live stream? Because they did have some technical difficulties yesterday. I don't know if that was internal or external, but it was very obvious if you watched throughout. They had a few issues, but like we mentioned, he was only on screen for maybe 20 minutes tops total, and he laid out his case. Whether you fully believe in his conviction on if he did truly like GME itself or not is up to you, but. He handled himself very well, as did Ken Griffin, I would say. But yeah, Vlad definitely was a little shaken on day one. I haven't been able to see much of day two so far, but it doesn't seem like there's been much of a surprise coming out of their Q&As so far.
Yeah, I think by and large, line of questioning left a lot to be desired. There were a handful of Congress people, though, that did ask some good questions. Let's move on, though. What else is on your radar? I saw this headline yesterday from Disney, but I brought it up to Joel without really understanding what I was talking about. Explain what this Disney thing is with this new network.
Yeah, so this has actually been the most read article on our site this morning.
Really?
So far, yes. People, Benzinga readers love Disney. I think that's, maybe a little unsurprising just given how big and how popular Disney, the company, is. But yeah, so we covered the report yesterday on the Star service that's going to be a part of Disney Plus. So this isn't going to be a standalone streaming service. It's just going to be a different layer to the Disney Plus service that's already out there. And what I believe, what will change though, is the price is going to go up by, I think, about $2 once this service starts. And
wait. Can I opt out of this?
I think it's an added tier.
Okay,
so I think if you don't want it, I believe
I have to opt
yes.
in. Got it. Okay.
And what exactly it is it's an adult-oriented part of the service. So obviously with Disney, you get all their Pixar movies, you get all the old television shows from the Disney Channel, you get the Marvel library and National Geographic. But with Star, it's going to be geared towards obviously the parents of the household, and it's going to have classic shows like Ugly Betty and Family Guy. just to name a couple of the shows that they've released so far, as well as older or more adult themed movies like Pretty Woman, things more PG-13 or R-rated in nature.
Okay.
And so what they've said is that they're going to have a 2-step authentication process to prevent your children from somehow logging in unbeknownst to the parents and watching something they shouldn't be watching. We'll see how well that works. I mean, I think kids have been able to work around passwords for almost 25, 30 years now. So
I
hopefully
think
it works as well as they say. Obviously, technology's come a long way. But yeah, for those of you looking for a little bit more flavor in your Disney Plus subscription, it will be on the way soon. There's no launch date for the US just yet, but it will be coming this year.
Okay. Let's do one more, and then we'll do a couple of forward-looking things on your radar. But you had mentioned to me the story about Ford and how they're helping Texas. Explain that.
Yeah, so for those who may not be aware at this point, Texas is along with a few other states.
Aware of that.
Going through a deep freeze. The power grid is just being shaken across the entire state. Hundreds, thousands of homes are without power, and so a report late yesterday from Automotive News. I'm not sure if Ford has confirmed it yet or not, but Automotive News reported that Ford has asked all of their dealers in Texas to.
Oh, we lost Shubs. Shubs, if you can hear me, keep talking. If you can't hear me, then it won't matter.
Can our readers still hear us?
All right,
Or can our
I got
listeners
you
still
back.
hear us?
All right, you froze there. We got you back. You were frozen.
Okay, I heard you.
Cool. Keep going. Sorry.
Okay, sorry. So what Ford is going to do is loan their inventories of F-150s in Texas to any residents or business owners who are still without electricity as a result of the extreme weather conditions there. And so how they'll be able to do this is that they've increased the loaner fee paid to their Texas Ford dealers by $600 to help encourage these loan outs to these struggling businesses and to any household without power. I think I saw in the Detroit Free Press that somebody did this, around here in our parts, just kind of at their house, and it made for a little nice feature story. But the fact that the company is stepping up and saying, "Hey, we got to do what we can to help them out here," I think speaks to how Ford's trying to give back over the past year, especially with their PPE and their mass production early on during the pandemic, and what they're doing now with Texas. Hopefully, it pays off. We have no idea how many people will be able to get a hold of these trucks, or how easy it'll be to just loan out a truck to a business or to a household. But that's what's going on in Texas right now. So hopefully that will serve them over the next few weeks here. Pretty crazy that's what we've come to, though, is you have to loan out some vehicle inventory to a household just to help power them up. But
yep. Crazy times. All right. One of my favorite content genres that Benzinga.com does is forward-looking things, what to expect for the week ahead. You every week we do this about the FDA calendar, right?
Yeah. So every weekend, we obviously have our own weekend team covering news throughout, that Saturday and Sunday period when the markets are closed. But we also have some evergreen pieces that we come back to every single week. And if you're a Benzinga reader, you can expect to read those every Saturday morning or every Sunday morning. And one of those is the week ahead in biotech. And what this is our awesome biotech reporter, Shanti Rexline. She compiles anything you need to know in the biotech space that's going to be happening over the next 5 trading days. And that could be a list of conferences happening around the world. It could be upcoming PDUFA dates on a particular drug. It could be earnings results from various biotech and healthcare companies, or anything related to the FDA watch and biotech sphere.
Yeah, can't say enough good things about this content, guys. And as Shub said, all you really have to do is go to Benzinga.com on the weekend, right? It's like it's posted Saturday morning, Sunday morning.
Yep. It fluctuates a little bit each week, but if it's not out by Saturday morning, you'll see it by Sunday morning.
Yeah, or in your Benzinga Pro, just search the week ahead in biotech, right? Every single article every week starts with those words. But really great stuff from Shanti. She does a fantastic job just setting the table for what to watch for.
And she's been on top of all the various vaccine developments over the past year, and from Novavax to Moderna, all of them. And so she's been spot on in covering this news and knowing what's important for investors out there.
A couple other weekly, I guess some call them weekly features that we do, right? This one is the Benzinga Bulls and Bears, right? Tell us about that.
Yep. So another thing that comes out every weekend is a recap of kind of the most notable trading ideas that you could read on Benzinga from the previous week. And so this example that Spencer pulls up right here, some of the big ones from the past week were GameStop, Intel, Lyft, Tilray. It's just a collection, like if in case you missed something from the previous week, or you can't read every Benzinga story every single day, this is kind of your go-to spot to find the most notable trading ideas. These won't necessarily be the biggest headlines of the week, but if there was a big call, someone saying you should buy Twitter now, or you should sell Tesla now, you'll find it in this story that we put out every Saturday.
All right, and then last one I'll bring up here real quick before SPAC Attack. Barron's still has the power to move stocks, if you can believe it. We do a recap. You don't even need to get Barron's. Just read the Benzinga recap every week, right?
Exactly, and we're not taking the entire article. Barron's obviously has some deep dive features, but if you just need a quick glance at what's written and what's being covered in Barron's that weekend, we're the place to go. Like you said, I know our friend Joel Conan often cites the Barron's bump on Monday mornings that it could potentially move a stock up or down, just being featured in the magazine. And so another weekly feature on Benzinga is just a quick recap. It takes you probably 5 minutes tops to read it, and it's got everything you need.
Jason Shubnell is the managing editor at Benzinga.com. Shubs, thanks a lot, man.
Thank you, Spencer. And I want to plug one more feature we published this morning. We spoke to the CEO of Reasonant. It's a 5G technology company, and you'll see the headline on the top of Benzinga right now. The CEO, RESN, small cap in the 5G space. The CEO called themselves basically the arms dealers to the 5G filter business. So. If 5G technology might not be the most interesting thing to you, that quote might draw you in to read a little bit more about what that company is doing and what's going on in the 5G space.
All right. The man with the plan, the man who runs.com. Thanks a lot, Chubbs.
Thank you, Spencer. Talk to you soon.
All right. It is 11:01. Thanks a lot to the Benzinga Pro guys for making us go over here. Which we got to go to SPAC Attack. Enough of me. Enough of that. We need Mitch. We need Chris. SPAC Attack. Mitch, can we run this thing? Let's do it.
All right, traders, welcome to the SPAC Attack, guys. I'm super excited for another show. Been seeing the watch list turn green, so definitely excited to get towards the SPACs. Let's bring on my man, the brains to the show, Chris Ketchik.
What's going on, Mitch? Happy
I see
Friday.
that shirt, man. You looking
you see
good.
This shirt, the SPAC's Attack, baby.
Hey,
always
the SPAC's
attacking.
attacking, man. Hey, one thing I definitely noticed is that we got the switch. Remember how the watch list was all red yesterday? You know one thing you mentioned yesterday? Go shopping, baby. Look for those SPACs, baby. And look, hey, look at the watch list. You're seeing multiple stocks up about 4%. And really, I can tell you guys at least like 60-70% of my watch list has now turned green, and so definitely keeping an eye on some of these movers. I know we got so much to talk about. Headlines, the Hall of Fame today. So guys, if you guys are interested in some of these management plays and that's kind of your focus, this is the show for you guys. We wanted to do the SPAC Hall of Fame today, so definitely smash the like if you like the topic for today. Hit the subscribe, hit the share, let everyone know the SPAC Hall of Fame will be on in about 15 minutes. So let's get right into the headlines and take us back.
All right, guys. Yeah, so let's dive into headlines this Friday. So up first, we have BFLY, Butterfly Network, one we've talked about a lot, recently completed that merger. They did ring the opening bell this morning. I was expecting to see a little bit of a pop off of that. Looks like we're only up about 1% here. But again, this is one that is owned by Bill Gates. Kathy Wood has been adding to the ARC ETFs. It is the portable ultrasound company. So keep an eye out on this one if it is not already on your radar. We have FSR. This is Fisker. So Fisker had Henrik Fisker out with a tweet yesterday showing the company now has over 12,000 reservations. So that tweet mentions that the figure comes without China and limited marketing. And then the tweet further goes to say that marketing will start by the end of the year. So there you have, the CEO sharing the reservation number and also saying two potential catalysts with China and with a marketing plan put in place. So, that's why I follow Henrik Fisker on Twitter. I actually have an article out today on some electric vehicle people you should follow on Twitter. And he's one of them because I own shares of Fisker and I want to know what's going on. He is very vocal on there of sharing details on the company. We have FRX. This is Forest Road Acquisition. I call it the Shaq SPAC. It has 3 former Disney executives. They announced a merger for Beachbody and MyX Fitness. This was one I talked about on the show last week, said I own shares of FRX and that I love the long-term play here with that possible Peloton rival in MyX Fitness, the huge membership base built in with Beachbody, that at-home fitness play. And here you have shares of FRX taking off yesterday, up double digits, after hours up double digits. We're up today. Looks like some trading groups are starting to get a hold of this play, seeing the long-term potential. So remember, I told you last week on the show, big fan of FRX going forward here. So keep an eye out on this one. And then we have DMYD. So a DMY technology SPAC merging with Genius Sports. So we've talked about this one for a while too. I saw a note out that Genius Sports could be negotiating with the NFL for a sports data deal. So this, of course, would be a big win and a major catalyst. Sport Radar, their rival, had a 2-year deal that began in 2019. So that one is coming up for renewal. Not sure if the NFL will look to add both Genius Sports and Sport Radar, or if they go after for an exclusive deal, which would be a major event for Genius Sports going forward. Our big winner yesterday was Kappa, CAPA, so up 116%. They, of course, announced that deal with Quantum Sci, backed by ARC Funds. Big winner on the day. And then our other announced deal, SPTW, that satellite play, Black Sky, was up 28%. So, kind of breaking that trend we had seen recently of these SPACs trading down after the deal announcement. So 2 winners yesterday to definitely keep an eye on if we get any dips and buying opportunities. DSAH was a big winner yesterday, up 12%. This is the Goldman Sachs SPAC. No news out, no major rumors, just lots of volume in both the shares and the calls. We're up to 1450. People think a deal is getting close. I do own shares of GSAH, and I know that this was one that Mitch talked about on our SPACs under 11 show. So hopefully some of you were able to snag that one under $11, going forward. We have ALTU, rumor with Ariane, that supersonic company. Shares were up 13% yesterday. That's a Bloomberg rumor. Still have not gotten the deal announcement, which a lot of these Bloomberg rumors we have seen be, fairly shortly after now. So keep an eye out on ALTU, as next week we could see a deal. We have Clover, CLOV, one of the most talked about former SPACs out there. They announced they will report full fiscal year earnings on March 1st. So this is one that's been beaten down. It's been attacked by some short reports. I'm looking forward to seeing that earnings report because I think maybe that could, create some opportunity for the company to really explain some of their deals, some of their partners, and we can see if that growth really is there. So, keep an eye out on that earnings date being a possible catalyst to maybe lift these shares back up. We have RMO, Romeo Power, out today talking about some new battery technology. So shares were up, 7% this morning, looks like about 3% now. This is what we talked about, dip buying opportunity, and we'll get to that on the watch list because I definitely bought shares of RMO yesterday.
You're killing me. Hold on, Chris. You're killing me. I was literally staring at it this morning, and I'm like, man, 1420s, 1430s. Then I saw it go to $15. I was like, God dang it.
I was going to wait till our middle segment, but I had that battery news, and so I bought in yesterday at 1455. I kept looking for, the dip. How low are we going to get? And, I took a swing there. So we'll look at that chart in a minute here, Mitch. And then some new SPACs that were filed. So Supernova out with their third SPAC filing, which could be a sign that we're getting close on that first one, SPNV. I know that's a favorite of yours, Mitch, as well. And then Northern Genesis out with a third SPAC. So they, of course, did Lion Electric with their first one. And then, which I own shares in. And then they also have NGAB as their second one. So maybe we're getting close to a deal announcement there. And then Trine is out with a second one. Trine, of course, did Desktop Metal, which was, a top performer going into that merger vote before shares kind of tanked. And now we're up again. And then the other announced SPAC I saw last night we have to hit here is FRXB. This is Forest Road Acquisition Corp 2. So we have Shack SPAC 2.0 coming to the market. Once again, Shaquille O'Neal and 3 former Disney executives seeking to raise $300 million. Each unit will include 1/5. That is a slight change as the first one was 1/3. So it will be traded as FRXB as common stock. Those units will be FRXBU. So we've talked about Shaq, early investor in Google, in Ring, which was acquired by Amazon. He's an investor and board of directors member for Papa John's International. And then those Disney executives, we have Kevin Meyer, the former executive vice president of the Internet Group, part of ESPN.com. He also led that direct-to-consumer strategy that launched Disney Plus. You have Salil Mehta, who worked at Disney from 94 to 2008. He was part of that ESPN division. And then you have Thomas Staggs. He's the former CFO of Disney from 98 to 2010. So while he was CFO, Disney did acquisitions of Capital Cities and ABC, Pixar, and Marvel Entertainment. And then he was also the chairman of Walt Disney Parks and Resorts. He was a key to the company opening a theme park in China. So they're targeting, once again, the technology, media, telecom, and consumer sector. I told you guys about that first Shaq SPAC. And again, I love Shaquille O'Neal as a businessman. But what really sets this SPAC apart in my eyes, you have 3 former Disney executives. So, they got that deal done for Beachbody and MyX with the first SPAC. I'm guessing that the second SPAC, they're going to land another good target. So keep an eye out on this one. I'll be letting you know when they go public because I'll be looking to see what they price at. But I would love to get some units when that one does go public. And then turning to next week, so we have a vote date for SPE on the 25th with ChargePoint, which I do own shares of SPE. But I also want to highlight we have some earnings coming up from some former SPACs. So we have Hyliion on the 23rd, Velodyne on the 25th, Fisker on the 25th, and DraftKings on the 26th. So, as these SPACs go public, you want to find more information and dive into those financials to see if they're following that growth plan that was laid out in the investor presentation. So I do own shares of HYLN and FSR. I know I'll be tuning into those two, but I'll also be looking at Velodyne and DraftKings as well next week. So that's the calendar. that's what I've got, for headlines. What do you think, Mitch? We got Shaq's back 2.0.
Hey, you know what? Shoot. Oh, and does he score? That's all we're gonna have to find out. Hey, my man shooting some hoops. That's it. He's hanging out, shooting some hoops, and ready to keep going with it. One thing he's noticing is the opportunity is at hand. And when the opportunity is at hand, you got to take advantage, guys. You got to take advantage. And same way we're taking advantage of these SPAC investments. I hope some people are out there making some great wealth. So definitely going to take a look here and see what we got moving, but definitely excited to hear about that third kind of supernova. As you guys know, I've been in SPNV, and actually, one of my friends was trying to convince me to triple down in it. I don't even see it that bad. I'm really trying to see a dip back down in the 11s. If I could get it at 11s, I'll probably double up or triple up on my position. I had a starter for a while, and now that I'm seeing, like Chris mentioning, whenever we see these kind of multiples coming out, maybe that means that they're wrapping up that first one. Because at the end of the day, you got to focus on the next two. So in my eyes, it could be, hey, next couple of weeks and maybe next week or two, we get a close on SPNV. And I'm super excited about that one. That one has a lot of money behind it, and I think a really good board, at least from how I've heard the approach was taken. Definitely a whole bunch of different sides, whether it be the private equity side with BlackRock, or you could look at kind of also he has experience running these companies, right? It's not just a name, not just someone that has billions behind them, but actually experience as CEO, and I'm super excited. All right, guys, let's go ahead and let's get into our watch list. Let's go ahead and dive right in here. Let's pull. All right, guys, so I want to get quickly into this watch list. Looking at that Romeo Powers right now, as you guys heard, yesterday I was really thinking about buying this one, especially after it started dipping towards this 1430. I saw this kind of daily and yearly. This is a weekly, so let's go to our daily here. And let's see how the look was giving me. But I drew this line yesterday, guys, and man, it got close towards that 14. I'm going to keep waiting to see maybe if I can get a dip back down towards that support. But definitely that line is somewhere where I definitely look for entries. So I'm going to keep this one on watch. That's Romeo Powers. Another one that I'm going to keep on watch, guys, and then we'll start going through some of the ones that are actually moving today, is XL. For me, this one's really starting to get that bottoming action on the daily. Look at this kind of bottoming action you got off of this kind of high right here. One thing I would let it do, though, is maybe dip down towards this kind of right here, towards this 1725 area. If I could get it below 18, maybe risk down towards 16. I like the look of this, especially since we've had about, 2 months sideways action here, guys. And so I'm waiting for about a week or two for it to be kind of in this area, and then I would go ahead and kind of load the boat in this XL fleet. It doesn't look like a bad position there. At least you're starting to be able to get that management of risk. One thing I have noticed is that a lot of these high flyers that ripped out have really started going sideways. And when we had that sideways period, what we're doing is just getting consolidation. And we need to see if we can get some volume and catalyst to really start getting these stocks moving. All right, guys, so let's go ahead. The Shaq's back up there about 23%. Chris, you still in this one?
I am still in FRX. I actually own the units, FRXU. So those units include a third of a warrant. So those warrants are actually up big today, and as are the units. So yeah, up 26% today on those units. I'm actually looking at splitting my units. I'll probably look at selling the warrants off to take some profit, and then I'm going to keep my common shares. At Home Fitness, I don't think it's going away. Beachbody's got strong brand name recognition, and you pair that with a at-home bike similar to Peloton but priced cheaper. I think that's a winning combination. They also have a sports drink nutrition line that LeBron James and Arnold Schwarzenegger actually founded. So you have them kind of, behind the scenes too to promote some of the brands. And now you got Shaq. What happens when Shaq starts promoting Beachbody or Shaq starts promoting, My X Fitness, the next Peloton? Just throwing it out there, guys. I could see some strong growth ahead on this one.
Yeah, so I mentioned about that one is that I think you're right, at least for competition in that area. But the question is, how much competition is coming in and how fast? So that's what I'd keep an eye out, guys. I know Peloton's going to definitely start taking kind of a hit because these other competitors are really going to step up. I've been seeing another one, I think it's Nortrack, that has a very similar product.
If you want to pull up NLS Nautilus.
Yes.
So they have some they have Schwinn, they have Nautilus, they have Bowflex, they have some competitors. BZ Pro says that they have earnings out in 3 days. So that could be a good indicator, maybe that earnings report, seeing how they're growing compared to Peloton, who recently reported earnings. So, is there opportunity for the market to expand, or is there opportunity for people to take share away from Peloton, or ultimately both?
Yeah, definitely. I'll keep an eye on these, especially with the new bikes that are coming out. There's going to be competitions for that Peloton bike. I mean, at the end of the day, that's their best product. But one thing I noticed that Peloton did and transitioned to is they transitioned to trying not to be only about the bike, right? And so that's what you got to watch out for all of these, is that at the end of the day, what I noticed is not necessarily only the home fitness aspect. Remember, a lot of what happened was there was this big transition in health where we had a lot more personal trainers, right? And so all these personal trainers are trying to find ways to still get to their customer. And the best way to get towards their customer is probably going to be on-demand methods now. And so followers and subscription models are going to be doing great in this kind of sense of bringing the personal trainer to your TV and then maybe telling you what to do at home versus actually being next to you in the gym. And so this is what I'm watching for in this industry. I know a lot of people that are personal trainers and even have masters in that area. So they're definitely trying to figure out a way to keep this business rolling. All right, guys, let's keep rolling through here. MP, baby, MP. This is the stock that we had on our show, guys. You guys want to know when we had it? All the way back here, guys, on November 16th week, guys. It was down by $16, I remember. And that's when it was on our show. And now it's up there to $46.20. This is, and we talked about it. It was a strictly pure play into the kind of the precious metals, and the thought that Chris kept talking about how maybe China is going to go ahead and hold some of these metals, and you're seeing the demand and also the talk whether it be GM CEO the other day talking about catalytic converters and the materials they need for catalytic converters, or you're seeing it talked about in different EVs. So the precious metals, I think, plays aren't going away. And I think overall metals, I mean, you can look at not just you're just not talking about lithium. You could talk about so many elements here that really are starting to take off. I mean, let's look at just like to compare it to like a lithium battery ETF and look at this ETF, man. Like this year and since March 20th, we're talking 3-4 times the value. So definitely keep your eyes out on those plays. I think MP is not the only one you're going to see. I think you'll start seeing some different movers in that industry. So definitely keep your eyes out. That's why I'm mentioning it, guys. Keep your eyes out on the industry. All right, guys, another one here. One that I'm expecting for some reason. This chart just looks like it wants to go, but it doesn't go. Quell, guys, Quell. Look at this chart, guys. This weekly, have you seen a SPAC like this, Chris? There's not many SPACs that I've seen that many weeks just see straight sideways.
Yeah, that's interesting because for a while, this one was rumored with Proterra, an electric bus company. And then what happened was it kind of dipped and sold off. And then people started getting back into this one because, they have a strong management team. So, just because there was that dip there, it didn't mean that this one was going to, underperform long term. This one now is being rumored with some urban air mobility companies, but this one has seen strong support for a while. It's been talked about for a while, on different SPAC groups and different investment groups. It's one I've been looking at. I would have loved to get this one, but below 12. Obviously missed the chance probably there. I don't think this one comes back down. And this is one where people have been waiting for a long time. I think when they announce a deal, this one could get some strong support, moving up on a deal announcement.
At least I can tell you that you at least start getting some levels to go off of in this one. When it has so many weeks sideways, at least kind of this 13 really holding strong now on this pullback. So we'll see if it gets back up there to the 14s and 15 area. All right, guys, so let's keep running through here, see what we see on a discount today. All right, so let's go into what actually is in the red and see if we find anything good down there. All right, guys, so I'm seeing that one ACIC. I think that we mentioned a lot of that about that one yesterday, but I'm also seeing this FIII. This is one that I'll take a look at because it's starting to pull back and kind of interesting towards me. A lot of people were watching this one, and when everyone goes away is when I start paying attention, guys. That's what I try to do, guys, is I notice that sometimes retail traders just the hype goes away, and next thing you know, the institutionals and the banks step in and they take that support, and they're not so stressed about kind of waiting in positions. So this one, I see that $11 and $11.50 coming into play. I would let it go through that $11.50 and come closer towards that 11, but definitely start getting interested in this play as it had a lot of kind of resistance and volume profile between 10.50s and 11.50s. So that's kind of the area that I would start trying to maybe get into this one a little bit there, closer towards that $11. All right, let's keep going. Let's go with one more here. Let's do JWS because I know there's been a couple talk. They got a couple more, right? How many they got now? I think Jaws Acquisition has 3, or is it 2?
Yeah, so Barry Sternlicht has filed quite a few SPACs now.
Yeah, there's a lot.
He's got a lot coming out. The one that really catches my eyes is the one with Serena Williams now. And I can't think of which ticker that is off the top of my head. But that is the one, where you have Barry Sternlicht. You also have Serena Williams, who's done some, great deals. I definitely am paying more and more attention to Barry Sternlicht in the SPAC world here.
All right, guys, let's keep going through here. Let's bring in one more here. It was the SPFR. Thank you, John Doe. Yeah, the Spitfire acquisition. There you go. And it's actually up on the day compared to JWS. So who knows? JWS was first, right? At least from my
JWS was first, and that one does have that deal announcement for Cano Health Medicare.
There you go, guys. It's a healthcare play. You've been seeing at least the healthcare plays in the SPACs kind of take a step back, but I think those are kind of more in what I call you take them out of the hype package and you put them more into that long-term package. The way that I'm playing my RPLA, I don't even stress it. I don't even look at it any day, Chris. It's that much of a position for me that I can just relax and not even look at it every day. And just in the long term, one day I expect to see it up, and that's how I'll take it. And I have a good risk to return, and I could see the company in a long-term bullish sentiment. The same way I think people are looking at that United Mortgage Company in the long run, or CLOV. In the long run, I think, CLOV, you're getting buying opportunities if you're thinking about this stock long term, and I think that's what you have to start looking at. If you think this company can rebound long term, this 1050 today or 1050 on this week, that's kind of the kind of look that I would definitely be looking for, because that gives you at least an ability to go ahead and measure risk down towards that $10, kind of maybe do a 70-cent risk, looking for a pop back towards 12, 13, 14s. I was even looking at this chart this morning and kind of interested, just to give you guys some insight. So it doesn't seem too crazy to kind of start trying to size in a little bit there in the CLOV and getting a small starter position, and then looking for it to bottom out somewhere near this 1050 area. All right, QS, man, still making moves. This is one that we literally like we're breaking it down as it happened right before the earnings. So now it's gotten up there to $70. Once it gets through that 70, I'm gonna really look for some kind of lift off through that 80s and 90s, because if this one can get back above 100, oh man, there's gonna be a lot of people kind of wishing they had it at 50. So I think that's what a lot of people are looking at. They're looking at that $100 target. So you might run into some resistance when you get up there, but I don't see why this one can't get back up there. It definitely has a story. The chart was actually pretty decent for a couple months sideways. So I'll keep an eye on this one. That's QS, guys. All right, guys, let's keep going. Let's get into our middle segment. Let's get into the Hall of Fame. One of the things that we've been noticing is that there's certain management teams that have done really great, and then there's certain management teams that we haven't even gotten an answer from. So one thing we're going to start bringing up is which ones have the most under their management, and then also taking a look at how their success has gone with these SPACs. So Chris, I'll let you take over here and start leading. I'll try to help on the charts here. And if you guys go ahead, put a 1 if you agree with the management, put a 2 if you're like, nah, I'll look for another one. All right, guys, let's keep going through here. Let's go ahead, Chris. Unlock these specs.
Yeah, guys. So for our middle segment today, we want to look at what we call the SPAC Hall of Fame. So these are the people that have brought the most SPACs to the public market. Now, this list is kind of ever changing as we see, more and more SPACs come out. But this was the list of the top 8. And credit to SPAC Track. This was a tweet I saw, from that account that showed, these people. So credit to him. And, I want to dive into these. So up first, we have Alec Gores. So Alec Gores has done 12 SPACs. He has 7 active and 5 completed. So if we look at some of the active ones here, he has GHVI, which is merging with Matterport. We have GIIX, which is still in units. GMII still in units. We have GRSV, which is rumored to take the CAN unit of RDOG public. I do own shares of GRSV. Then we have a couple that have not gone public yet. GSEV and GTPA and GTPB. So those tickers, Mitch is going to get up on the screen here, but a lot of SPACs out there from Alec Gores. This is a person that's brought a lot to the market. So he was behind UWMC, which was the largest SPAC deal to date. Now I know what you're thinking, of course, that one dropped. So is that an indicator that, he does bad deals? I certainly don't think so. He also did Hostess Brands, which was TWK, known for Twinkies, of course. That deal was actually done in 2016. And then he also did Luminar Technologies, so LAZR. So if you look at Hostess Brands, you're seeing $15. If you look at Luminar, you're seeing $34. So again, this is a guy who knows how to get deals done. The mortgage one is more of a long-term play, in my opinion. And, this is a great management team. So you want to follow him. Those tickers that were on the screen are the ones that currently trade that Alec Gores is attached to. Then up next, we have Michael Klein. So Michael Klein, very well known right now, of course, for CCIV, which I own. It is rumored with Lucid Motor. So he also has several others currently trading. So this is a guy who's done 2 deals and has 9 active SPACs, with I would expect more and more coming. So there they are on the screen. So you have that Lucid rumor. You have CCX taking Skillsoft public. And then a couple I highlighted the last couple of days, CVII and CCVI, both trading as units. So looking at my notes here, CVII raised $1.2 billion. CCVI raised $480 million. You look at those past 2, you have Multiplan, which didn't go over as well. It was the target of some short reports. It's trading at $7. Then you also have Clarivate, which is trading at $30. So you have kind of a mixed bag with the deals he's done. And, can you call Multiplan a bad deal? Time will tell. Obviously, people don't love seeing it under $10 that bought into the SPAC. Clarivate, on the other hand, though, trading at $30. And Lucid Motors, obviously, we've hit $60 now. If this deal gets done, I think favor is going to turn to Michael Klein, and people are going to look at some of these existing SPACs from him because, if you're a private company and you saw the attention that Lucid Motors got, maybe you reach out directly to Michael Klein and you say, hey, let's get this deal done because you want that hype, you want that attention, and whatever SPAC Michael Klein does next, I think it's going to get a lot of attention. And up next, you have Betsy Cohen. So Betsy Cohen, 8 SPACs, 5 active, 3 completed. She is a big name in the fintech space. So there's the tickers on the screen. So you have FTIV that deal with Perella Weinberg, FTOC, which I own shares of, merging with Payoneer. I think that is a great long-term play on digital payment solutions going forward. You have a couple in units. So SCLE, I talked about on the show yesterday as a new SPAC to watch, targeting that ESG and sustainability field. And then if you look at some of her past deals, so we have PAYA, which is trading around $12. And then we have Card Connect, which was actually acquired by First Data for $15. So to me, Betsy Cohen, strong name in the SPAC space. I'm keeping an eye out on some of those fintech names. And again, I own shares of FTOC and I love the Payoneer brand going forward. And I love, Betsy Cohen being attached to this name. And we have John Ledecky. He's the owner of the Islanders in the NHL. So here you have, a couple SPACs out there, NSTB with that rumor of Apex clearing, NSTU in units, NSTD in units, PICC, which I actually bought units recently. Then you have STIC taking BarkBox public. I own shares of STIC. I think that's a great deal. And then he was behind XL Fleet. So XL Fleet is one, Mitch has been talking about the past couple days. This was one that had really strong support going into that merger vote. It hit all the way up in the 30s. And now, we're kind of hovering around 18, looking to rebound back into the 20s. But I think it's a good play on, the electrification. These are some good deals that I'm seeing, from this team. So I do like this one. Another popular team is Jeff Sagansky and Harry Sloan. So they've done 7 SPACs together. They have 1 active and not even trading yet, and then 6 completed deals. So this firm actually did SPACs years ago before they were, the high growth area for investors that we've seen. So Sagansky is attached to FCIC, which is ShareCare, which I own shares in. But the key here is they're bringing Soaring Eagle public, SRNG. This is going to be $1 billion SPAC when it prices. And I think it's going to see strong interest, right? Because this is the team that did DraftKings and Skills. So DraftKings shares over $60. Skills shares over $30. Those shares both also belong to Kathy Wood's ARK ETFs. So to me, this is a strong team. I think that new SPAC sees huge interest from investors. And we have Mark Ein. So he has 7 SPACs. He's done 4 deals. He has 3 out there. So the one I'm seeing is CAP. He has a couple more that are coming with no tickers attached yet. So this is a name to watch because he doesn't get as much attention. I haven't seen his name out there as much. So CAP is one that I'm going to be keeping on my watch list. It's trading at $10.50. I love that price point. And this is the guy who did Sission, which got a $10 buyout. Obviously, $10, not a huge price there, compared to the $10 SPAC, pricing level. So keep an eye out on CAP. This is the guy who deals done. And then we turn to Chamath Palihapitiya, and obviously, this number only includes SPACs that he has done under his own brand. So it lists 6 SPACs. So we, of course, know that he's done 6 SPACs and also been the part of 6 PIPE deals. So, here you have, up on screen, IPOD, which I own shares of, IPOE merging with SoFi, IPOF, $1 billion plus SPAC. And then he's got more coming, right? I just talked about how he filed the names for 7 more SPACs. This is the guy who did Virgin Galactic. I also own shares of that, Open Door, and Clover Health. So, people talk about Clover Health, right? And how, it's trading down, but you look at Chamath, I have an article out actually that from a tweet that he shared showing, how high his deals have gone. His 12 SPAC deals and pipes have an average return of 47% in 2021 and an average lifetime gain of 137%. Obviously, he's one of the biggest names out there in the SPAC world. So definitely keep an eye on Chamath. I think we get a deal announcement from IPOD or IPOF before we see those 7 new SPACs, get filed or priced. So keep an eye out on these ones. And then last in our Hall of Fame here, we have Howard Lutnick. So Howard Lutnick, 6 SPACs as well. So he has, a couple that have announced deals. So up on screen here, we have CFAC taking AI, a LiDAR company, public. CFII taking that smart window company View public. And then we have a couple more, CFIV trading as commons and CFV and CFVI trading as units now. And then he did a deal for GCMG, which if I pull up is trading at $13. Another good name here. He's got some experience, and here we have some pending deals and some new announced SPACs trading as units. So definitely worth keeping, an eye out for this Lutnick team. And then, we have an honorable mention too, which we can get to probably on another show. And also, we're going to see this list change, right? So these are the 8 teams that have done the most SPACs currently. Again, credit to SPAC Track for that tweet that I saw. So, what do you think, Mitch? What teams or what person, stand out here kind of based on some of those deals that they've done and the pricing on those charts?
Well, one thing I'd mention really quickly is that, you got to follow these and then also start seeing like, hey, so how much money is the following one actually have? And so one thing I've been noticing is that, like, even in the one that I'm looking at, SPNV, the actual money in each capitalization is actually going down with each kind of announcement. And so that's something to note, guys. So that shows to me that at least high price companies, there's not too many left. And so we got to keep that in mind. Okay. So then watch these and see what they're really going to go after. And are they staying in the same industry? Because that could also help them too. Because if the board is going to be kind of in the same industry, they kind of have the same data to go off, the same targets to go off of, and they already kind of did the research. But if you see them getting into different areas, that's when I would start paying attention to specifics on that board, not just the leader, but also the other people mentioned in the board. It's not just the leader, guys. And that's one thing you definitely want to pay attention to. These guys are really busy. This is not the only thing they're doing. So that's one thing I'd mention. So look at the full board and not just the leader. And that's what I did for SPNV, and that's why I thought it was such a good stock for me, because it at least matched all the things that I was looking for, not just a leader in the company, but also the rest of the board kind of matching at the same levels and being at least diverse, where they're both coming in, majority of them coming in with strengths and not just in the same industry. So what do you think about that?
Definitely. And, another thing, you talk about the money raised to watch. Another trend that I'm looking at is, these people who have done past deals, and not to say they're greedy, but do they change the warrant structure on their next SPACs, right? So, I look at some of these where they used to offer, a half a warrant, a third of a warrant, and now we're getting, hey, we did good deals. We're going to now only offer an eighth of a warrant, and kind of take away, that extra incentive that people get for buying the units. And the one that stood out for me was Churchill Capital. So here you have CCIV, huge interest. That was, a fifth of a warrant on that one. And Klein just priced these next two SPACs. And you know what he offered? It was a fifth of a warrant again. So I fully expected, that warrant amount to change. But here you have him, offering the same terms on his next two. So, to me, I like seeing that from the management teams too. They're just because SPACs are trading at premiums, I think there should still be, those warrants offered, people getting a premium for buying in, on the offering and when these are trading as units. So definitely something, I'm keeping an eye out on there. And, you talk about Supernova, they could quickly find themselves in the Hall of Fame, right? So that first deal hasn't been announced. They've already announced two more. Great management team. The founder, of Hotwire, the CEO of Zillow. Strong backing. The other team that stands out for me that's not in the Hall of Fame yet is the RTP SPAC. So Mark Pincus from Zynga, Reid Hoffman from LinkedIn. They have two SPACs trading. They have a third one coming. I think they keep doing these too. And we talk about Chamath wanting to do IPO A to IPO Z. That's 26 SPACs. What other management teams want to keep, doing a large number? And the one we're going to find out tomorrow, Mitch, is DMY Technology, right? So they've done two SPACs that have deals. So Rush Street Interactive and Genius Sports. They have a third SPAC trading, DMYI, and then they just filed for a fourth SPAC. So we're going to ask the man himself, Niccolo De Masi, from DMY Technology at our boot camp tomorrow, which I'll drop that link in the chat. So guys, SPAC boot camp tomorrow. So Niccolo De Masi, we're going to ask him, hey, how many SPACs are you going to bring to the market? Because I want to know, right? Is this a trend? Do we keep seeing these management teams, doing more and more SPACs, and I would love to get an answer out of him. Maybe we can find Niccolo De Masi in the SPAC Hall of Fame in the future. What do you think, Mitch?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you're going to start noticing that there's certain people that do good and there's certain people that are all over the place. And to me, when you're seeing all these sports kind of SPACs all be kind of in the similar, whether it be kind of one more in the kind of technology, then one more in the gambling, and then I think the guy knows what he's doing. That's what I would just say. At the end of the day, he's sticking to what he knows. And that right there, it gives me a signal right there. That's as much as I need, guys. I want people that know their industry and know what they're getting into, so that at least it's not just a decision that they made with the pressure of trying to acquire, but something that they already had the knowledge of prior to, and then now are just doing a little bit more deep digging. All right, guys, let's go ahead and let's get into some of the watch lists. I know a lot of people are talking about, guess what? CCIV, guys. A lot of people are talking about it, and I'm going to bring it up here. One thing I mentioned, guys, is that, even if I was the one to bring this one up, I even think it's getting towards a point where it just might be too extended, guys. But the truth is, it's all about where you got your entry. Let's say you got your entry down at like $12. Well, there's no reason really to sell. I mean, I kind of understand that perspective on that. Hey, you're in such a big green position that you're looking for a little bit more. That's okay. But one thing I always ask myself, guys, and this is something that I think every investor needs to ask themselves when they get to a position where it's past their reward and super extended past that reward. You need to ask yourself, guys, what in the best case scenario, if this stock keeps going in my direction, how much more could this stock keep going? And how much more of that percentage, and is it worth it to me to give up some of my gains for that potential gain? And so that's how I'd look at this one. I know a lot of people are talking and mentioning potentials of this one ripping through 100 on the announcement. And yeah, that could happen. But what could also happen is a pullback down towards 28, 24 if, per se, they don't get it. What's to say that they have it already, guys? And so this is, you always got to keep your risks in mind. And if you're not keeping your risk in mind and you're starting to get in here at the top, well, I can tell you right now, you're not playing the game the right way, guys, because the game should be played to risk manage. And if you're not risk managing, then that's how you go ahead and you burn through accounts. Like literally burn them. Like you might as well just look to your buddy to your left and be like, here, have my money, because I'm just going to give it away. And so definitely, guys, just be careful out there. I'm not telling you that you can't get in this one, but I'm definitely telling you that you got to be careful with certain stocks like this, especially when it's making such a big move based off of a rumor. And that's just simple as that, guys. When you're seeing such a stock make a big move on that rumor, what's to say that the rumor doesn't change? What's to say that it's not already priced in? And
yeah,
the market
that's
does this
a
all the
key
time.
point. You know, I see that $100 price target thrown out there. I see the comparisons to Tesla. You know, the thing again, guys, take a step back. Remember, it's about market cap. It's about valuation. Share price of X company is not the same as share price of Y company. Two companies trading at $100 is not the same. I cannot stress that enough. So Lucid Motors, they're going to do this deal, you know, at $12 to $15 billion. Based on the share price it currently has, it already values the company between $60 and $80 billion. The company is not valued at $12 billion now. There is already a premium built in. Remember that, guys. $100 price target right now means nothing without knowing the valuation of the deal in place. I cannot stress that enough. If everyone wants to chase, you can chase, but I'm just cautioning you. And again, I own shares of CCIV. I bought in around $12 and $13 in two separate accounts. I told you that day one when we talked about that deal the day after it was rumored, and you could still buy in, you know, in the teens, I believe. I said I was going to hold it. Mitch brought this one on our SPACs under 11 show again. And, you know, the key for me, which could be a cautionary tale, was he said, hey, they're rumored to be taking DirecTV public. People don't like that. What if they don't get DirecTV? What if they end up with someone else? Great call by Mitch there, because look, they might get someone else. But on the flip side, guys, what happens if they don't get Lucid Motors? What happens if they get someone else? How long does this deal get dragged out? I sold part of my position. I'm keeping the rest because, again, my risk is very low. Don't be afraid to take some profits off the table. You know, if that means you don't have diamond hands, so be it. But, you know, guys, keep track of your own risk reward here. I can't stress that enough.
Yeah, and I mean, for people like Thomas and John mentioned getting it at $10, I really can't blame you. I mean, I would hang out tight, and then that's kind of the strategy that I had in the first place, right, guys? That's why we had the $10 to $11 show, was to hold and be patient, because being patient gets reward. And that's just like normal. That's just morals, guys. Like, be patient, you know. And if you're in it, you could be in it to win it. And I don't mind that perspective if you're down towards a level where you can measure your risk. And then always set the plan. This is what I say. Just set the plan. Like okay, right now it's at 60. Hey, if it gets to 100, I'm gonna ring that register. Celebrate a freaking 10 bagger and celebrate the win, but have a plan. The planned attack is always going to be better, guys. I can tell you, because when you have a planned attack, you'll be able to measure your risk. You'll be able to measure your probability. The moment that you start stepping outside of your strategy, no longer can you calculate probability. And if I can't calculate probability, there's something I'm doing wrong. All right, guys, let's keep going. Let's get into watch list right quick. We got about 7 minutes left, so we're going to really quickly run through these. Chris, let's go ahead and just, on our opinion, and I want to state it again because we want to run through these really quickly, guys. It's just on our opinion. We're going to say bull or bear. Okay, and you guys can help us out also and just say it in the chat. It's just our opinion. Once again, I don't want you guys going and just buying off of us calling bull or bear, because there's a lot of technicals that go into this and timing. So let's just roll through this in the chat. Go ahead, guys, load it up. Let's get some tickers in there and let's roll through this. All right, guys, I'm seeing IGAC.
I would say bull.
Bull? Bull. Hanging out. Let's keep rolling. RBAC. That you know you like this one. That red ball life, man. What's up with the red ball?
I'm a bull. I think they get a deal done soon.
Yeah, I like the 1050s. If you can get near the 1050s on this one. I have a little rule that I like under 1050s. But, man, if I could get it, I'll take it. Let's keep rolling through here. Seeing CCX, that Churchill Capital, down towards 1016s now. When we opened up, this one was around kind of this 970, 980s. We're back towards 1015. I'm a bull, but I'm definitely going to try to get as close towards that 10. What do you say, Chris?
Yeah, I would say bull for me as well.
Yeah, this would be even one that I'd look to see if it could get towards that, the NAV, that when it's going to get towards that underneath that $10, when I could get it down there, if I can get, like, let's say 985s, that's a really nice spot for me, at least from my data. All right, guys, let's keep rolling through here. Seeing BFT being mentioned, so we'll run through that one right quick. BFT, this is one that I think we'll get some different opinions. What's up, Chris? Bull or bear?
Yeah, I'm torn on this one. But if I had to pick, I would say bull. I still like the long-term story.
I like long-term story, but I don't like the chart, so I'm going to say bear. All right, let's keep rolling through here, guys. I'm seeing HOL being mentioned here. Holicity. What's up, Chris? Bull or bear?
Yeah, Holicity, I'm a long-term bull, but I would say I'm a bear here. I want to see this one dip a little bit.
I have to agree 100%. Everything you just said. All right, let's keep rolling through here, guys. T8CB. That Tuscan. What's up with this one, Chris?
Yeah, I would say I'm a bear here. There's a lot of battery players out there. I want to get some more color on the difference between the companies. So bear right now, possible bull long term.
Yeah, definitely. For the industry, I'm a bull. But for certain stocks, you got to be careful here. If you're not getting them at a discount, I don't like them. All right, let's keep rolling through here. I think Daniel's been talking about this one multiple times. Let's just take a look at this one. I don't even like to pull this one up anymore, to be honest, guys. PSTH. So Bill Ackman, if you're out there and you want to talk about your SPAC, come on SPAC Attack, guys, because at the end of the day, guys, this one's gotten boring to me. Yo, Bill, where you at, man? Wake us up a little bit. Are you going to get Stripe or not, man? And I think that's really the definition for me in this one. If it's Stripe, I'm going to be a bull. If it's not Stripe, I'm going to be a bear until I find out, at least.
Yeah, I agree completely. I'm a bear here because I think it's pretty much Stripe or bust. There's too much of a premium built in on this one. I'd be selling anytime this hits 30 if I own shares, just to take some gains off the table.
All right, seeing GIK mentioned, this is also one that falls into that kind of similar category. What do you think of this one, Chris?
Yeah, GIK, I'm a bull. This is Lightning E-Motors. I own shares, so that would definitely make me a bull. And we had the CEO on electrification. I'm a bull all the way.
Yeah, I love that 1350 on this chart. So that's the number that I would look for an entry, at least in my eyes. But long-term bull in this one too. All right, let's keep going through this one. This one's an interesting one. I would like to hear your opinion on this one, Chris. So TTCF, Tattoo Chef.
Yeah, I'm a bull. I like this one. This was one we talked about on our top SPACs for 2021. I think I called it an honorable mention. I'm a bull here still.
All right, I'm gonna go against you on this one. I'm a bear in this one. The reason why, the pandemic. I think the pandemic is gonna cause for certain incomes to change, for certain decision and house decisions to change. So there was this time when I think we were really starting to move towards like healthy foods and healthy options and alternatives. Now I think it's gonna come back to the way it was. Certain times that you can look at, maybe 2009 to 2011, where I think you're gonna start seeing discounts being the focus and saving money. So if saving money is going to be the play, I think that Tattoo Chef, I'm a bear. All right, guys, let's keep rolling through here. Seeing here mentioned UWMC. You know, a lot of people talk about this one. A lot of people got in this one at the merger, and this is why we stay, guys. Be careful after mergers, guys. I can't say it enough, guys. This is a pattern. And if you're missing this pattern and you're not seeing it, then you're not doing your due diligence. So I can just call you out on that right quick. Look at this stock now, guys. It's down to $8.38. This scares the living crap out of me. And I can tell you that, guys, that because if I was in this one and this was my RPLA and it was down towards 8.36, I'd have to get rid of it. I'd have to get rid of it. I'd just be straight up honest, guys. I'd have to get rid of it. I'd be in such a world of pain, and I'd have to get rid of it there. So I'm keeping an eye on this one, and I can tell you right now, bear, really quickly.
Yeah, I'm a bear. I don't know if it goes lower, so I'm pretty mixed, but I would say a bear at this point.
Yeah, I see some people mention that they lost a significant amount of money in that stock. So definitely be careful with that one, guys. If you got caught at the merger, learn the patterns and don't just copy off of people, because I've been seeing so many people just mention these SPACs and then they're like, yeah, just buy it. They don't even tell you why. They don't explain you what's in the company and what can happen. So those are the people that I don't even listen to. I just laugh at them and let them keep talking about the SPACs, because at the end of the day, they don't know. Just like one thing I've been noticing, Chris, and maybe you can mention it. I've been noticing there's way too many SPACs account that don't show their face, and to me, that's always a red flag. If they're not willing to show their face, then hey, Chris and I show our face every single day, because what we say we believe in, and we'll be accountable for that. So one thing I'd mention is that watch out for those different accounts, because you don't want to get caught trapped in different SPACs. And I've been seeing people push CCIV like, oh, I'm up this amount, so you should get in it too. Be careful, guys. And I definitely want to save you guys in getting caught in that hype. So let's go ahead and we'll wrap up here. All right, guys. So I know that the Zinger Nation's coming on next. Before we bring them on, want to really quickly talk about the boot camp tomorrow. Do not miss it, guys. If you guys want to stay with the SPACs team, why not come on Saturday, guys, when we don't have to worry about what stock's moving. We can just worry about the education, just worry about building our skills. So, Chris, let them know. Where could they see that?
Yeah, so I just dropped the link in the chat, guys. Boot camp tomorrow, SPACs and options on a Saturday. You know, feedback we've gotten at the events team is you want SPACs, you want options, you want an event on a non-trading day. 1, 2, 3. That's all 3 things that everyone requested. Let's show up tomorrow. Let's do this event big. Again, we got Julian Klimachko from Accelerate Funds coming to talk about SPACs. We got Nicolo Damasi from DMY Technology to talk about SPACs. We got other great traders sharing option strategies. You know, so great day tomorrow. Guys, don't go anywhere. Up next, you got Zinger Nation Power Hour. I know they got a great show ahead. Looks like Ripster is coming back. I know the chat loves him. And then also coming up later today, we've got Options Advantage at 2 o'clock. We have an ETF show at 2:30 with Spencer. He'll have an interview with the CEO of Wilshire Phoenix talking about a new gold ETF. That's an exclusive interview, guys. And then 3 o'clock, Zinger Stock Trivia. Who wants to come join us for some trivia? 3 o'clock today. Then, of course, pre-market prep at the close. And then at 4 o'clock, we've got the Benzinga Pro happy hour. So, guys, content all day today till 5 o'clock. Don't go anywhere. Smash the like. Here's the power hour. Let's go.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's go ahead and let's bring him on here. The man.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Zinger Nation jam-packed show today. Peloton up 5%.
What's up, disciplined investor?
We got Benzinga CEO Jason Raznick here with us.
The man, the myth, the legend, Tom Nash.
Peter Schiff on the Power Hour with us live today. Interesting, different, unique, innovative companies. Nia, you are live with us on the Power Hour. What's up?
Thank you so much for inviting me on.
Jessica Billingsley, that is the CEO of Aperna, the best trade idea resource out there. Yo, what is up, everybody? Happy Friday. Woo! We made it. We did it. That's right. Another week that we made it through, guys. Take some time today. Let's smile. Let's laugh. Let's have some fun. I think let's keep the trend going, guys. You know that we do this for Zinger Nation. That's all of you out there in the chat. That's why we're out here every single day and all day tomorrow. I'll be here standing at my little desk from 9 to 5 doing the boot camp. So let's keep the user calls going, guys. I love it. We had some fun yesterday. My favorite call that we got in from Zinger Nation yesterday was somebody who called in to say, I have nothing to talk about. Classic. But yeah, I mean, let's kick it off with a couple of calls here in a minute. Before we do that, I'm going to start the way that I start every single day, which is to remind you guys of the point of this show, right? We want this to be the best trade idea resource out there. That's what we're going for, guys. So if we're not delivering on ideas, we're not helping you become a better investor, we're not giving some education, tell us, call us out, let us know, because we want to make sure that we deliver for Zinger Nation. But all right, guys. So we're gonna kick it off with a couple user calls. Can we get that phone number up there, please, producer Rohan? And then y'all know that I shorted Planet Fitness into earnings yesterday, so we're gonna talk about managing that trade a little bit. We're gonna talk Palantir, of course. We're gonna do a little bit of hedging, right? I got a little bit spooked yesterday. I mean, I've been spooked for a little bit, so we're gonna do talk some hedging. 12:15 Eastern. We're bringing on Ripster. That's right. Rippy is coming back live. Ripster with his friend Pharma DCA, two awesome Twitter accounts and traders. So we're going to be talking to them at 1 o'clock. We got Robert Ross joining the show. And then at 1:30, Jeff Ransdell. So that's actually a VC manager. I don't think we've had a venture capital manager on this show yet. So we're going to be doing that at 1:30, talking some private investing and that sort of thing. So, but all right, guys, what's up? Okay, I see y'all putting in some other tickers. Yeah, drop in tickers too. I think that we're going to have some time today to cover some other stocks. It just comes down to whether or not Jason joins. Jason doesn't join, we'll have time to cover your stocks. If he does join, we'll hear about his trip in Florida for an hour. But Rohan, do we have some zingers on the line?
We don't have zingers on the line, but we will in a couple seconds. I don't doubt it. Guys, smash that phone number. It's popping up. I'm going to leave it up for 5 seconds.
All right, we need to get some music in while we wait.
3, 2, 1. I'm pulling it down.
Da, 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 da,
I'm surprised we don't have calls rolling in already.
Did you just leave the phone number on for too short? You know, you got to leave it up there for the people.
Yesterday, I left it on for like 5 seconds, and I had like 15 phone calls.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Hello?
Is this Benzinga?
This is Benzinga.
Oh yeah, I want to be on with Luke so bad.
This is he. What's up? What's up?
Dude, why do you drink the Diet Pepsis?
I gotta watch my figure, man. I was raised on it.
You look great. You look great, and they say the TV adds 10 pounds. You look wonderful. Don't.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You know, I do have coffee today. I was going to crack the energy drink in a little bit, but you're saying just go for the full sugar version.
Yeah. If you're gonna drink that shit at all, you might as well drink regular because the diet's no good for you.
All right, there it is. Monday. Are you gonna be tuned in Monday?
I've been tuning in since last year when it was just Triple D and Spence in the morning. So seeing you guys grow like this has been fantastic. I love it.
And check this out. So
LGHL. That's the only thing I want to ask about, and I'll get off. Thank you guys. Keep it up. Can't wait to see you on Real TV.
Wait,
Peace out.
What's your name? Okay, never mind. We didn't get a name, but appreciate you.
There we go. All right. So we got 2 takeaways from that call, guys. First things first. I'm just gonna try to share my screen in a second here. But first things first. I've got to get off the diet sodas. He said my figure looks fine, so maybe I'll start hitting the regulars next week. We'll see. That might kick me up to another level though. I already get yelled at for doing too much energy, but then LGHL, yeah, let's do that, and then we'll look at LGHL.
Hello.
Hello?
Hey, you're on the Zinger Nation Power Hour. How's it going?
No fucking way. I got it.
Hey. Hey. What's your name? Tell us a little bit.
Luke, I watch y'all every day. My name's Dom.
Hell yeah, man. We appreciate the support. That's what Zinger Nation is all about.
Drop a like for Dom.
That's fucking awesome, guys.
But give us the stock you like.
Keep doing it. I'm on Torch right now. TRCH.
There we go.
TRCH, baby. I'm in it. Let's go. Let's run that torch up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we need that torch to run up.
Yes, sir. Hot Stocks Luke. Appreciate y'all.
All right. Thanks, man. Appreciate you calling in.
No problem.
All right, guys. All right. How was that? You guys like the user calls? I think it's a blast. If you guys like the dial-ins from Zinger Nation, throw me the 1 in the chat. If not, throw me the 2. I think it's a good way to start the show every day. It sort of gets my energy up, tells me to get off the diet sodas, not drink that shit anymore. But yeah, let's go. All right. Let's talk stocks a little bit, guys. All right, we got a lot of ones. Internet Enforcers doesn't like the calls. We need to get Internet Enforcers to call in at some point. But overall, okay. All right, we got some ones. Somebody else has got diet tips for me. I'll take that too. But all right, let's look at this LGHL stock. I don't know a ton about this thing, unfortunately. I'm no Jim Cramer knowing every stock. Let's see. Okay, Lion Group Holding, asset management company, wealth management, risk management. Offers CFD trading. Okay, I don't really know a ton about the company. But if they do retail brokerage operations, then I love it. I'm writing it down and putting it on the research list. We'll have more on it next week. LGHL. As if you guys recall, I think I made my most compelling pitch all year last week, and my pitch was for the online brokerage stock. Shout out Tiger. Look at Tigers running again today, up another 20%. That thing's sort of the outlier, but also like we pitched Schwab and a couple others. But basically my pitch for the online brokerages is that we can track from Benzinga.com the number of people clicking from Benzinga to go and open a brokerage account. That number literally 4x'd when GameStop happened, and it still hasn't slowed down. I mean, it's been like a month. And the number of people who are opening brokerage accounts from our site still has not slowed down. And so I love the online brokerage stocks for that reason. I think they're going to announce massive, like just totally blowout quarters, right? I think they're going to have awesome user counts. The revenue might take a little bit to get there, but that leading indicator, the number of users, the number of assets they have under management, I think is going to fly. So there's the deal there. So all right, LGHL, we'll look at that one. Torch, let's look at Torch too for a second here. We're getting dunked a little bit in Torch, but I always stand up and back my man Hugh. Ryan, this one with him. He initially pitched the stock from like $1.20 or something like that. He pitched on this show from $2.40, still above both of those levels, off of the highs. I'm sort of counting on Hugh's due diligence and him to drop some more DD. So I'm still hanging out riding into the Torch. And let's talk about Planet Fitness, PLNT. All right. And can we get the soundboard rolling, Rohan? Thank you, sir. All right. So here's a 5-day. Here's the 2-day chart on Planet Fitness. So I'll go through the thesis, and then I'll also talk about what happened. But basically, in the live account, the live brokerage account that we look at every single day, we did make a trade on Planet Fitness yesterday, 2 days ago. Basically, I bought the $75 strike puts. They're 30 days out. So these are the March puts on this stock into earnings. And basically, here was the thesis. The thesis was the company gets 30% of all of their new signups for a year in January. And because they didn't have social mentions, we looked at this really nifty chart. Let me see if I can find it. We looked at this nifty image. I got to go to my tweets. All right, bear with me. But basically, we looked at the social mentions that the stocks has seen this January, right? This is a 10-year chart. See all these big humps? We brought out on Hump Day. We're calling them humps. All these big spikes up in social mentions. They didn't have that this January. And given that 30% of their new accounts come from that start of the year New Year's resolution crowd, we went ahead and hit this thing. We said that the earnings report was going to be bad. In the past, the company had said, let's see. In the past, the company had said that they want to get up to 14.4 million customers. They said now that they don't know if they're going to get there or not this year. That's obviously a bearish thing. But the numbers weren't horrible on the quarter. If we look at the numbers, right? So they missed EPS a little bit, 17 versus 22. They missed sales a little bit, 134 versus 137. This is Benzinga Pro that I'm checking this out on. And the stock's down a little bit, right? It's not doing a ton for us. It's down 2.5%. We're sort of in sort of this sideways part of the day now, right? It's noon. So we are going to be closing this trade today. I can say that with almost certainty. And again, I own the 75 strike puts that are a month out. We're up a little bit, like 5% on the trade, basically flat for an options trade, right? And so if the stock starts trickling higher throughout the day, or gets a decent bit of upward momentum into the close, we'll be locking it down. Ideally we'd like to see it come under a little bit of pressure into the close. People want to get rid of it before the weekend. There is going to be new analyst research that comes out on this stock on Monday. It's Sunday night, Monday morning. Analysts will be coming out with their new price targets, their upgrades, downgrades on the stock, that sort of thing. So there may be some downward pressure of people who don't want to hold it through that period. So we'll see. We'll probably be closing this one today. It's like whatever. So there's the deal on that one. And let's talk about Palantir for a minute here too. PLTR. We've got some breaking Benzinga Newsdesk reporting on Palantir. So stock is ripping today after Kathy Wood doubled down on it, but got more of the stock. And then there was a rumor that came out. There was a rumor that came out that said that Melvin Capital, that's right, the villain of the GME story, came out and shorted the stock. That happened, maybe like 15 minutes or so before we came on this show. I scrambled with our news desk to try to figure out, is that actually true? I could not imagine Melvin saying, we want more, bring it to us, right? Because Palantir actually has more Wall Street bets mentions than GameStop does now. I think it's the first time that GameStop has been toppled as the most mentioned stock since this whole thing happened. So I was like, holy crap. Is Melvin saying, we want more, bring it to us? Round two, baby. They did not. It's all indications is that Melvin Capital is not actually short this stock. It's a rumor circulating on Twitter right now. The rumor was started from a fake Twitter account. So that part we were able to confirm that the account that said that was a fake account. That seems like it's the one that got totally picked up. So do we know for certainty that Melvin is not shorting the stock? No. Do we know for certainty that the rumor started from a fake account? Yes. So don't be filled there. And yeah. I see D Train Choo Choo. All right, shout out. That's a good name. First for that one. But D Train saying, yeah, no way Melvin states that. Totally agreed. Right? There's no way that they would throw anything like that out there. So again, do we know definitively that they are not short the stock? No. Do we know definitively that the rumor started from a fake account? Yes. So there's where we are on Palantir. And let's see, what else should we talk? All right. It's time. It's 12:15. We have some big guests to bring to you guys. We've got a returning favorite of the chat. We've got a new guest who's going to be joining us who runs an amazing Twitter account. Let's get the drum rolls going, and then let's bring them onto the stream here. Boom. All right. My mouse was not fast enough. I'm a little slow today. All right, but there we go. Ripster, former DCA. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the Power Hour.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. What's up? How are you guys doing?
Doing good, Luke. How are you doing?
Doing well. It's Friday. I woke up today. I said, I'm just going to take today to smile, have some fun, laugh a little bit, and talk some stocks. So I'll take that.
Stocks.
Yeah.
How's your day? What's your trading today?
So better than yesterday, right? I mean, I don't know about you guys. I got hammered yesterday. I made a really ballsy move. I bought GameStop into the close or after hours on what day? Wednesday. Basically, my thesis was, the community might make a last stand and try to run this thing up as soon as Roaring Kitty comes on, or as soon as the testimony is going on. They did a little bit, didn't work, got hammered in that one. So I don't know. I'm looking better today than I was yesterday. How about you guys?
Meme
I
stocks
think
are
the
done.
last several days were the buying opportunities. I think Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we have the market volatility spiking up. I think if you like certain good companies, that's a time when you accumulate shares. And I think that's what I was doing last 3 days or so, especially like some of my fave tech stocks and bio stocks, and they're doing well today.
All right. Can you give us a couple of these names that you were accumulating?
One of the device company, DMTK.
All right, hold on. DMTK, I got that. Dermtech, is that right?
Yes, been holding this company from mid teens. Especially, I jumped in heavily after seeing the results. And why I like this company? This is basically a diagnostic company for skin cancer. So basically, before these results, we have skin biopsies for detecting skin cancer, and that's very painful, very invasive. Well, in comparison to this company, basically what this company does is the technology. You put that sticker on the skin and collect skin cells, and then those skin cells are basically sent to lab for further testing. So no invasive, skin biopsies anymore. And if you look at the market cap, it's I think it's pretty cheap. It's still trading around $2 billion market cap. And then I think the addressable market for this company is anywhere from 5 to 10 billion. So I think there's a huge opportunity, and I still believe that the stocks could see 150 to 200 plus in the long run. And then one example, if you want to make a comparison, look at Exact Sciences, EXAS. They are trading at roughly $23 billion right now. And then they basically, same thing for detection of colon cancer instead of doing colonoscopy. So $23 billion, and this company, DMTK, just trading at $2 billion. I think shares are very cheap, and I continue to accumulate anytime it dips below 70s, 60s, wherever it's. I think I'm going to continue to load up on shares, and I believe very cheap company.
Yeah, definitely. And today it broke out of this flag and I took a position at 74 this morning, alerted. It tried to break out over 80 today, pulling back here, but I expect the breakout to happen once again. And the swing target, long-term target is 150, of course, you know how Farm is saying, but I think once we are over this 80, it bases over the 80, and 100 should be coming quick, because the market cap is just 2 billion right now, and based upon this skin cancer patches, right? And we were talking to some dermatologists, even my followers who were talking to me about this. It's way better than the invasive skin cancer treatment. It's just a patch, right? Right, Farm? It's a patch, right?
This is a sticker you basically put on the skin, collect the sample, and then send it to their testing labs, which is just checking, just putting the sticker and, taking it off maybe like 30 minutes. Very simple, not painful, not invasive compared to what's being done in the past, the skin biopsy. So that's why I think this is very good for patients, and the accuracy is very good, 99% accurate results. So that's huge. And I think what's going to happen is, as we proceed, more and more insurance companies, they're going to reimburse this over skin biopsy. So that's why I'm huge. I have a big position on DMTK.
So let me ask you this, right? Because I don't trade the like a lot of the biotech stocks and a lot of the smaller pharma stocks because I'm scared, right? For no other reason than, I think about, I don't really have any competitive advantage. I don't understand the science behind them or anything along those lines.
Luke,
so
you don't have
edge. Over that.
You don't have edge, is what you're trying to say.
Or balls, yep. Edge.
being on Twitter, I hear that thing. I think on daily basis, that I don't have the biotech background, and it's very scary. I don't think that's true. I think a lot of information is on net. You can search and you can go to the individual company websites. You can look into their pipeline. You can look into the management, and you can look at past data. But my philosophy, as I invest in biotechs for almost 10 years, is that you have to be very selective with biotechs. You had to just avoid binary events, because that's a straight gamble. So that's where people lose a lot of money because they're trying to make quick money, but that's 50-50. So the best thing is, like, I mostly, most of my portfolio is in oncology, eye disease, and then medical devices like DMTK. And then once you see the data, then you can slowly build your position for long term. And that's what I do. And then a lot of my stock picks are early, like $2, $3, $4 range. After I did my due diligence and making sure the company looks solid, I think biotechs, it's a good sector to invest in, and it does give you a lot of swing trades also around your core position. And that's my strategy throughout last 3-4 years is if I believe in a company, I have a certain core position, and then when the stock is dipping, I continue to buy the dips and then sell the spikes. And that strategy really worked for me.
Okay. And let me ask you one follow-up question. So when you're doing due diligence on these companies, right? Let's say I wanted to get into this space. Where are you looking? What sorts of resources are you reading? What are you pulling off of their sites, et cetera?
Basically looking at the previous data, phase 1, phase 2, then companies, guidelines, and then also how much cash they have. Is there a risk for a secondary? So primarily I look into the company website, look into their published studies and all that stuff to help me navigate through if this is a good company to invest in.
Okay, I like it.
And then I also look at other companies that's already on the market and see how this company's data in comparison to the ones already on the market. And then you can make a call there.
All right, there we go. First idea from you guys. Got to ring the cash register for that one. And then Rippy, you had a birthday in the past week, I believe.
Yeah.
Woo!
Happy
All right,
birthday.
everybody at home, you're by yourself trading. Clap for Ripster, right? He
Thanks.
not only gives us great information, but even recorded a podcast on his birthday.
Luke, where's the soundboard for birthday music? Let's go.
All right, I'm gonna fake the soundboard.
Hey, Jason.
Happy birthday to you.
Thanks, man.
Happy birthday
Birthday
to you.
to you.
Happy birthday.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
And now the whole pool. And now the whole pool. Everyone, are you wishing Whipster happy birthday? Come on. It's Ripster's birthday. It's belated, but everyone wish Whipster happy birthday. Come on.
Thanks, guys.
We're good. It's good. We're good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
I appreciate
They
it.
were all wishing. They were all
Jason's
wishing you
doing
happy
some
birthday.
due diligence.
Oh, wow.
He's got like some pool stocks that he's looking at.
Oh, my God.
So he's doing some due diligence on them, I think.
Where are the drinks, man?
I'm here.
Where are the drinks? Where's your tequila?
For your birthday.
Come on, man.
Come to dinner tonight. Carbones. Let's go. It's on me. Let's go. Anyone that can come. Miami. Okay. I'm Ripster.
All right,
whenever
we're
you want,
losing you a
whenever you
little
want
bit,
a trip,
Jason.
and whenever you want to get some R&R, let me know.
Yeah, sure. We'll
No, you're losing me.
Yeah. No, yeah, we heard
Luke
it.
on the spot.
All right. Okay. So Ripster, I was just about to ask. What are some names you're looking at? Anything that's interesting to you? You've been trading within the past week, etc.
Yeah, biotech or general or non-biotech?
Whatever you want.
Well, two names interesting. Okay, so one of the biggest name that I have been talking about last few weeks, heavily invested, is IPWR, right? Okay. So IPWR is they make a bidirectional switches. The switches go into all the circuits that you use in your electric vehicles, solar systems, energy, military, everything. So it's a proprietary technology that IPWR is building. It, but it's still in a build phase. They have some contracts coming from government, and then I mean, a lot of things there are in pipeline. So my target is 30 short term. It went on 25 couple of times, but with the market, it came back. My original alert was 17, but I really believe in this company. Benchmark came out recently with their speculative buy on this IPWR, and I believe IPWR will be a big winner this year. Short term 30, short term 30. So you can note it. So last time I was here, Vox and PayPal, by the way, they paid as I expected. So just to recap.
Boom. PayPal. I was in that
Yeah.
one. I just closed that one this week. And what was the other one again?
Vox, VOXX. That was my recap from the last time I was on Benzinga.
Right.
Yep.
All right, come on, let's zoom this out. There we go.
Yeah.
All right. There's a nice chart.
But I think you guys, if since Farm is here today talking about a biotech stock, you guys, of course, he talked about DMTK. I'm big in DMTK. I alerted last week. It was a 10-point move, but that is fine. But my target is 100. And this morning again, I took position. So that is DMTK. But the one I think FarmD gave me, he kept telling me buy it, and it was a MREO. And I let him speak about it, but MREO is one of my big IRA position that I think will be a multi-bagger this year. Just
And
like
this is a beautiful chart too.
Oh yeah. MREO is ready to break out. I let Farm speak about MREO. Farm, can you quickly tell about the bullish thesis here?
Yes, been investing in this company. I think roughly when I alerted was $2.10. The reason why I invested heavily into this company is based on their two lead programs, one in oncology, and they already signed. They got a $50 million upfront milestone payments. I think like a month ago. They have their market cap is 350 million plus, cash around over 200 million. I think.
Wow.
Cash all the way into 2023. So fully funded, strong demand for secondary around $3. They have multiple catalysts in second half, including a catalyst for COVID-19 data as well. But the primary focus for me is their anti-TIGIT program for oncology. And we're going to see some nice updates into the second half. And my expectation is that we're gonna see a partnership news for the anti-TIGIT program. So this is one of my top positions, and I believe that this stock could see high teens to 20 plus this year on partnership news and positive data.
Yeah. And just to give you a background, right? Lot of this biotech stocks, Farm is the best, one of the best on the Twitter, and we had already PAVM, PDSB, and last year he had Livinggo. LVGO was his call that went from $20, and everybody knows what happened to LVGO. So I would really really take it seriously when Farm tells a good stock. So I'm fully loaded in it. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say we got a comment in the chat too. It said something along the lines of, "I run a hedge fund, and Farm is the real deal." I can tell you that. He said it's one of the top 20 accounts that I follow. So Zinger Nation is out there representing too. So for this Mario MREO, a couple follow-ups. How far along are they? Is it a specific type of cancer that they're trying to treat? And then you mentioned a couple of catalysts in the second half of this year. Can you just talk about those a little bit more?
Yeah, the first catalyst is for that oncology program, and then they also have another catalyst coming up for a very unmet disease, which is called severe alpha-1 antitrypsin deficiency, which leads to severe pulmonary disease. So those are the two catalysts I'm looking for in the second half. And then again, I believe we're going to see a partnership news for one of these lead programs. And then, yes, it's early development phase, but oncology is the hot sector. If you catch on these stocks at early on, and then they can really pay you well in the long run. And this is one of them. I believe actually will basically reward shareholders in the long run.
Okay. All right. I like it. It's interesting. And then let me ask you this.
And look at the chart. Look at the chart.
The chart is beautiful.
You see, it's a breakout weekly chart. It's a handle, and you know when you see the chart, you know it's going to short term. But when you think about the catalyst, the potential, and you put it in your IRA, you know the big move is going to come. So for me, I take biotech ideas from farm, but then I look at a chart. If chart is at highs, breaking the 52 week or is breaking range, then I have more conviction in that idea. And then I take it. Usually I avoid a good biotech that's at lows, super lows. I usually don't do it. But if a chart is breaking out, you know something is going on, right? And then there's a bullish thesis behind it. Just take it, take the breakout, take a position, and let it work.
Okay, and Ripster, let me ask you this: when you're looking at the chart, or you're looking at any chart, what are some of the things you're looking at? Like is it this beautiful channel that we have here? Is it the couple of spies? Is it or the couple of highs? Is it something totally different? What do you particularly like on this chart?
Yeah. So I usually go to this weekly or daily view, and of course there's an uptrend happening. You see this continuous channel that's uptrending, but then you want to see this high. It tried to break it a few weeks ago. It tried to break it again, and there's consolidation happening. This high acts as a magnet. Price moves, pulls back, but it doesn't pull back too much. It tries to push again, pulls back. So that tells me that the buyers are there and the resistance is going to break out soon. So, and that gives me the confidence. That resistance has to act as a magnet. A straight breakout out of resistance, and if it pulls back, retests, and then bounces again, then adds more conviction. So I have a full strategy on breakout. I teach on Twitter. I tell how to trade breakouts. I have maybe you can make a book out of it, and they work. So that's how you do the breakouts.
Yeah, and yeah, make sure you follow both of these guys on Twitter. I mean, they're seriously some of the best Twitter accounts to follow. We have both the links in the chat there. Producer Aaron, can you drop them in again? Pin them to the top. Because again, if you want ideas, you want to learn. I mean, these are two amazing accounts to follow. And it looks like we got a Jason sighting again.
Jason, come on, Jason.
He's muted. I don't know if he realizes that, but he is in fact muted. We've been in COVID for a year. Still gets tricked by the mute sometimes.
Thank you, Luke. I love that we have Luke. He gets to run the fort while I get to go get and do my company research. But while I was out here, I did some research on Dermatech. It sounds like we have a real deal company here.
Oh yeah.
I don't own shares yet, but it sounds like.
Uh-oh. Jason, you're going in and out a little bit. Totally out. A little more than a little bit. Yeah, that's the Jason. All right. Jason's gone. He's pulled from the stream until he goes inside. You can't stun on us that much.
And
but
then,
all right,
I think in conjunction with DMTK, there's other stocks that I can also pinpoint that are very cheap at this moment in time. One of them is PAVmed, PAVM. That's like another device company. If you look at their portfolio, they have lots of products. But the two main things that I'm basically looking at the moment is one, their FDA approval for carpal tunnel syndrome. This is a minimal, device. They just got approval last year. Recently, one patient was treated with their device, and then the recovery time was right after a week. But if you look at the open surgery, endoscopy surgery for carpal tunnel syndrome, basically, it takes roughly 4 to 6 weeks before a person can go back to work. And this only took like a week. That's approved. A huge market for that. And then the second big thing that I'm really looking at PAVmed, and I'm heavily invested in this company for over 2 years when it was trading into 80 cents, is their EsoCheck EsoGuard device that collects sample for looking for detection of esophageal cancer. So that I think will be a big thing. They're running 2 trials right now. I think the enrollment's going to be done maybe late this year, and then we will be looking for FDA approval. And I think this stock could really go much higher, maybe 30s or 40s once those trials are done. So this is one of my another big position I own. And then another one.
Wait. Can I ask you a couple questions first?
Yes, please.
So for the carpal tunnel treatment that they're working on, is it basically some sort of a device that this company makes so that way patients don't need to undergo surgery? Is that accurate?
It's an invasive device. So basically, a lot of information over there. And then the recovery time is just like a week compared to 4 to 6 weeks from open surgery. And this basically, just recently got approved by FDA.
Okay, and so now that it's approved by FDA, we're going to be able to start looking at some sales numbers that are coming out of the company, correct?
Especially because of COVID-19, it got delayed and, the surgery centers were closed. But hope is that, once we are fully, the surgery centers open more, then we're going to see more and more sales number in the future. But the big thing is EsoCheck and EsoGuard. And that's the same theme along with Dermatech, DMTK. If you look at the Exacts, which was $23 billion company, Dermatech over $2 billion, and look at the market cap for PubMed is basically trading roughly around 350 million, very cheap. When you're looking at detecting esophageal cancer through their technology instead of using endoscopy, which is more invasive.
Okay, and then Ripster, what do you make of a chart like this? All right, we obviously saw a ton of momentum. It's flattened out. How do you read something like this?
It's a flag. I read it as when the downtrend is broken, then that's the momentum comes in. That's how I read it. For me, it's clear. It's a fully. You have 1 month chart here. It's a full flag here. Okay, let me see.
And if you have a screen that you want to share, you're more than welcome to do that as well.
I have 4 screens, man. Maybe next time I'll be ready to share.
All right, next time.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's a good one. It's a flag. So
right.
let me tell you about this gambling stock.
I love how many ideas you guys have. Let's go. All right, you give us the ticker.
GMBL.
BMBL. All right. Esports Entertainment. We talked about that one before.
Oh, come on. Ripster, did you learn about that one from me?
I wish I learned from you. I would have gotten a better price.
He doesn't follow you on Twitter, Jason.
Yeah.
Well, Ripster, good enough ideas.
No, my good friend Mukund, he's a very good research analyst. He gave me this idea, and I'm blown away with the idea of the market cap compared to the potential compared to DK&J, and it has a lot of potential. Once this the love comes back to these gambling and all those stocks. But love to hear what you have to say. I mean, gamble. I have a big position on gamble.
All right. So we had to see. Can you guys hear me okay, though?
Yep. You sound good.
Yeah.
All right. I tried to give you guys the nice view of the golf course, and that internet over there was really bad.
We don't want the nice view. We were jealous. Now you just have these, beige shades, so we feel better about where we are. Ripster is still winning with the chairs. He's got the best background right now. Oh, now you have the best background. Okay.
Okay. So just making sure. All right. The chair. Ripster has a chair. So we had the GMBL CEO on. Yeah. Whatever. On this at the small cap conference. And then it was like at $4. And then it went up. And then we had him on 3 weeks ago on the show. And then the stock took off. Maybe it was because of you, but and the CEO came out and said he's starting to get more, value. The quote is, if you Google Benzinga and GMBL, he gave a quote that we're starting to get more fairly valued. Not to say that it was overvalued, but we're starting to get gambling like a gambling stock, like in this space. And the reason GMBL is so interesting, it has a lot of things coming together: esports, online gaming, and they bought 2 other companies that are legit and have serious revenue. So GMBL, I think it does have a good long-term future. Now the question is, what do you buy it at, and what is it at a year from now? That's it. But what I was so impressed, Ripster, we tried to do. Benzinga is doing 2 buyouts right now. We're buying 2 other companies, and it's so hard for us to get these transactions done. And these guys have really consolidated the industry. And that to me is as impressive as anything. So I do like GMBL. I do own the shares, not as much as I did, but maybe you can get me back in a big way if you tell me a good story.
No, did you review the latest earnings? Did you see the revenue guidance? They increased by 68% to 42 million this year.
So now that's what we're talking about. That is what we're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's,
and again they raised the guidance again on February 16 to 70 million. So the management has high expectations, right? And if you see a company increasing the guidance, and you know there's a potential, and DKNJ is selling for 44 times its sales, and Fubo is selling 12 times. Gamble is selling 3 times. Yeah, I mean, just on the potential, Gamble can be double here, right? It's just the market right now. There is not much love in DKNG and all these stocks, but when the love comes, the Gamble will be $30 stock. I tell you that.
And what I love is that you have both the multiple expansion story as a catalyst, but plus you have the revenue growth story.
Yeah. This is so I'm lucky. I'm blessed to have so many good friends who are analysts and traders like Farm. So I got a lot of information. This is information from my friend Mukund. So he's also on Twitter. So
I like the name Mukund. Mukund sounds like he's very smart.
Right? He's smart. Yeah.
And who's this Ryan Simonio character? Do you guys know him? Anyone?
No.
He's calling me nuts. He's saying we don't care, Raz. Ryan Simonio, you're about to get a 5-minute major, so take a hike. All right. All right, and then I got an update on your dermatology stock is what I was trying to get at. What's the symbol again? DMF?
DMTK. That's Delta Mike Tango Kilo.
So Lori, my friend says she knows the CEO, promising technology, and very promising. Doesn't know if lay people should be using it correctly or if they're going to use it correctly, but if they change the strategy, that could work. So she's a believer in it, and Lori's the smartest person.
And when she says lay people, does that mean like I would go and use it myself rather than going into a doctor?
She basically said it's definitely promising technology, but I don't know if it's meant for lay people like yourself, Luke, at home unless the CEO switch strategies, is what she said.
Okay, but
she likes it though.
Yeah, but I mean, let's ask Pharma. Is the idea for the company to go straight to consumers, or is it to be used by doctors?
They can be used in the doctor's office. It roughly takes, I think, 30 minutes. It's not really very complex thing to do. You basically put the sticker. They send you the whole stuff with all the directions in it, and then you just follow the directions, basically putting the sticker on that mold, and then all the instructions will be there, and then you just take that sticker, and then send back to the testing centers, or it could be done in the doctor's office.
Okay. So it seems like that use by individuals could be another catalyst. You don't need it necessarily for the story, but it seems like it could be another catalyst then.
Yes.
Okay. All right. How does that satisfy you, Jason?
Yeah, that satisfies me. That's definitely a catalyst. I mean, it could be at home, but I mean, what Pharma is saying makes sense. I'm gonna buy shares of it. If it's not today, I'll buy it Monday. I've been trimming some of my margin this week, so I'm not.
How long are you? Are you still more than 100% long?
Oh yeah. I was like 200% long. Let's say my account was $1 million. I was 40% margin. Now I'm 20% margin.
Okay. And so you said, let's say it's $1 million. So if we scale it back to 1,000, like closer to the real account value, it's like you're carrying $200 of margin.
Yes, I sold some of the gainers. I would put my account live, but Spencer Israel always hates that stuff. But I would put my true account live. I have nothing to hide.
All right, and Farm, you were about to give us another name too, and we jumped in and asked some follow-up questions on the last one, but can you give us that one?
Well, this is a speculative one, and this is basically because the catalyst coming up. Like I said earlier, that in biotechs you try to avoid binary catalyst, and if you do play, make sure your quantities are very small, and then buy right after looking at the data. And this one is YMTX.
YMTX. Okay, Humanity. Does that sound right? Let me get the
Yes,
screen up.
they signed a 500 million a collaboration with Merck last year. So if you look at their pipeline, they basically have over 16 plus different compounds for neurodegenerative diseases. And one of their early program right now where I'm focusing is for Parkinson's disease. So we are expecting data this quarter, and then early data from phase 1B basically next quarter. So I have a position. It's not huge, but based on my risk tolerance, and then I'm leaning more positive that the data is going to be positive. So that's why I had this position. And my goal is basically to add more shares once I see the data this quarter and next quarter. Look at the market cap, very cheap. Look at the float, very thin float, very hard to buy a share. So have a decent position. Again, this is my long-term position, and they have tons of compounds in early stage right now, looking at dementia and everything. But right now, their focus is on Parkinson's disease. Let the data come out this quarter, next quarter, and that's where the story is going to change.
And you said this one is or is not binary? Like we're not waiting on a big binary.
It is binary. That's why my position is decent based on my risk tolerance. And my idea is to basically, once I see the data this quarter, and then I'm going to add more to my shares. But after looking into the company, I did my DD over last few weeks. I'm leaning positive that the data should be good. But again, it's a speculative position. Whenever you play binary data, make sure your positions are based on your risk tolerance. My position is based on what I read and what I believe this company data is positive. I think this is going to double overnight because the stock was trading around, I think, 44, and it had a significant pullback to 19 and 20 where I'm adding shares.
Yeah, and if you look at the the YMTX chart, it's a downtrend channel on weekly, and the downtrend.
Sorry, really quick. When you say on weekly, are you looking at weekly candles, or are you looking at a week's worth of candles?
No, I look at weekly candles.
Okay.
Then I'm going back to maybe November 2020. So I'm looking at weekly candles. And if I see that YMTX is ready for channel breakout, and as Farm said, YMTX has catalyst coming, and he has done a great DD on it. I think once the reversal is there, it should run up into the catalyst and solid support at around 1650 area. Even if you take the channel breakout on YMTX, it should be 30, 35 are the targets. I'll put the chart on Twitter, and that's the trade thesis on YMTX.
Okay,
right?
so you like this one too then, Ripster?
Yeah. So I like that one too, because here's the thing. I look at what Farm or other biotech folks tells me, then I look at the chart. There are other ones too, but if the chart is not good, not trying to reverse, it's weakness, I don't buy weakness, I buy strength. Like I said, I want to buy high, sell higher, or if I'm not doing that, then I want to see the reversal. I can wait for reversal, even if I have to wait, even if I lose few points there, doesn't matter. I want to see the strength, right? I don't care I've got the bottom or not, but I want the reversal when it gives me a confirmation. And in this case for YMTX, the confirmation is the reversal of the weekly channel, and that's it. I play the probability that I have seen from my experience, my plays, and what I have studied past few years. The probability says a chart pattern, if it's reversing, the probability of pattern working, it should work, right? If it doesn't work, that doesn't work. But at least I'm not buying a bottom and hoping, okay, maybe it bounces here, I'm buying the bottom, maybe it bounces. No, when I buy a reversal, I'm playing a probability of a chart pattern, and I'm not hoping. I know the reversal is coming. Now if the pattern fails, doesn't work, that's a different thing. I played a setup, a strategy with a good fundamentals in biotech case, a good catalyst, run up. So yeah.
Okay. In farm, let me ask you this. So I jumped back in the chart and I thought my chart was broken. Like I wasn't loading data, but it was down when the stock was $1. I didn't even see it. What was the catalyst that happened here?
What catalyst are you referring to?
So I guess, or my chart is broken, but it looks like the stock like a couple months ago was at $1, and now it's at $20.
Which one is that?
They did
YMTX.
merger actually with another company. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, you need to get on trading view. The charts have to account for the reverse merger. Sometimes you get confused because a lot of other charts don't account for it, but then it's a better view.
Yep. All right, and I want to talk through a couple tickers that we got in the chat that you guys have mentioned recently. The first one is NVAX Novavax.
Yeah, that's one of my significant position from I basically bought a big position around 120, 119 area and all the way up to 130. I kept on buying shares around 160 plus. So this is one of my significant position I'm holding. My average is still in 160s. And I believe this.
He alerted it. He alerted to his followers. Where did you alert it, Pharma? Novavax?
119.
Yeah, and he kept saying, I was like, no, he's like, trust me, it's going to 300. And it did go to 300. So it's his baby, NVAX.
Cash register on that one. I mean, a doubling on a multi-billion-dollar stock like that. That's awesome. That's nice. Okay. All right. So Novavax, you hit it. You still like it. All right.
Luke, did you do TTD after earnings?
No, I didn't.
Did you see their earnings?
No.
TTD is going to be 1,000 soon, man.
Wow.
I got 8:30 yesterday, alerted everybody on Twitter to grab it. It touched 921 this morning. I mean, the earnings, the growth is exponential. 500% revenue growth. Was it something like that? So focus on these, like I always teach people, focus on the earning, EPS growth. If you learn what I taught you last Benzinga interviews, you would have got this TTD trade.
Yep. See, the only earnings one that I did this week is I did Planet Fitness short. Basically the social. Here's the thesis, right? They're reporting earnings. 30% of their signups every year come in from New Year's resolutioners in January. We got this awesome chart sent to us. Let's see if I can find it real quick. But we got this awesome chart sent to us that showed that there's basically no social mentions of Planet Fitness this January, right? Like we had seen every single year. Big spike in tweets, Instagram, Facebook on Planet Fitness. We didn't have it this year. So I took this one short into earnings. Not really doing much for me. So I got to close that one out. But all right, let me ask you about another one. MYOV. That's another one that I've seen in the chat a handful of times.
Yeah, it's his baby too.
That's another, one of my significant position I'm holding from mid-teens. Basically, they have three different things in the pipeline. The first one is for prostate cancer. Data was very good. They got the FDA approval already. And if you look at the Pfizer collaboration, that was a big thing. So now they have the resources from Pfizer. So I think that this stock likely going to double from here. And then they have strong data for endometriosis. Then they have strong data for uterine fibroids. So this is another one of my favorite biotech stock I'm holding long term.
So basically all the stocks you picked just double. Okay. But let me ask you about a third one. INFI Infinity. That's one that we got some mentions in the chat about as well.
Yes, I'm holding this stock as well. I did several swing trades on this. They had good data. But they did a secondary, and that's why secondary is putting pressure on the stock price. My goal is to pick up more shares around 350 area based on the chart, and that's from coming from Ripster. I'm not good at charts, so that's where he jumps in and he provides me all the direction. So I'm waiting for 350 area to add more shares.
All right.
Yeah. With Infi, the thing with Infi was it's a good long-term stock. Oppenheimer and a bunch of other analysts came out with 8-9 price targets after a great data. I think the mistake if I alerted the day it went it went $1 or some cents. The scalpers and day traders got out, but the offering weighed on it a little too much, right? Offering is always not it's not a bad thing. Offering is always a good thing, but the institutional demand was so much they increased the size of offering, and that's the weighing on it. That And I know a lot of followers, they just jumped and slapped it pretty high. They never understood a risk reward there, right? Like I always say, my risk reward is different. So that's why they keep asking about infi. And so my point here is good long term stock, right? If you are trading long term, hold it, build a risk reward, follow the thesis, build your own plan, and just let it work. And I'm still long in it, right? But I think the good lesson learned from me, if I want to talk about infi, when the data comes out, I should wait for what we call it, see how the offering is, what kind of offering we can expect, because shorts were hammering it the day the data came out, right? But nothing wrong with the stock is great. So that's a lesson. Make sure if you are not confident, let the offering close, maybe buy it after the offering, right? But just don't jump in blindly. But the data is there, good long term stock, put in fee. If they fulfill the potential of infi will be a $10 stock this year.
Okay.
Right? Just like Mario. So these biotechs. So when I trade these smaller price stocks or I'm usually in biotechs, and my biotech research comes from I know a little bit, but from all my circle, which are respected, PhD doctors and pharmacists like Pharma, Doug, who's and many other my friends, respected traders, that the full long term thesis, right? So you have to build that. You can't just jump on a stock. Okay, tomorrow I'll sell it for $1 up. Okay, maybe I can scalp it for 50 cents. Okay, you bought it on high, you can't scalp it, then you're bag holding, right? So
Yep.
yeah, I mean, at a certain point, even an investor is a bag holder, but it doesn't matter. You believe in a company, you are a bag holder, that's fine, right? But if you don't believe in anything and you have no conviction and you just buy randomly without a risk reward, then you're a bad holder with no conviction, and then it's a bad bag holder, I would say. So
Yeah.
don't be a bad bag holder. Only bag hold where you have conviction. Don't bag hold because somebody else is saying it, right? I mean,
Yep.
for me, it might be a small dent in my account. Doesn't matter. I'll just put it inside. But you guys can blow up your account. So don't focus on the plays. If I give a play, focus on chart, risk reward, understand your thesis, your conviction, right? So yeah. So lately, Luke, I want to point out one more thing here.
Yeah.
So
hit us.
so lately, what has happened, right, with this GameStop hype, right? The GameStop retail, so many new traders came industry, new followers. They want to get overnight rich, and they think, oh, these guys are posting ideas, jump on it, buy, slap. So and they are now crying and they are looking, oh, I lost all my money. A lot of people blown up, that, right? After this games, that's why I never even hyped the GameStop and AMC thing. So that's a big problem right now in the market. A lot of people are new, they are just in here for hype, and lot of them will go away. That's the fact. They will say, okay, these guys are not good, these guys are pumpers, let's leave the market, we are not getting any good ideas, because they came in the market on a hype on what somebody else said. Oh, my grandpa or my grandson told me AMC is going up, game is going up, let's go in the market. They never came in the market with the passion or with a long term view, like I talked about on my podcast. If you do that, yeah, doesn't matter. I give idea, farm gives idea, PJ, Zach, whoever gives idea, you will be a loser, right?
Mhm.
Ideas are, yeah. So you build your conviction. That's my point. Idea is ours, management is yours.
Yeah, and let me show you this chart that speaks to what you're just talking about. So what we have here is the number of people clicking from Benzinga.com to go open a new brokerage account. Right. So again, we're measuring people clicking from Benzinga to go open a new brokerage account. So, let's say we're averaging, I don't know, maybe 30,000 people a week, something like that. COVID happens, it spikes up to 80,000 people a week. Check this out. Let me zoom you out. Look at when GameStop happens. It's like COVID didn't even exist on the chart. This is the number of people who jumped in to open new brokerage accounts. We went from 75,000 to 250,000 week over week.
Wow.
And we're a small site, right? We're up to 15 million readers a month officially as of last night. But I mean, compared to Forbes and Yahoo Finance and everything, I mean, we're tiny.
I think back to Rippy's point, and I do that over time to time on my public feed as well. Ideas comes from different angles. Yes, I do post a lot after I do my DD. Sometimes a lot of my buddies, they provide me ideas. But the idea is that you need to do your personal due diligence whenever you invest money. Don't invest money blindly on what PharmD is saying or this person saying. You need to make sure you are comfortable with your investment. So when you buy something, make sure you are aware why you are putting money into stock A or stock B. So your personal due diligence makes more sense than just believing on someone's tweet. I always say, I have positions, so I could have a biased confirmation there because obviously my money is involved, so I'm writing about it. But when you read my ideas or my tweets, make sure you know the company before you put money into it. And I think it's not gambling, it's a professional investment. So read, and then invest money.
Absolutely. All right, and one last question out of the chat, and I'll let you guys go. But Ripster, what headphone model is that? We got a couple people asking what headphones you have.
These ones?
Yeah.
These are JBL Quantum 800.
There it is. All right. See, look at that. We always please on the show. Okay. Answered everything from your stock questions to your headphone questions. But all right, guys, I'll let you run. Thanks for hanging out. I mean, the ideas were flying. I'll recap them real quick. Here are the tickers. Somebody in the chat, help me out. Drop the tickers in the chat so everybody can get them. But DMTK, MREO, PAVM, GMBL, and then NVAX. That's a lot of tickers. And education. I love that you guys walk us through it instead of just making the pitch.
Thank you, Luke.
Thank you very much, Luke.
All right. Thanks, guys. Again, follow them on Twitter. These are two of the best accounts to follow. I don't say that often. Throw them a follow on Twitter. Say hi. Smash the like. And we're going to keep rolling.
Thank you. Have a good weekend, Luke.
You too. All right, guys. Yeah. So, all right. Here's my favorite chat comment of the day. Now JBL stock jumps. That's a good one. All right, guys. And if you aren't familiar with this show, you don't watch us normally, you tune in to check out Ripster and PharmD. Hit that subscribe, hit that like button. We go all day. We run from 8 a.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, and we just have ideas flowing constantly. That's the idea. All right, we're trying to. We've got three things that we try to do. One, give trade ideas. Two, have fun. Be a little bit goofier than like your CNBCs. Look at, I even have an explicit soundboard. Surprise, motherfucker. And then three, we also have gimmicks. We do some giveaways. We tell jokes. We take caller lines in. We open up the. Should we open up? Let's do one more user call. Throw the number up, Rohan. We're gonna get clip into our next guest in just a minute here. We're running behind. But yeah, let's get one more user call in. We just did some a little bit ago. It was pretty funny. I got called out for drinking diet soda. And then we got a couple new stock ideas there. But producer Rohan, can you throw that phone number up on the screen? Again, guys, just previewing what we have going on later today for you. So we got two guests who are going to be joining us. We're going to be talking stocks. Then we actually have a VC guest, venture capitalist, talking about some VC plays and what they see in the market now. We're also going to be doing an option segment, options education. And then tomorrow, somebody's saying, Luke, did you buy Clove? Yep, I'm in Clove, CLOV. And tomorrow, all day, this is how hard we're working out here for Zinger Nation. We're doing a boot camp. It's totally free. There's no charge for this. Check this out. It's benzingabootcamp.com. I'll drop the link in the chat, but we're going from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern on a Saturday, just doing all education. We're talking options. We're talking SPACs. We're going to talk a little bit of swing trading, do some stock picking, but all day Saturday. It's free to attend. No reason not to register, right? Come and hang out with us. But there's the deal there. Let me throw that link into the chat. What about the chat challenge? Yes. We are going to do the chat challenge. Absolutely. Chat challenge. Zinger Nation going head to head to figure out who can answer. Oh, do we have a caller, Rohan, or no? Nope, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, I can.
Okay, so that was my bad. We have to cycle new numbers every so often so we don't get a bunch of calls. So I just have to set up a new phone number real quick.
Oh, okay. All right. Well then. All right. Well, Rohan sets up the new phone number. Let's bring our next guest on. Let's ask producer Aaron if he can grab my charger because my laptop is about to die. But all right, throwing him on here into the den. Robert, what's up, man? You are back with us.
How's it going, man?
Doing well. How about yourself?
Doing great. It's nice to have a bounce back today.
Dude, I know. I was down like $6,000 yesterday. I'm like not an emotional trader by any means, right? I've gotten through those days. It's been like almost 10 years now that I've been in the markets. But yesterday was one of those days where I'm like getting tested a little bit. Like, oh God, should I just go all cash at this point?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I always get the most DMs for sure. It's like all these young kids are like, do I sell everything now? It's like, no, this happens. Stocks actually don't go up every day, surprisingly. But yeah, it's good to see a bounce back though.
All right. And I mean, you do a ton of educational content. What is like the question you get asked most? Like what market question do people have the most?
Mainly people are like, what's like the best time to buy a stock? How do I find the stock? Because I mean, I try and give investors, these young investors, ideas. There's so much enthusiasm, but they just don't really know what to do with it. You know, they're buying penny stocks, they're buying super speculative stuff. I basically just try and show them how I'm more of a growth investor. So I show them how I go through my process, kind of how I find stock picks, and really just try and take that all that enthusiasm they have and kind of put some structure to it.
Okay. And like, I mean, it like those are tough questions to answer, right? Because you never want to say like Ripster just made a great point, and he said like do your own DD, right? Don't just depend on other people, and that's what everybody wants, right? Like, you know, I was in the gym yesterday, right? And so you know, I just got bombarded by like 3 people of like, hey, give me a ticker, give me a hot stock, give me a thing to buy. I sort of want to because I want to pump up my stocks, but I don't want to have that kind of liability. So it's like
yeah, for sure. And they're like, oh, is this stock going to go up? Is it going to go down? It's like nobody really knows in the short term. It's like you have to have a long-term perspective with these. I mean, you can day trade. It's never really worked for me. I'm more of a long-term investor. But I try to just instill those good habits at a young age. I wish I would have done it. I lost a lot of money when I first started in the markets. You know, buying speculative options and using not very good risk management.
All right, let's break out the. Have you blown up an account? You said you lost a lot of money. I imagine you have. I've blown up 3. You want to trade a story on how?
Yeah. So this wasn't even that speculative, but this is back when I first started out. I was working for a company called Casey Research. There was this really hot stock called Poseidon Concepts, but just as during the fracking boom, it was a company that made these huge pools for fracking water. Had insane fundamentals, like 80% margins, 20% profit margins, and about an 8% dividend yield. So I was like, oh, I'm going to put a bunch of money in this. This looks great. Turns out it was too good to be true. Turned out to be a fraud. Fell about, I think, like 90% in a week. Blew up my account right away. I was like, oh, maybe this investing thing isn't for me. But I guess 10 years later, you know, you live and you learn a little bit. If it's too good to be true, it looks too good to be true, it probably is what I learned with that one.
Yeah, my favorite account that I blew up, I think, and again, I blew up 3 accounts from ages 15 to 19. Right, it's like I was like bust my ass all summer mowing lawns, accumulate like $700, and then piss it away in the market. My favorite one that I think I blew up was I would buy every stock that was down like 80% on a day, thinking it can't go any lower. This thing's at $1, it can't go to 0, and then I would short. I don't know how I got shorting permissions, but my brokerage gave me shorting permission. That was irresponsible of them. But then I would short any stock that had doubled. You know, stock's up 90% because it cleared an FDA trial or something. I'd be like, oh, this thing's going back down. Short it. You know, that doesn't last long.
That's a common mistake, too. Everybody wants to buy stocks that are down, getting beaten up. I'm more of a momentum guy. You know, I'm not afraid to buy a stock if the chart's up in the top right-hand corner. Those are usually my best trades. You kind of want to – that's another thing I always tell them. You know, I never really average down positions unless it's a very high conviction idea. I'm more of an average up type guy. because I love to ride the momentum, and I like to add more money to what's working.
All right, so can you give us some names you like right now?
So one I got for you guys is Ozon. It's a Russian e-commerce company. I know everybody. I feel like everybody knows Sea Limited. You know, they're like the Amazon of Southeast Asia, and Jumaya, the Amazon of Africa.
Okay, take her on this one, guys. OZON, Oscar Zebra, Oscar November. Sorry, keep going, Robert.
In that same vein, this is basically the Amazon, quote unquote, of Russia. They're basically the biggest e-commerce player in Russia, which is a pretty untapped market right now. Only about 40% of Russians use any sort of e-commerce compared to about 70% in the US. The growth runway looks huge. The total addressable market is supposed to double by 2023 in Russia. And the stock is growing. Their sales are already at 61% growth over the last year. So I'm in at 44 on that one. So I'm in at 40. I'm in at 44 on that one, but I added more to it on February 1st, but actually thinking about adding a little bit more at this point. It's only a 13 billion market cap company, which seems kind of small. If they're going to be the dominant e-commerce player in Russia and serve all those surrounding countries as well, potentially, I think there's a huge growth opportunity there.
Okay, so what are the catalysts that we're looking for? Is it basically the earnings reports? We want to just see the earnings reports continue to show that growth, or what's the catalyst that we're looking for?
Strong earnings, basically, and I'm just looking for more e-commerce adoption to happen in Russia, because again, only 40% of people use any sort of e-commerce in Russia. The infrastructure is still getting built out there, so I'm looking for a bounce back in their economy as well. You know, they got crushed by COVID, but like everyone else, but mainly looking at their earnings reports, that they had a strong one not too long ago.
Yeah, and I would imagine that there's a little bit of bounce that we're seeing in oil is good for this stock as well, because Russia's such an oil dependent economy.
Yep. So I'm bullish on commodities right now, oil included. You know, with all the printing going on across the world, that's starting to feed into commodities. So I could see that going up. I know OPEC didn't do oil any favors the other day when they're turning on the spigots again, and increasing supply in that market. But I still think the trend is up. I think oil's up about 40% in the last 2 months or something. It's been going pretty strong, and I don't see that stopping anytime soon.
Okay, so let's talk about commodities a little bit, right? I just put this great comment on the screen. First account I opened was during Y2K. There was still nuclear fallout from that account. That's pretty good. But commodities, you like commodities, you're bullish on them. How do you invest in commodities? Are you buying futures? Are you buying the ETFs? Are you buying stocks? How do you go about doing that?
So it's more commodity specific. One company I've been looking at over the last few weeks is Archer Daniels Midland. You know, they're one of the largest commodity players in the world, more for oil seeds.
Ticker ADM, guys.
Yeah, that's more of a play on food inflation, which actually food inflation is the highest that it's been right now in about the last 7 years. Which, I mean, again, there's just so much money flowing through the system right now. And if we start seeing higher economic growth here, especially in the US, which I want to say Goldman came out with a report the other day saying they expect 7% GDP growth for the US later this year, which would be, I mean, it might force the Fed's hand, which could be, you know, a headwind for markets, which would be unfortunate. But I think a lot of that money is going to feed, and just economic activity is going to cause a general rising in prices over the second half of the year, which a lot of that is going to feed into food inflation. But since that's what Archer Daniels Midland, that's what they sell, they're going to pass off those prices to consumers, which will raise Archer's earnings theoretically. So that's one play I'm looking at in the commodity space.
All right, I like that one. I do own a couple commodities. I do it through the ETFs. And everybody who's watched the show for a while, we've gone through how I set up my ETF portfolio. That's where I manage the majority of my assets. You know, like the DBM, USO, a couple of the commodity ETFs. But I've got no food exposure. I like that one. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that one has room to run.
Okay. All right. What else should we talk about?
So one that I think we talked about last time I was on here, which has just ripped since then, was Afterpay. It's the buy now, pay later company. We've had the Affirm IPO since then. But basically, I don't know if anyone's not familiar with the company, they're still kind of under the radar. They're an Australian company. They trade OTC. So the Robinhood crowd won't be able to find it on Robinhood. But they basically, if you don't have the cash to pay for, you know, a jacket or something up front, they let you pay half then, and then you pay off the rest over the next 2 weeks. And just from a behavioral aspect, any company that lets Americans spend money they don't have, I think is going to do pretty well. And we've already seen that happen with the stock price. I think it's up 60% in the last few months.
Woo! All right, hold on.
That's like the U.S. company.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Affirm is their biggest competitor. And there's another one, something with a K. I forget what it's called.
Yep. I like Afterpay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I'll say from like a business standpoint, right, we recently integrated PayPal checkout into our products, and one of the reasons that we did it was because we had so many consumers asking us for that feature. Is, hey, if you integrate PayPal, they've got a program where instead of me paying the whole chunk of money up front, they'll spread it out over a year for me. And as a vendor, we don't care. PayPal fronts us all the money. Great, if that's what consumers want, we'll go ahead and do it. We're in this for Zinger Nation. So I think it's really compelling from that vendor standpoint as well.
Yeah, and I like it too. Most of my portfolio is American stocks as well. I wanted to add some international exposure. They're an Australian company, so it was kind of a no-brainer, especially with the dollar weakening. It's played out really well so far. It's kind of near my target price now, but I think that's going to be a long-term hold for me. I don't have any plans to sell that one.
Are you going to take money off the table if you're nearing that price target, or you're letting it ride?
For that one, I'm just less likely to add. Again, like if I'm not really an average down type guy. I like to average up. I've averaged up twice on Afterpay at this point, so my position's gotten pretty big already. So I'm unlikely to add if it's above my target, but I'm probably just going to let that one ride for a while. I think it's going to do pretty well.
Okay. All right. I like that one. What about, you have any opinion on the fitness stocks? Like the Planet Fitness, the Pelotons, in any of those?
So haven't done a ton of research on either of them. I could see them bouncing back with people getting a little more comfortable going back to the gym. Me personally, I just set up a gym in my garage about 3 months ago because here in LA, gyms have basically been illegal for the last year. But yeah, haven't really looked into them too deep. I know Peloton's been a hot stock for a while, but yeah, not super familiar with either.
Yeah, we sort of had this weird phenomenon in Michigan where we're based out of here at Benzinga, where restaurants and bars were closed for months, but gyms were allowed to be open. And I'm like, all right, I'll take it. It seems sort of weird, right? You got all these people packed in, breathing on the same stuff, sweating on the same stuff. But hey, whatever. I guess you can't go out to eat. All right, Jason, you're back.
Yes, I'm back, and the restaurants in Michigan, it's ridiculous. 10 p.m. curfew until the end of March. We have the lowest rate of infections. I don't know what our governor's doing. I feel bad for all Michigan restaurants, companies, etc. We're not treating it fairly. Sorry, that's my public service announcement.
There you go.
Hey, at least you guys had restaurants open. We just got outdoor dining back about 2 weeks ago here.
Oh, really?
I've just been getting takeout. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm jealous that you can have outdoor dining. I don't know how much you can see behind me, but everything is snowy here. So we really can't even have that.
I'm born and raised in Cleveland, so I know those winters very well.
Are you a Cavs fan?
Big time Cavs fan, Browns fan, Indians
if you
fan.
ever want to come to a Cavs game and get like a backstage tour, like the locker room and all that, let us know. One of our investors owns the Cavaliers.
Oh, Dan Gilbert, big fan. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah. That's yes. Boys. We're boys.
His Rocket Mortgage stock it's struggling a little bit, but I still got a long-term perspective on that one too, especially with rates so low.
Yeah, I mean those stocks have definitely been challenged, and you're right with rates so low. The 10-year bond is at 130. It was at $1 when this thing started. Move away, and it was at $1, and it's at 130 now. The 10-year, which means rates will go up. So investors are shying away, but Rocket Companies is actually different, guys. It's not just a mortgage company. I think they're doing close to $1 billion in transaction in automotive. I don't know the exact number, but like there's a lot more there. I mean, think about our Carvana. Like they're going to be playing in that world too. So it's a different kind of company, at least in my mind. But I own the stock. I own it long term.
Yeah. And you touched on why the reason I'm in this stock too, ticker RKT. And again, the reason why I like it and have been hammering it since it's had its IPO is because I see the infrastructure and the scale they're able to achieve with mortgages. And there's no reason why they couldn't scale that out across the spectrum of public or of financial services, right? I mean, they can process this many mortgages and have this many financing relationships and that sort of thing. There's no reason they shouldn't also be number one in cars and personal loans and that sort of thing.
And the mortgage process, Robert, is hard. You got to be licensed in every state, et cetera, and they have that thing down. So that's why I like RKT. I think it's interesting that Luke brought up Palantir or not Palantir.
I do that too. There's too many effing stocks to start with P right now. No more P IPOs this year. If there's any IPOs that start with the letter P, let's all just agree to short the shit out of them. I get all of my tickers confused.
I was about to do an IPO of a new stock, but I guess I won't say the name. All right, but yeah, Luke gets that confused. But he went short Planet Fitness last night. How'd that go for you, Luke?
It's like what? It didn't go either way, right? Okay. So here's the chart. It's down 1.5%, right? It doesn't matter. I'd rather have it be down 1.5% than up 1.5%. But again, it basically didn't move for us.
Got it. Okay. And how do we find you, Robert?
You can find me on Instagram at TickStocks or on TikTok as TickStocks as well.
Is that how we found you?
Yeah, I think so. Your producer reached out to me back in December.
But you must be putting out some good, smart stuff. So
I try to.
All right, I do have a question for you, man. And if you don't know it, then give me your best BS answer. CLOV, Clover Health. We get asked about Clover Health more than we get asked about our kids. I mean, seriously. So what do you think about CLOV?
Not super familiar with them. Is that one of Chamath's SPACs?
Yeah.
Sounds kind of familiar.
You can't go with that. You just have to come up with something. All right, yeah.
I think that's what did. I want to say Hindenburg Research had that short report on them as well that kind of tanked the stock. They've kind of been on fire for the last year. I mean, they took down Nikola last year as well. So I haven't really looked into the stock. I'm looking up their Morningstar report right now. They look like they're a telemedicine type company, but not a ton of insight, to be perfectly honest.
All right. Well, all I know is I get asked about it a decent amount. I'm not in it that much these days, so I just wanted to ask you if you had any color on it, because people ask about Clover. I don't know why it's still like such a passionate cult stock, but it is. They go crazy about it. It's one of the biggest ones. My wife likes it though. I don't know why she likes it, but she likes that stock.
She follows Ripster on Twitter. That might be why.
She follows Ripster on Twitter.
It looks like they had a nice reversal today, though, from the chart. It looked like death for the last few months, from what I can tell. But good to see that bounce.
Yep, absolutely. We finally are starting to see a little bit more energy go into some of these SPACs again. All right,
Luke, do we have the chat challenge coming up?
We have the chat challenge. Then I gotta bounce.
Luke, do we have
I gotta leave the show in your hands, Jason.
All right. Well, Robert, thank you for coming on and making us look awesome.
Thank you, Robert.
Riley, say thank you to Robert.
Thank you, Robert.
Anytime, guys.
All right, we appreciate you, man. Well, come on again, please. Okay. They like how you think. In the comments, are like, we like how Robert thinks. Okay.
I do what I can.
All right, man. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right,
okay,
thanks, guys.
Let's go to the chat challenge. All right.
Let's do
Luke.
it. All right. You have a video for me?
Luke, no, I got it. Luke.
Joshi.
I got a new graphic for the chat challenge. You ready, Luke?
No. Singer Nation is going head to head to head to head to head.
Perfect.
Singer Nation is going head to head to head to head to head.
Perfect. You like that?
I like that. It's got me dancing a little bit. I don't have to introduce the chat challenge every time we do an update.
Have you seen this yet? Have you seen this yet? Say hi.
The only thing that would make it better is if it was a little bit longer. I got the blood flowing. Everybody, get up, dance a little bit to the song.
Our next show host is Natalie Shirley. Natalie, will you talk?
Hi, Natalie.
Florida. How you doing?
Doing well. We're excited for your 2:30 show. It's going to be awesome. Guys, stay tuned. Natalie's doing a show today at 2:30. All right. All right, Jason, I'm going to clip us over to the chat challenge. I do have to hop on a call with Trade Station. That's right, Trade Station. Shout out Trade Station at 1:30 here. But let's pull up the screen. The winner this week. Every single week we're running a competition.
Merkio, I got you. Thank you for the feedback. Keep going.
All right, every single week we're running a competition. We're trying to figure out who's the smartest one in the chat. If you missed it this week, tune in Monday. Smash the subscribe button. We do it every single week. The winner this week is getting some Bitcoin sent to them. I don't know how to send Bitcoin, but I'm sure Zinger Nation will help me. I'm throwing up the screen now. Boom. Akil, you are the winner. He guessed on Monday, or sorry, short week. He guessed on Tuesday the price of Bitcoin would be $55,000 at this time on Friday. Actual price 54,883 within 0.2%. It's like he already knew. So boom, there it is. One more air horn. Shoot us an email, powerhour@benzinga.com. Again, that's powerhour@benzinga.com to claim your prize, guys. And again, we will be back at it. If you didn't win, let's say you were one of these guys who had the price off by 42%. Don't worry, we'll do some sort of stock competition next week. I wonder what I guessed. Where was I on this one?
All right, Luke.
Okay, I didn't even guess.
Luke, I'm taking over right now with no guest, right?
You do have a guest at 1:30.
Okay, well, I don't want a guest right now, so no guest right now. Okay, who's my guest?
You got Jeff Ransdell coming on. He does VC in the Miami area. Talking about the Miami VC market.
All right. Oh yeah, go come on in a minute. Okay. All right. All right, Luke, you have to go.
I gotta go hustle up some money, guys. Zinger Nation, we love you. Thank you for letting us do this every single day. I'm leaving the show in Jason's mostly capable hands, very capable hands. Just depends how many Mai Tais he's had today. But all right, guys, peace. I'm out. Happy trading.
All right, Luke, thank you. Guys, before we bring Jeff on, I want to give you a quick update on the challenge, and I want to get this stuff going. And, there's no Ted Cruz here, guys. I don't know what you're talking about. Am I doing a Ted Cruz? No, I'm in Florida. I live in Michigan. I don't get out to the sun that often. I'm too pasty white, and they complain. So I'm here to work on my tan for you guys so I can look pretty and bring you the stuff. We got 2,000 people here right now, 2,800, which is not bad. I would say right now CNBC has like 31,000 live. So we're going to get there. We'll get there. But, yeah, my look, I don't love it. But this is what it is. I'm trying to get some more color. But what I want to say is we're bringing out a very smart VC, someone that knows the markets, and it's exciting. But if you're listening to this channel, what I want you to do, again, it's something you have to take 2 minutes. Go to E-Trade and say, we want Benzinga news because what the news you have on eTrade.com doesn't show when the markets are moving, etc. Send an email to powerhour@benzinga.com with your message and screenshot, and we will send you Benzinga swag. We need your address and we need your size. Please do that. And John Lopez, thanks for your feedback. But yeah, that's about it. And hope you guys are having a great week. And now I'm going to bring on Jeff, the VC. Here we go. Jeff, the VC. There he is. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Jason, where are you in Florida?
Aventura.
Aventura. Well, I'm down in Miami, so Aventura is a good place to be.
Are you going to be at Carbone tonight?
You know what? I might be. You going to be there tonight?
There or Satai, one of the two.
Both are good choices. So yeah,
so
I was at the Satai literally an hour ago. I'm at the Soho House now.
Yep. Friday nights Satai are pretty good. So you live down here?
Yes, I've been in Miami for 21 years.
So what room are you in right now? What is this that we're looking at right now? Where are you?
Well, this is a video room at the Soho House.
Got it. So you're at the Soho House right now, and
yes,
you're wearing a sport coat. You look nice.
Well, thank you. Well, if I was sitting by the pool, I'd look a little different, but I'm not.
I know. I'm not usually like this, but the audience tells me they like to see me in real life. So I didn't. Well, I have a polo shirt right there that I could put on right now, but they like to see. I don't know. That's what they tell me. So, and we've grown a lot. So,
if I'm not mistaken, you live in Michigan. So why the hell would you ever be doing anything other than what you're doing right now if you're in Florida?
Exactly. So Jeff, what do you do? Tell us about yourself a little bit.
I am a venture capitalist down here we're headquartered in Miami. We have offices. We have a small office in Guatemala City, a small office in London, small office in Spain, small office in Israel.
Got it. Now, How long ago did you start the firm?
I did. Yeah, it's my firm. I started it in 2017. Before that, I was a senior executive at Merrill Lynch, and I retired from that in 2016 to start this firm.
And what kind of ventures are you invested in? Is it small? Is it private equity? What kind of sizes are you doing?
Well, when you say sizes, you mean the checks that we write?
Check size, yeah.
Yeah, we'll write checks from anywhere from $1 million to 20 million. I mean, we just did a deal 2 Fridays ago at the SLS here in Miami with a founder, and that deal will be 50 million. That'll be the largest deal we've ever done.
What industry?
That is a fintech. So we lean in basically on 8 different verticals that we focus in on, but fintech is a big one. Obviously, coming from Wall Street, it's one of my lean-ins, if you will.
And that's where your passion lies. So any investments that you've made that are, what were you going to say?
You're breaking up a little bit, Jason. What's that?
Any investments that you've made that are public now?
They have not gone public yet.
No. Not public markets. Public, like that you can talk about. Anything you can talk about that you've made.
Well,
that's the last one. You didn't say the name, so that's why I'm assuming you can't talk about it.
No. That company's called TradeShift. It's a huge fintech play. If you don't know about it, you should check it out. Leading in their space. I can talk about all of them actually, Jason.
Wait, talk more about that one.
TradeShift. Yeah. So what they do is basically procurement between supply chains and the end consumer. So think of it like let's say you're Bose Stereo and you are supplying radios to General Motors, Ford, etc. TradeShift does all of the invoicing, all of the money back and forth, all the wiring, takes care of everything soup to nuts. And they do it for, really, to be honest with you, the who's who of any company, in Fortune 500 or whatever it might be. Huge company. It's valued right now at about $2.5 billion. We anticipate taking it public first quarter, second quarter 2021. I personally, my humble opinion, $5 billion to $10 billion is where she'll roll in at.
Wow. Okay, that's pretty sweet, Jeff. What are some other ones? And what's your VC name? I know your name, like Jeff Ransdell, but is the fund your last name? What?
No, the fund is Fuel Venture Capital.
Well, Aaron, we put the link in the chat, please, so you can see it. So if you did, they already put it. Okay, cool. Let me put your Twitter name. So if someone's listening right now, should they? Why should they reach out to you, or what kind of companies should reach out to you if they're listening right now, Jeff?
Well, I think if there are founders that are listening right now and they're looking for venture capital money, if they're at that stage where venture capital or institutional money is something that they're going to be looking at or can take, then reach out to us. That'd be great. If you have investors who I think your show is largely focused on the public markets, and you are smart to have conversations like this one with me. But if you have investors on the call that are looking for access to owning companies before they get to the stock market, then give us a call. I mean, that's really what we do. We our LPs, our limited partners are typically, the only way you can get in our fund is if you know someone who knows someone who knows someone who knows us. So now you know us. So that's how you gain access. It's kind of a VIP table.
No, I love it, and I love the name Fuel Venture Capital. Provide fuel to it. I have a domain name, Ignite It, and the whole idea is like ignite what you're building. This is I don't use it for anything, but I love the name Fuel Venture Capital. And so
there's a marijuana company called Ignite. I don't know if you're familiar with that one. Dan Branzerian, yeah.
Bill Zeri, yes, I was at his Valentine's party. Can you believe that?
Well, I can believe it. I bet it was a hell of a party.
It was. I went there, I'm a media guy. It's actually pretty funny. They had some YouTube celebrities, and there's a YouTube video of one of the celebrities doing a 10-minute thing, and you see me walking around holding my iPhone, just taking video. Let's just say that, okay? I look like the biggest nerd ever. I'm just taking video. Yeah. I'll send you the clip one day. It is Ignite. Yes, I know people are gonna now say a lot of stuff about Ignite, but yes. Hey, Jeff, I actually tried to sell the domain Ignite it to Dan. And he said people don't care about domains anymore, he said, because you can just search stuff, so he didn't want it. That's what he told me.
I disagree with that. But anyway, that's his loss.
I know,
Yeah.
I agree. I agree with you too. And so what are some other startups or that you're excited about that Fuel Venture Capital is invested in?
Well, I've got you know what SAR technology is?
Which one? Say again?
Do you know what SAR technology is? Do you know what that means?
I think so, but make sure you tell me.
Yeah.
Like,
Bottom line is,
networking?
I'll give you the quick dirty on this. If I know the chemical makeup of wood, of cement, of steel, doesn't matter what it is, I can use computers to dissipate the image and look through it. So when you take that technology and you apply it to a microsatellite, which basically skates on the surface of the planet, you can take very, very good imaging, less than 5 meters. And if I had, for example, the coordinates of where you are right now, I would be able to tell you what color shorts you're wearing, if you have shoes on, if you have sandals on. If I knew the coordinates of your house, I could tell you how many boxes of cereal are in your damn kitchen. That's a really big company that we own a big piece of, and we're taking. Well, it should be going public here in the next 6 months. I can't really get into it, but it's amazing.
That
Amazing
seems
company.
too amazing.
Yeah, it's an incredible company. It's one of our it's in our space tech play, but that one's, again, we're talking 5-6 months now, and it'll be rolling out into the public market. So that's a big one. It's called Predasar and Terran Orbital.
Okay.
Both public companies at the moment.
All right. Okay, I like that. Now we're gonna go to a next phase of next phase of this interview about how you got to where you got. But before we do that, we got to show you our next our graphic. Hold on. This is how we introduce him. Hold on.
Okay.
All right, Jeff, you like it? Jeff Ransdell
I
here.
like it a lot.
Fuel Venture Capital. Yes, this is what we do. I mean, Benzinga, I don't know if you know us, but a few years ago, we were 10. You do? Okay. So we're 10, 20 people. Now we're about 100 people. We get about 15 million people to our site a month. About 60 million people read us. And we provide content to every major brokerage platform, basically. And that's our business. And it's real. I mean, it's crazy, the growth. It's crazy, and we're only here. We're only growing because of the people in the audience who are asking questions. So anyway, Jeff,
congratulations to you, Jason.
No, thank you. Congratulations to you. And this is where we're going to go more about you. How did you get to where you got? How did you not just work at Merrill Lynch, but then have a passion for venture capital and then pursue that? Most people, they're stuck at not stuck, but they're a financial advisor, wealth manager. They stay in that because you can make very good income. You get your AUM, you make very good income. So love to hear your background of how you to Merrill Lynch and then where you are and how you got to where you got. So let's hear that.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good point that you brought up. I mean, you can get really comfortable doing whatever it is that you're doing. And, I just got to this point in my career where, I've always been big on technology. I was a private investor in venture capital while I was at Merrill in the public markets. It became very obvious to me, my humble opinion, that, technology was democratizing, information, and that it was going to have a significant effect on the public markets. And that the real wealth, again, my humble opinion, but the real wealth creation is found in the private markets. It's found by hunting incredible founders. Technology is changing everything. It's not going away. I think if anything that COVID did, it proof sourced that thesis. And so I decided, instead of looking in the mirror every morning and kind of questioning myself, I decided to, take a bold move, get the hell, take the needle of opium out of my arm that they were kind of pumping in there for 20 some years, and get myself extremely uncomfortable and build out this firm. And my whole idea with building out this firm was that I wanted to provide private clients, investors, access to these companies, because if you don't know someone who don't know someone who don't know someone, to get to know someone like myself, you can't get access to this stuff. I was at Merrill Lynch, and you don't talk about venture capital at a Merrill Lynch, UBS, or a Smith Barney. You just don't do that. So it was very frustrating to me, and I wanted to try and make a difference, and that's why I am where I am now.
Okay, so no, that's awesome. Now, our Predecessor, this one that you were talking about, is that the main one that you're talking about that you invested in that can do all this like crazy radar technology type stuff?
Yeah, that's Predecessor. Yeah, it's actually two companies. You have a data play in Predecessor, which is providing data to the three-letter agencies in the United States. The customers are all government type. All the three-letter agencies buy the data, and we just supply them with the data. And then Terran Orbital is a microsatellite manufacturing company that gives us the ride to space.
Got it. Okay, so are they going to merge, or are they going to be separate? You own parts of both.
I own parts of both, and it is one company. So Terran Orbital is the mothership, and then underneath that's about 100 other companies inside of the space ecosystem.
And by the way, I did not know this SAR technology until you explained it. I thought it was something else, but it's not. I mean, it seems so unbelievable. Is there a way to demo it or see it at all? Like, it seems like almost too good to be true.
There's some different places on the web that you can, if you Google SAR technology, you can get some demos and whatnot. I think there's a good one where it's looking at the Wynn Hotel in Las Vegas. You can see right through it. I think it's a great one to use as an example.
Wow.
But our technology is actually better than what you see on that demo. A lot better.
Is this company still raising money?
It is not right now. No, it's actually about 2 hours ago just signed a letter of intent for a SPAC roll-up.
Got it. Okay. All right. You may need some Benzinga money in it. Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
you never know. Call me later when I can actually talk about it.
Yep. No, I hear you. Any companies that we haven't talked about that you think the active traders here or the listeners would want to hear about?
Well, but you got to understand, in my world, active traders can't get access to this stuff. My world is all about finding companies, curating those companies to someday give them to all these active traders. So everything I'm in, my friend, right now, I have very little public market stocks anymore in my portfolio. It's all private equity.
So I'm getting a question in the chat. Maybe we got some big spenders, Jeff. They want to know if you're taking money from LPs, and if you are, what is the minimum entrance fee? That's what they're asking.
So every smart general partner like myself always keeps VIP shares to the side. So I do have some shares that I can issue out. Our minimum commitment size is $1 million.
So guys, if you want to get a hold of Jeff and I see they paid me money to ask you that question, just so you know. I swear to God, because I didn't ask it first because I didn't think they really needed it. And then the guy paid like a YouTube fee, not much, but
nice.
So if you created the Benzinga ETF, yeah, that'd be cool too. This guy says create a Benzinga ETF to get access to some of these ventures. It would be great. I agree. So what's your email, or what email can they reach out to if they want to potentially get further information about investing, or if you want to talk? I know you don't take any random investors. So what's a good reach out email to get a hold of someone?
I'll tell you, here's two great ways to follow what we're doing. So my email is jeff@fuelventurecapital.com. Okay. That's my email. If you want to follow what we're doing, we do an incredible job on Instagram. My handle on Instagram is Jeff Ransdell VC. And you can also see a lot of what we're doing on our Instagram for the firm, which is Fuel Venture Capital. And it'll give you a really good taste of all of our portfolio companies. But these are incredible companies that are absolutely changing the verticals that they're in right now. Fintech, space, robotics. Our robotics company is one of the top 3 robotics companies in the world. Doing a lot of amazing things during COVID for people. For example, if you have a grandmother or whatnot that's been in a assisted living, facility or something like that, they haven't been able to have visitors. You haven't been able to leave. Our robots can go in there and you can actually sit at the table, have dinner with your grandmother, watch a movie with your grandfather, whatever it might be. I mean, we're involved in cutting edge, amazing technologies, and soon or later they'll end up in your world, and people will be able to buy them, in the public markets. But today they're private. You got to know someone who knows someone to get access to them.
So I guess I have one more question. are you doing the fundraising per deal, or is it a set fund? Are you doing like an SPV per deal, or is it a set fund that you have?
Jason, it's a good question. We have a fund, so you come into the fund, you get diversified amongst the 25 companies. But then what we do, which is I think very unique because our investors have asked us to do it, which is we will allow our investors to co-invest. So they can go into specific SPVs for companies that they also have high conviction for. It's a really, really great value add from our perspective, because you get to come in and take advantage of all of our work. And we do a lot of financial engineering. So our investors usually come in significantly lower than the street price on any deal that we do.
Got it. Okay. No, that's because a lot of people will do one-off deals, but no, that works. So that's how, if they're in the fund, they get bigger access to these other deals. Okay. So you guys got.
If you're a part of the family, you get special treatment.
Okay. I like that. So you guys got Jeff's email, jeff@fuelventurecapital.com, on Instagram, Jeff Ransdell, VC, I think. If that's not right, I know it's in the chat a million times, so they'll get it right. Yeah, Jeff Ransdell, VC. I see you have in that thing. Now, if I see you tonight, maybe I'll look a little different, but say hi. I don't know if I'm gonna stay with my. What'd you say?
I said I for sure will. If you see me, make sure you come up.
Yeah, because I think we're gonna do like at 8 o'clock. I think, or unless my son convinces me to not go. We'll see. I have we'll see. We'll see what's gonna happen. But all right. Well, it was good. It was good having you on. We would love to have some of your portfolio companies come on and have you whenever. I mean, we go all day from 8 a.m. to about 5 p.m. and soon we'll be going 24 hours. So.
Well, Jason, if you want to, I'll offer this up to you. Since you're down here in Florida, if you want to come down and broadcast out of our HQ, it's an incredible place. You'd have a hell of a lot of fun. You're welcome anytime. Just let me know.
Why couldn't you tell me that on Monday?
Well, I didn't know you on Monday, my friend.
I know. We'll do it. I'll rain check it this time. Maybe I'll do it when I come back in a week and a half. So we'll rain check it this time because I'm leaving tomorrow because I coach a flag football team. And we have a game Sunday, or else I'd be staying another week. I would be staying another week if that wasn't the case.
There would be no reason for you to go out. I always say I don't know why anyone ever leaves Miami. Or you're in Aventura, but I don't go that far north. I don't go that far north. I'm a Miami snob.
The reason that I'm in Aventura is I have 3 kids, 11, 9, and 4. And if you look behind me, or I'll just move it. There's water slides like over there. Do you see them? I don't know. I don't know if you see them. There's big water slides, and so for kids, like there's nothing better, and it's still a nice hotel. It's not too, you see the water slides up there?
I do.
So that is what I mean. Yes, I like to be in Miami more than where I'm at here, but with the slides. It keeps the kids happy, and if the kids are happy, you know what they say.
That's exactly right. So Engineered babysitting.
You got it right, my man.
That's right.
All right, Jeff. Maybe I'll see you tonight. Thank you for coming on. Hopefully you'll come on. I know. Yep, appreciate it, and enjoy the Soho House, man.
All right, take care.
Right. Yep, you too. Thank you, man. Yep. So that was Jeff Ransdell. He's doing real deals, real investments. I know there's a lot of people who are posers on Instagram, Twitter, but this guy's not. This guy's a guy doing deals. Reach out to him. It's raining, by the way. It's raining outside. I'm in like a cabana thing. It's raining out there. I'm going to get to Mara in a second, all right? I'm going to get to Mara in a second, okay? I appreciate the persistence on Mara, and we will talk about it in 1 second, all right, guys? I appreciate your passion. I appreciate you guys staying here. We're going to talk some stocks. I got to do just one quick thing. Don't leave me. I got to do one quick thing. Please don't leave, okay?
Let's get ready to rumble!
Benzinga Nation, jam-packed show today. Peloton of 5%.
What's up, disciplined investor?
We got Benzinga CEO Jason Raznick here with us.
The man, the myth, the legend, Tom Nash.
Peter Schiff on the Power Hour with us live today. Interesting, different, unique, innovative companies. Mia, you are live with us on the Power Hour. What's up?
Thank you so much for inviting me on.
Jessica Billingsley, that is the CEO of Akerna, the best trade idea resource out there.
Okay, so I'm back. We're here. And so you guys are asking about Mara, and it's good to ask. It's good to ask. It's definitely a company that we need to talk about right now. And I didn't want to talk about it when I had a guest on, guys. I really wanted to talk about it when it was just you and I in this room, okay? No interruptions. We're going to talk about Mara. We're going to talk about, yes, Mercurio. Can you put the stocks names inside the chart? Please, it's hard to read the name if you're watching the show and the phone. I agree with you. Mercurio, we're on that, okay? And also, Mercurio, you know what I would appreciate? We're doing all this free. We're not spending, we don't, and everyone else is for you all to go to swag.benzinga.com right now, to go swag.benzinga.com and pick up a piece of an item of clothing. You know, there's Caesar here. He's working his butt off trying to build a store here. He's really trying hard. And yes, it would help if I was wearing the swag as well, but Caesar won't give me any swag. I don't know. But we'd really, really appreciate if you'd go pick up one item from the store. That's what helps pay the bills. I mean, Caesar is looking for work here, and we're trying to make it happen. So while I'm talking about Mara, Voyager, Riot Blockchain, I think it's important that we support the swag.benzinga.com. And I know you don't have to. I know you can just sit here and not go click on it. I know, because there's no one watching you. You know, but the things that you do when people aren't watching you are what's remembered in this world. It's like integrity is what you do when people aren't watching you. I'm asking you in return for me going into these stocks and giving you these guests for you guys to help us out in some area, okay? Benzinga.com. I really, really would appreciate it if you guys can go click on that right now and pick up an item. If it's not for you, buy 2 items. Buy it for your mom. Buy it for your sister. Buy it for your brother. Buy it for your daughter. Buy it for your cousin. Buy it for your friend. Whatever you guys can do. Would appreciate content and health and wellness. Tips for managing stress. Exercise the comments. Okay. All right. So yes, Will S. Are you saying you wanna do the wellness show? I can tell. Predecessor is watching me. That's a good point. K20 SAMS. If I was at home right now, I would send you a $20 Amazon gift card. That's the joke of the day. I go, integrity is what you do when no one's watching. And he just goes, sorry. We are going to be on TV. Okay. I need more. We need more business development people. We need more business development people on our team. People that are hustlers that will go and make deals that don't need Luke to teach them everything. We need more BD people on our. Wait, I just heard someone said it looks like I have a green screen behind me. I don't have a green screen behind me. Do you guys want me to change my background? All right, I'll change my background. Hold on. I'm going to change my background. Hold on. Can you guys time out? We'll change my background real quick because you guys are calling me out that I have a green screen. I don't have a green screen. I go to the scene for you. Hold on. Telling you I have a green screen. Come on. All right, now I'm in the sun because of you guys telling me I have a green screen. That was not cool. All right, so let's talk Mara. Let's talk healthcare, and let's go there, okay? So, no, you guys didn't move. So, Mara, Riot, Voyager. You guys, you're not betting on the fundamentals of the company right now. You're betting, and I think you know this, on crypto going up, okay? You're betting on crypto going up. You're betting on the alternative of Bitcoin going up. You're betting on Ethereum going up, okay? That is the first thing I want to say. Now, if you say that seems so obvious, no, it's not necessarily obvious because you can make an argument that if Mara becomes, a bigger exchange, you can make an argument that if it's a bigger exchange, they can start trading stocks. All that stuff is real. That is not good green. I'm not on a green screen. Flag 85. He says I'm using a green screen. I'm really not. Do you want me? I guess I'll turn my view again. All right. I was on this view, but I'll turn my view. Okay, we'll go this way. All right. Now no green screen. So you're betting on those. Oh wait. Oh, in 2 minutes. I'm out of here in 2 minutes. I gotta be quick. So you guys have to understand, Riot Blockchain was a biotech way back when. And it was the subject of Mark Cuban's activist research company that would find fraud in companies, and it got killed. Riot Blockchain went from $7 to $1 back in the day, about 2 years ago. I remember it like it was yesterday. And so what I am saying to you guys, is these stocks, Riot, Mara, Voyager, Bitcoin's at 55,000, and I don't see Bitcoin stopping right now. I don't see a plummet to 40. I believe it's going to get to 60, 60, 70, and then maybe slow down. I don't think Mara, Riot, or Voyager right now are going to settle down. Now, I am biased, guys. I'm biased, and I wanted you guys to know that. I don't own Riot. Riot is RIOT. It's RIOT. Yes, the ticker, I'm sorry. I'm not giving you the ticker, Lucifer. Lucifer, you're really on me today. RIOT, Mara's MARA, Voyager, like VYG. Just type it in, Voyager. Voyager Digital. I own Voyager, and I own Bitcoin, and I own Ethereum, and I own a bunch of USDC and stablecoin. But I'm being cut off in 1 minute, guys. So we have a way better host than me coming up next. Way better. Anthony, I got out of Torchlight, and I didn't buy the dip. Should I be in Torchlight still? I mean, I have a little bit of Torchlight, but I remember I had a huge position, and I went down on it, and it got killed. So I don't blame those guys. They're in that stock. So I'm going to look at Torch. I did make some more trades this week. If I come back on at 3, I'll tell you the trades I made, and then and I think they'll do well. And I still own BTN. If you guys know BTN, I'm a big investor in BTN and GAN and all that. But we have a way better show coming up. I'm gonna open the window just to say hi for a second. Can I open the window? Mazzy, are you okay with that? She says yes. Mazzy, what do we have coming up?
Hi, we have Options Advantage coming up.
And anything in particular you're going to talk about?
I'm liking PLTR. I'm liking NVIDIA. We're going to talk about how to scalp options contracts, all that good stuff.
All right, that is awesome. You're awesome, and you guys, if you're not learning from her, you're at a loss. I mean, this is free education, and Mazzy, we so appreciate you doing this because you're so good, and you don't have to do this. You don't have to. You know that. So we so appreciate it. I think you like doing it. People say I'm on vacation. Why am I doing this? Because this is vacation to me. I like doing this, and I like doing it, and I think we're all like, I don't know. I don't think we always have the perfect setup. I think we can just talk if we have a passion. Say what you're passionate about. Okay, I'm going to take you off for 1 second, Mazzy. I'm going to answer one last question, and then I'm going to transfer it to you. Cool?
Sounds good.
All right, guys, on the health, wellness, anxiety stuff, yes, Monday, we're going to spend 10 minutes talking about that. But anxiety, mental health is something I'm fervently, it's important to me because when I started Benzinga, I had as much anxiety as you could ever imagine. I'd wake up at 3 a.m. shaking from anxiety, shaking. My body was shaking from anxiety. And so that stuff that I did, things that I learned is so important. And I'm lucky to be here today. And so, and I appreciate you all. And I appreciate everyone contributing to this effort to change the way financial information is delivered. Someone like Mazzy does not have to come on here and do this, but she wants to change the game. Is she going to get it all right? No. Am I going to get it all right? Absolutely not. So, but we're doing our best to teach, educate, and that's it. So, and you say chill on the coffee, bro. Joel, I'm bored, man. I've been out a lot, and I want to get here, and I only have 14 seconds left. So I have to say a lot in a short amount of time. So feel free to watch me on YouTube on delay if that's better. I apologize. But we'll talk about that stuff on Monday, Devanshu. I can't take any longer. I'm cutting into Mazzy's time, and she's a busy person, so I don't want to do that. All right. Send the screenshots to powerhour@benzinga.com if you send to your broker that you want Benzinga news. All right. I'm transferring to Mazzy. See you guys later. Have a great day.
Hi, guys. Welcome back to Options Advantage. All right, guys, welcome back. Happy Friday. So we're going to start off today by going through some market movers, and then we'll get into how you can scalp options contracts and the best ways to go about scalping options contracts. So let's start with our market movers for the day.
Money work.
All right, let me share my screen with you guys. So first on watch, I'm going to go through PLTR, so Palantir. So this one, couple things. Recently, I think yesterday, the day before, Kathy Wood's ARK Investments announced that they increased their shares by, I believe, 5 million, a little over 5 million shares of PLTR. So it has a solid catalyst behind it. It did have a nice run today. You can see broke above its pre-market of $28 and ran all the way up to $30. Now, this $30 is a solid level of resistance on PLTR. What I would like to see it do, it has been holding that $25 level here. So it dropped down, kind of held this support right here, and it's starting to bounce back up. What I would like to see on PLTR is it to break that $30. If it breaks $30, PLTR does have a nice clean shot up to $32 after that $30. So I want to see where it closes today. But this could be a potential good swing here on PLTR. Let's take a look at their options contracts. I always like to look at the open interest and like volume on certain options contracts here. So yeah, so you can see around March 19th at that $30 had a lot, the $30 strike has a lot of open interest on every single week expiration here, even on today's expiration. So the 19th here has a lot of open interest, a huge amount of volume on it. So people were anticipating it hitting that $30, which it did really close to $30 and then rejected because it is a solid level of resistance there. What we can see now is it continue on the upside if it's able to hold that $28 pre-market high, and then obviously if it's able to break past that $30 range, can see some solid upside to PLTR. So we'll be watching this over the next several weeks. I do think that this is a good solid swing position to take 2 to 3 weeks out. Probably I would most likely take that March expiration, March 12th or March 19th expiration on PLTR for that move to the upside. Then we have Roku. So Roku announced earnings yesterday after close, and they did beat their earnings expectations, and Roku had multiple price target increases on it as well. So if we look at Roku on the day today, so let's go to a 5-minute chart here. It did have a little bit of a run here. So you can see that Roku has a solid level of resistance here at around 475. It did hit 472, but I would probably round this up to this level of 475 just because it's a psychological level here, that whole number level of resistance. So I would round this up to the 475 level. Has a solid level of I cannot talk today. Has a solid level of resistance at 475. What I would like to see on Roku is for it to break that 475 level on the day today. I know it's around 2 o'clock on a Friday, so I wouldn't really recommend trading unless you're buying next week's expiration. But on the day today, if Roku is able to break above 473, we can see the next level it hit is 475. And then if it's able to hold above that 475 level, Roku also has some room up to 485-ish, and then that high here. Let's look at Roku's all-time high. Yeah, so the all-time high is 46. So if it's able to hold 485 on the day, or even if it's able to close above 473, 475 and 473, we can see it move back up to those highs at 480 and 485. So Roku on watch too for it to move back up to those all-time highs. Does look like it's slightly flagging right now and has been holding its EMA for the day, so we could see some more movement on the upside. Then we have NVIDIA. So NVIDIA announced that they came out with revealed a chip that is used exclusively for Ethereum mining. So Ethereum is a crypto, and it's utilized just for Ethereum mining. They just came out with it yesterday. So NVIDIA did move slightly. So I just want to say that over the month of February, the market has not really had a solid direction, and it's been very difficult to trade and kind of gauge direction. So I've mostly been focusing on scalping options, not really trying to day trade or swing trade too much because the market has kind of been all over the place. You can even see on NVIDIA right here, it's just been kind of in a choppy zone right now, not really a lot of action going on. What I would like to see on NVIDIA, if I'm looking for a long-term play, I definitely want to see NVIDIA hold that 610 level. 610 level is a strong level of resistance on NVIDIA. It did break above that 604 level here, pre-market level on NVIDIA, but it wasn't able to hold. So you can see kind of broke slightly around 605, created a level of resistance, and then dropped back down. So now on NVIDIA, what I have here is a level of support at 595, can drop back down to 585. And then on the upside, I'm really honestly looking for NVIDIA above 610. That's a safer play to take if you're looking for a long-term play. If you're looking for a play on the day, just to scalp it, if it does break above 605, we can see 610 for a potential scalp. Otherwise, I would wait for NVIDIA to hold above 610, solid close above on the day at 610 for it to have a continued upside trend on NVIDIA. But it does have the catalyst behind it. So again, these are plays that you could potentially take for a few weeks out on the upside. And then Disney. So I really like Disney as well. Disney announced that they came out with a new streaming service, a part of their Disney Plus called Star, that's specifically for adults. So what I was looking for Disney on the day is for it to break that 185 level for this wick fill. So it could still potentially break 185 towards the end of the day. We still have about 2 hours left. But above 185, we can see Disney fill all the way up to 186.50, this wick fill up. Otherwise, for a long-term play, I do like Disney for a long-term play. It has been holding this 184 level, but barely. So you can see here that it's kind of just been congested right around this 184 level. So I want to see Disney close fully above 184 and start to bounce back up for a long-term play. If we see Disney hold above this 184, close and open above it, we can see some more long-term upside. By long-term, I mean 2 to 3 months out on Disney. Disney is also a good potential if you want to add it to your portfolio, if you want to buy Disney shares. But for options contracts, I would buy at least one to 2 months out on Disney. We can definitely see if it's able to hold this 184 level. If it's not able to hold 184, we can see Disney dropping down to around 170, 180, and 180. So if it drops below 184, we can see it drop to 180 on Disney. And then there's some congestion down to like 175 and then 170. All right, guys. So those are the ones that I'm kind of watching over the next several weeks and days into next week as well. So potential plays that you guys can take. Now we're going to move on to some options learning. All right, guys. So as you guys know, with options contracts, there's a couple different ways you can play them. You can day trade them, you can swing trade them, and you can scalp them. So mostly how I play options contracts is I usually scalp them. Sometimes I'll swing and day trade. It really just depends on the market. So I'm going to go through how I look to scalp an options contract and exactly the things that I look for before I want to get into a position for a scalp. So when you're looking at options contracts and you want to scalp it, what you want to look to get is you want to get the at the money strikes. So remember we said the at the money strikes are the strikes that are within $1 range of where the stock is. So if the stock is currently at, let's say 195, your 196, your 195, 196 strikes are going to be at the money depending on what strikes are available. Those are going to be at the money. So within $1, 50 cents to $1 range of the underlying stock is going to be your at the money strikes. You want to select at the money because out of the money strikes are going to have lower deltas. So if we take a look, I'm just going to show you really quick the options chain so you guys can just see a clear visual of it. So if you look at the options chain, and we're just on PLTR right now, and I'm going to open here. So you can see the out of the money strikes have a significantly lower delta than the at the money strikes. So your at the money strikes are going to be 28.50 and 29. And then you can see as you move further away, especially when it gets towards the end of the week, it is 0 DTE right now. So this is why, especially on Fridays, if you're looking to scalp, it's really not safe to buy an out of the money contract, because if the stock does pull back or ends up moving against you, could take a hefty loss. On top of that, because the delta is a lot lower than your at the money strikes, the stock's going to have to make a more significant move on the upside for you to make up that loss. So that's why you always want to select your at the money strikes when you're scalping. When you're day trading, you can buy a little bit out of the money, but we're strictly talking about scalping. So you're at the money strikes here, at the money strikes, you can see they have higher deltas and slightly out of the money, but especially towards the end of the week, you want to select the at the money strikes. Then you want to pay attention to volume and open interest. So I've gone through volume and open interest a lot because I really implement it into my trading a lot. So like I said, when you see significant levels of volume and open interest on specific strike prices, usually you'll see this on your whole number strikes, and the stock has a catalyst behind it or has momentum behind it, usually that stock tends to run to those levels. For example, PLTR is a perfect example today. I wanted PLTR above 28. That was my target for an entry. Above 28 was a pre-market high. My target was $30. My target on PLTR was 30 because it was the level of resistance on top of that. It had the highest open interest, had a huge amount of volume on it, highest open interest on it on this week's strike. So for scalping, I wanted to see it hit that $30 strike. Or if you want to day trade it, if you're going to day trade it, you would buy next week's expiration. You don't want to day trade a 0 DTE contract. But specifically for scalping, you want to pay attention to the volume and open interest on those strikes. And then you want to look at IV. So remember we talked about IV is too high and the premium is going to fluctuate too much. If stock pulls back, you're going to end up taking an even heftier loss. You want to look for a moderate IV. Usually IV, depending on the stock, if it's a volatile stock or not, you'll see IV anywhere from around 40, 45 to about 100. Anything over 100, I do think that that's a higher IV and you should be careful when you're scalping those types of contracts. But again, it depends on the stock. It depends on the volume. When there's a lot of trading going on that stock or there's a lot of news anticipation, you're going to see that IV spike. It's not a bad thing. Your premiums are going to fluctuate more, but when you're scalping, you want to make sure that it's not too high where the volatility in that IV is going to crush your premium. So pay attention to the IV, moderate IV, and then the spread. So the spread is the difference between your ask and your bid price. So if the spread on the strike that you're selecting is too wide, so say for example, right now, the spread on the $29 strike is 3 cents. So the bid price is what buyers are willing to buy the contract for. And then the ask price is what sellers are willing to sell the contract for. So if the bid and ask the spread is too wide, the stock is going to have to make a significant move, a more significant move to the upside or downside for you to make a profit. And because we're scalping, we're only looking for very quick, sharp price fluctuations in the underlying asset. If the bid and ask price is too wide, the stock's gonna, like I said, have to make a more significant move to the upside or downside for you to make a profit, which is why the tighter the spread, the better. That means that there's more trading going on in that stock. There's more liquidity going on that strike, specific strike prices. And you'll notice that the strikes that have the higher volume and open interest are going to have the tighter spreads because there's a lot of liquidity, because there's a lot of trading going on those strikes. So this is why kind of how everything ties in together and why we pay attention to certain things. So make sure that the bid and the ask spread is tighter. And I know I'm going to get a lot of questions on how wide of a spread or what's a good spread. So again, this depends on the stock that you're watching. Sometimes with stocks that have, higher IV, some stocks that move in bigger increments, for example, Shopify, even Tesla, sometimes you'll see bigger spreads on the bid and the ask, which you kind of have to be careful. Usually with those stocks, I do look for a higher risk to reward ratio and a higher move on either side. Otherwise, you'll see a spread within 10 cents. So I usually look at a spread. Anything less than 10 cents is a good spread to me. Anything more than that, I do kind of pay attention to why it may have that spread before I take my trade. And then volume on the underlying asset, so on the actual stock. So you want to pay attention to volume on the stock when you're trading it. So obviously in the morning, you're going to have the highest volume. So I have this indicator. It's the volume average indicator. You can use the default volume bars as well. They work. Also, the only reason I use this is because it charts the moving average line. It'll give you the 50-day average volume. And it's kind of helpful for me to understand over the past 50 days, is the volume higher than the average line or lower? Usually when it's lower than the average line, it tends to be lower volume and you don't want to take that trade. You want to see higher volume as the stock starts to break out of specific levels that you're watching. Usually I look at my entries on the 1 minute and 5 minute time frame. So you can see here on Disney, kind of volume's been very low. Is today the 19th? Yeah, today's the 19th. So volume's kind of been kind of low. You'll see random spikes on Disney, but nothing significant, which is why the stock is kind of just consolidating here as well. No significant movement on Disney. Now, when you're scalping and you start to see the stock approaching a significant level of support or resistance, and you start to see a spike in volume, that should signify that the stock could potentially break that level because it's starting to build up that volume, more trading going on that stock. And then one thing that I haven't touched on recently, and because I think it's a little bit more complicated, I'll actually make a YouTube video on this, is your level 2 and your time in sales. So when you're watching, you want to pay attention to level 2 and time in sales. You want to pay attention on the upside on the bid. So your bid is obviously people that are buying, like I said before, and then your ask is your sellers. So your bid, your buyers, your ask is your sellers. You want to pay attention to on the upside. So say, for example, we're watching the 184 level on Disney. And we're looking for a break on the 184. If I'm looking for a break above 184, I want to see the bids start to hold 184. So I want to start to see 184s on the bid with bigger size, and I want to start to see the bid increasing as the ask is dropping. As the ask is increasing as well. So that's what you want to see on level 2. And then when you're in the trade, when you're in a scalp, and say, for example, the stock is at all-time highs, or you don't have a solid level of resistance, on the upside, you want to pay attention to at what levels do you start to see a huge order of ask coming in. So huge ask sizes coming in. So say, for example, we get in at the 184 break, and I start to see 185, and I start to see 20, 30, 50, 100 ask size coming in at 185. That should signify to you that at 185, there's a wall of sellers sitting at 185 waiting to put their orders in. So 185 is going to be a potential resistance on the stock on the upside. And then vice versa on the downside, you want to see the bid start to drop, the ask start to drop, and then you want to see on the bid side. So if we're playing 184 to the downside and you start to see like 183, you start to see bigger sizes at the bid. So you start to see 50, 20, 10 at 183. That should signify that buyers are sitting at 183 waiting to buy up the stock. And then you should also see those orders going in through time and sales. So I know that was a little quick run through of level 2. Like I said, I'll make a YouTube video on it because it's way more complicated than that, but those are the basics and kind of what you should look for if you do use level 2, and what I look for when I'm scalping, when I'm utilizing level 2. So that's usually what I look for when I'm looking to scalp a stock. There's a lot of other things that a lot of other people use different technical indicators. This is exactly what I look for when I'm looking to scalp an options contract. It's helped me, and I hope that you guys can implement some of these things or things that you didn't notice before, and it'll help you kind of learn how to scalp better, or if you're missing something in your strategy, you can implement one of these things as well. So I'll give you guys some time to ask questions. I know I went through a lot in that kind of learning part. So let's go ahead and go into questions. Any tickers you want me to go through over the weekend, we can do that as well.
All right, I'll help you here with the questions here, Masi. So it looks like we got a good question here by Robin. She was actually giving you some really good feedback there. I'll scroll back and I'll give you that a little bit later. But definitely a good question here. How long are your scalps? Usually we're talking less than 15 minutes. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, so my scalps are anywhere from a couple of seconds to maximum, I would say 10 to 15 minutes. Usually past 10 minutes, I would consider it a day trade. But anything between that, it could be literally a 30-second trade to a 10-minute trade is what I consider a scalp. Anything more than that, you need to watch it on your higher time frames because it's most likely a day trade.
All right, so we've got a question on a stock that some people want to take a look at. I see multiple people mention this one. So let's go to Airbnb. That's ABNB there. And I mean, at the end of the day, the environment has been great for it, and it did IPO at a premium. So let's go ahead and take a look how the chart looks. Let us know, Masi. What do you think?
All right, let's look at Airbnb. Let me get rid of this. Just want to see its all-time highs. Okay, so 219.94. Okay, so right now, Airbnb, you can see clearly it's on a solid uptrend here. So if we have kind of a trend line from the low here up to where it's at currently, it has been holding that slight trend line here. It does look like it slightly tried to break around this area, but it's solid uptrend right now, and it bounced off this trend line here. So we can see a nice bounce here at that 192 level. What we can see now on Airbnb, let me just make sure what the levels here are. Yeah, so I would say 205. So if Airbnb is able to break above 205, we can see some more upside to 210 and potentially 210, 212, and then 215. It looks like it has some resistance, but we would need to see Airbnb be able to hold above 205 for a long-term play. On today, same thing. So you can see this is even more clear on the 205 level. Solid resistance 1, 2, 3, 4 times. It's a solid intraday level as well too. So you could potentially scalp Airbnb if it pushes past 205. You can scalp potentially Airbnb to about 209 to 209. I would say is probably the best level because it looks like it's a pre-market level on 209. So 205 for a swing trade if it holds and closes above 205 today. For a scalp, again, 205 to 209 would be a nice scalp as well.
All right, let's go ahead and try to get another question here. Looks like we got Square being mentioned, and then we'll get to another question, at least on options also.
All right, so Square, with, for example, PayPal, Square have been moving with the Bitcoin hype as well, with them accepting Bitcoin, I think it was. I forget exactly what the news was, but just looking at Square right now, it looks like it had a nice pullback on the daily chart, which is really, really healthy. Pulled back here to its EMA. This is the 9-day EMA, so I wouldn't pay attention too much to it on a higher time frame. But it did pull back here, pulled back nicely to about 260 support level here on Square. It's been holding that level, and now it's starting to push back up. So what we want to see, we could potentially see Square break back up those. I'm touching my screen, pretending like you guys can see it. I don't know why I'm doing that, but if we see Square back up to those all-time highs. So today it looks like Square created a high. So it looks like Square does have a solid level of resistance at 281, and then it has kind of a wick fill to 283. If it's able to hold above that 280, 281 range here, we can see Square go back up to all-time highs, but definitely want to see it above this 280 range. It did have a nice little run today, early in the day, and is now just in a consolidation, has been kind of holding this VWAP, so it could bounce back up to 280, 281, but again, I would want to see it safer plays above 281 on the upside, and then if it's able to close above that today, could be a nice potential swing.
All right, seeing a good question here now. Let's get into a little bit more of questioning here. So it looks like we got a question on volume, but this one's a nice interesting one. If you don't plan to exercise an option, and you're probably planning to sell it, how many days before the expiration would you kind of look for that, I guess, the decay to really kind of kick in there and kind of affect you there? But what would you look for that kind of, if you were looking, let's say, to sell an option and the expiration's coming up, are you looking strictly at your kind of percentage, or are you also looking at some other kind of factors from the Greeks to affect your thinking there?
So if I'm not planning to exercise the option, I just want to close the position, there's a couple of things that you want to pay attention to. First, you should always know when you're going to exit your position, regardless of expiration, regardless of anything like that. You should have a target entry point for a scalp, or even a swing, whatever you're doing, and a target exit point. So what I usually look for if I'm trading a stock is I'll look for the stock to hit my target. So say for today, I had a profit target, of $30 on PLTR. So I was looking for PLTR to hit at 30 or get as close as possible to that $30 mark for me to close my position or take my profits. So that's the one way to do it. The other way to do it is depending on, how long if you're anticipating news, you could wait until the news comes out or hold the contract up until when the news comes out. Usually, like I said, I would pay attention to your support and resistance levels and make sure that if you are down on the specific play or the specific contract, I wouldn't hold until the expiration date. I wouldn't even hold the same week. I would most likely, especially if, say, for example, it's a Monday and your expiration is that week, you should probably close that position if you're in a loss Monday or Tuesday, because by Wednesday, theta starts to kick in, and Thursday and Friday, theta is the highest, and you most likely 90% chance, even if the stock makes significant move on the upside and you're in calls, that theta is not going to let your premium, you're not going to be able to get that premium gain back on because of the theta is so heavy on it, and you've already taken most of the loss on the stock on a 0 DTE. So don't hold it towards the end of the week, especially if you're in a loss. If you're in a profit, depends on your profit target, and then usually I aim for scalps 10 to 20%. Anything more than 20% is a great scalp. And then for swings, usually 40 to 100%. Anything over 40% on a swing is also very good for me.
Yeah, definitely. The reason I mentioned it is I've been on that other side.
Yeah. I think we all have.
Yeah, exactly. If you trade options, sometimes it's going to happen. So you got to understand that side, of course.
Yeah.
All right. So one more question we got here. So this is an interesting question here. How does the overall market, or in this case, they're stating the QQQ and the SPY, affect your scalps? Do you watch the overall market when you're doing your scalps? And do you decide, I guess, on your direction based off of the overall market also?
Yes, so the overall market's very important to your scalps. I actually ended up taking a loss today on Baidu because I didn't pay attention to the NASDAQ. So if you don't pay attention to SPY, or you can use SPY or QQQ. I usually watch SPY and the NASDAQ. So NASDAQ is /NQ. This is a NASDAQ future, so it tracks you all the stocks in the NASDAQ, the 100 stocks in the NASDAQ. So you'll notice that all your tech stocks tend to follow the NASDAQ very closely. And if you don't pay attention to what SPY, and I can even pull up SPY here next to it, and you'll see that they tend to follow each other, usually pretty nicely. You'll see that both of them tend to move in the same direction on the day, depending on what the market's doing. But you can see here both drop today. If you're not paying attention and you end up buying calls and the overall market is dropping, even if everything you did in that trade is right, the stock breaks your level, it has good volume. If the market pulls back, it will, especially if the stock follows the market, it will pull that stock back as well. And if it doesn't have a solid catalyst behind it. So you always want to pay attention to what SPY, NQ, ES, QQQ, whatever you decide to watch. You want to pay attention to those when you're scalping, because they do have a significant impact on how your stock moves, even if it has a solid catalyst behind it, even if it's breaking. For example, for me, Baidu ended up breaking in the morning, but because NQ dropped in the morning, I ended up pulling the stock back and I ended up taking a loss because I wasn't paying attention to my futures.
Great question there from the chat. That's thinking. That's really starting to listen in what we're doing here. So definitely. Last one we'll mention is, we won't get into it, but if you didn't see it, she kind of already explained this. And why does the value of an option go down as time goes and approaches the expiration date? So check out her other videos also. You guys can check her out on Masi Trades at youtube.com. I'm sure she probably already even has a video on this. Do you got one, Masi?
Yeah, so I talk about the Greeks in a couple of my videos you guys can check out. And then also on the Benzinga page, if you guys just want to check out the options Greek theta, that will give you a lot of explanation on why the option starts to lose value closer to the expiration date. So it's based on the theta. So you guys can check both of those videos out.
All right, guys, like always, definitely smash that like button and hit the subscribe button. Don't forget to check out Masi on Monday, guys. She'll be back, guys. So go ahead and let us go.
All right, guys, thank you so much for joining. I hope you guys all have a good weekend, and I'll catch you guys back on Monday. Bye.
Sorry about that, guys.
Spencer.
That was my bad. My bad.
That's what happens when you get nervous when you can bring on a show.
I pulled the trigger. Mitch, you're exactly right. Mitch is
trigger
right.
Trigger finger.
I'm nervous. I'm nervous.
Hey, you do this every day, man. Do what you do best. I'll see you later.
Okay. I'm nervous because this is the ETF show. And actually, before I even proceed any further, we had a really cool video made. Let's just roll my intro video and then proceed with the ETFs. Let's do this. All right, welcome everybody to the ETF show. Yes, I know, very creative name. I came up with that myself. My name is Spencer Israel. I'm a producer here at Benzinga, and I don't like the stock. I love the ETF. That's how I roll, okay? We love ETFs, and that's the purpose of the show. We're just going to talk about ETFs. We're going to talk about ETFs I'm buying, I'm selling, ETFs you're buying, ETFs you're selling, ETFs you're holding for the long term, ETFs you're holding for the short term, new ETFs, fund flows, ETF news. Let me fix my mic. Hold on a second. Sorry, guys. That's better. Okay. Welcome to the ETF show. We got a lot to discuss. Yeah. So just to recap, purpose of the show, talk about ETFs. Why? Why do we like ETFs? I'm glad you asked. Number one, ETFs are diversified. That's our favorite aspect of ETFs. ETFs are tax efficient compared to mutual funds. They have far fewer taxable events. ETFs have low fees compared to mutual funds. We love that as well. ETFs are usually actively traded like stocks, which makes it easier to get in and out of the fund. And also ETFs are, again, usually transparent, though there is a new wave of ETFs that are coming out that are non-transparent. We'll get to that in a future show. So yeah, we love ETFs, and that's what we're doing here. We're just going to hang out and talk about ETFs. And usually bring on a guest. I hope to have one guest on per show. Today's guest is Bill Herman. He's the co-founder and managing partner at Wilshire Phoenix. They just launched a new gold fund like yesterday. We're going to talk about that fund, ticker WGLD, how it works, why it's different from other gold funds out there, and why you should maybe have a piece of gold or have a piece of your portfolio in gold. And so yeah, a lot to get to on today's show. Hit that like button, guys. I do this all day, and yet I'm nervous, right? Because this is my thing, right? This is nobody else's thing. This is my thing. This is the ETF thing, and everyone's like, Spencer, do an ETF show. And I was like, okay, I'll do an ETF show. So here I am doing an ETF show. It's probably going to be a once a week thing for now, but depending on feedback, we will can potentially change that. All right, let's go into some news. There really is one major headline in ETF land this week, and that is the launch of a Bitcoin ETF. The first one in North America launched yesterday. Guys, this thing is on fire. It is the Purpose Bitcoin ETF. It only trades on the Toronto Stock Exchange in Canada. So U.S. investors got to open an account at a Canadian brokerage to get a piece. Ticker is BTCC. I'll pull up the chart there so you can see. This thing on day one was ridiculous, okay? 10 million shares of BTCC traded on day one. That's $165 million in dollar volume. It was the most traded ETF in Canada. Think about that. Imagine like a new fund, like a brand new fund, trading more than SPY or VU or the Qs, right? That kind of thing like doesn't happen. Happened yesterday in Canada. Huge volume. You can see the chart there. This again goes back to yesterday because it's a one-day-old fund. Bitcoin is ripping. So let's talk about this fund a little bit and what it does. It like I said, is the first Bitcoin ETF in North America. The way it works like commodity for ETFs, basically, where you go and purchase shares of the fund, and then the fund manager then uses that money to go and buy the actual asset. In this case, Bitcoin. It's stored in cold storage, so you don't have to worry about that. And that's basically how the fund works. It does have a 1% management fee, which is, and maybe Bill can attest to this, probably a little high for ETF land. But again, the first of its kind, right? We don't have any Bitcoin ETFs in North America. We have other ETF like structure products. We have GBTC in the US, which trades on the OTC markets. We have other cryptocurrency trusts as well from Grayscale, but we don't have any ETFs per se in the US. So we're going to be watching this one closely. Again, the ticker is BTCC. Going to be paying close attention to how this trades in Canada. It does trade. It is available in both Canadian and US dollars, which is interesting. But again, only trades in Canada for now. Going to be paying close attention to the Purpose Bitcoin ETF. Okay, so here's how it's going to go. I want to get to our guest here, and after that, we'll do some ticker time. We'll take some questions from the chat, and I'll go over. We'll go over like the top best and worst performers of the week in terms of returns, and also in terms of flows as well, because we love fun flows. We love watching that. All right, let's go to our guest. Bill Herman is the co-founder and managing partner at Wilshire Phoenix. As I mentioned, they just launched a new ETF this week. Let's talk about it. Bill, good afternoon. Thanks for joining me.
Hey, thanks so much for having me.
All right, let's talk about this. You're launching a new gold ETF. WGLD is the ticker, as I mentioned. Bring it up right there, and I'll pull the chart up. Tell us about the purpose of this fund and what it does.
So, It's like you said, it's a gold ETF, but sort of all the gold ETFs that exist are all basically the same. I think it comes down to sort of expense ratio. I think the only sort of innovation in the space, or even the in the gold space to date, has been where the gold is stored, or the types of bars that are held. I don't think that's really that meaningful for investors that just want sort of pure exposure to gold. Obviously, there's you can some of the vehicles allow for redemption, but a lot of retail wouldn't be sort of gated from that, because there's a certain amount that would need to be redeemed, and it would be, in certain products there's a couple $1 million worth. So basically the only similarity between our fund and the other gold funds is gold. And the way that we're different is that we use a thoughtful approach where we recognize that gold, like any other asset class, experiences drawdowns, volatility, and right now there's just no way for investors to sort of protect themselves against that. And if the fund also outperforms a standalone investment in gold, so while reducing the risk profile by lowering the volatility and then also outperforming without the use of any futures, leverage, or derivatives, we think this is a really good product for investors.
So the Wilshire W Shares Enhanced Gold ETF. Explain exactly how it works. So I was watching your video. Doesn't use futures, doesn't use derivatives, doesn't use swaps. So explain how the fund then goes and actually owns gold.
Sure. So I'm glad you brought up futures, swaps again. That it would have been a lot easier, right, for us to structure one like the traditional Wall Street model, but we gutted the Wall Street model out of it in order, just to protect investors. We all saw what happened on USO and other types of products that blow up. There's a lot of tracking error.
Contango, baby, name of the game.
Yeah, right. So we're using, again, much more thoughtful approach. It's mathematically based. So it goes sort of. So I think when people hear the term volatility, they automatically, at least I kind of used to, with hearing about the term volatility, the first thing that comes into my mind is the VIX, right, or the fear index. But our strategy uses realized volatility, which is sort of up and down. So we capture both of those items in sort of a look back method. And if the volatility of gold is higher, we will lower the allocation to gold, and sort of vice versa. And then we have another sort of kicker, we'll call it, is that at the S&P 500, or just the equity markets in general, are quite correlated. So if the S&P 500 becomes quite volatile, our WGLD will then sort of bypass and then automatically increase its allocation to a full 100%.
So explain that. So you're saying that your gold fund is basically also tied in a way to the volatility of the S&P 500. So like what happened like last March, for example, last March indexes go crazy, markets going down. What would have happened to WGLD? You would have added more gold. Is that it?
So yeah, exactly. My lawyers tell me I can't talk about historical performance of the index.
Sure.
Stewart and Kissel, they're great, but they're also very, very cautious. But not going to take the advice of my counsel. I wish I could talk about the performance. historical.
Well, not necessarily the performance, but just like what would the
Yeah,
what
but
would,
as a general concept, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what would have happened.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay. And it's a passive fund, right? So
Exactly.
it's just
So
how often does it rebalance?
We're completely hands off.
So is there rebalancing at all, or is it just
Yeah, so it rebalances on a monthly basis.
Okay. And you're right, you said that based on the performance of gold and the S&P 500. Let's talk about gold here. I mean, I just spent a few minutes talking about Bitcoin. It's sort of a weird segue there, but obviously Bitcoin is ripping here. Traditional commodities, traditional metals have been having a moment as well. What is the opportunity in gold right now? And I'm going to bring up some charts that I took from your site here in a second. But what is the opportunity for investors in gold? Why should they consider having a piece of their portfolio in gold?
Yeah, I think it's because of the especially because of the backdrop of the monetary and fiscal stimulus, with rates being at a all-time low, and just even performance as a standalone. It's outperformed. Gold as a standalone has outperformed. I see you brought one of our charts from our fact sheet up, and you can see the significant outperformance in market downtrends. But even if someone was to buy and hold from the year 2000 to sort of current, gold outperforms by I think 200 basis point, or 200%, or 200%, over that time, over the S&P 500. But the problem is that nobody could time anything like that, right? So what our fund is that if you want an allocation into gold, and we think that whether it's a straight allocation to gold using a buying physical gold, or another ETF, or our product, what have you. Obviously, we think our product is better because you don't have to sort of look at the market every day. It sort of increases and decreases its own allocation to gold for you. So it kind of removes some of the emotions out of trading as well, because one doesn't need to go into their E-Trade platform or what have you and buy more gold, because the index and WGLD is buying it for you. So it creates a sort of a core portfolio asset for any investor.
Explain this chart to me. Maybe this is a really stupid question, but when on the right hand column it says gold, what exactly is that measuring? Is that measuring like spot gold, or is that measuring like futures? Like what? When someone tells me that like gold has outperformed the S&P, over basically it's sort of like, I'm confused by that. Explain this to me.
We'll update it then. But I think it would be more, we kind of wrestle with it. It's measured by the LBMA PM gold price, which is the London fixing.
Okay.
And we have the disclosure at the bottom, which sort of says what gold is measured as. But we thought that a lot of people don't know what the LBMA PM
Fair
is.
enough.
So it's
Fair enough.
Kind of wrestling back and forth between, do we put gold in or LBMA PM? It's like, but yeah, no, I hear you.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So, okay. You obviously believe in gold. You believe in the future of it as an asset, as an investment. What do you make of the? I mean, I just want to bring up the sort of the weird thing that happened between Reddit, and it wasn't gold, but it was silver for a hot second. And for like a minute there, Reddit really took interest. The retail traders really took interest in silver. What do you make of that? Gold is these assets are historically like not like the sexiest. Gold is like a flight to safety, right? It's not like a sexy investment. I was really surprised to see the Reddit crowd flood into silver for a minute or so there. What do you think about that, and like maybe how it relates to gold as an investment, knowing that I guess it's liable to.
I think the narrative on the and I just want to disclose, I've been on Wall Street bets before it was cool to be on Wall Street bets.
Me too, man.
Yeah,
me too. Me too.
I didn't post that often, but
I never post.
It was, I thought it was a fun community, and I think it still can be. But yeah, I was sort of shocked with the kind of choosing silver as the next one. I think the narrative there was something that I think it was maybe one of the large investment banks had was short silver, and they I think they were trying to sort of squeeze the price up, and it looks like that was probably successful. But I think it's a mistake to say that that hedge funds and other large financial institutions aren't, and I know this factually, that they are front running Reddit.
Right.
So I mean, a lot of people don't have. I mean, when you see that movement start to happen on futures or in silver on that Sunday night before it happened, most people don't have access to the futures market, and the futures market was up 10% the night before. So that's institutions that are pumping it for just because they So I think the in terms of the regulatory stuff that's going on, I think people need to take. I think the regulators should take a hard look at the institutions that were involved, because a lot of I went back just out of curiosity to look at the trade size, trade count, and and even if the call options going,
it's sort of a giveaway.
Talking about $150 million spreads.
Sort of a giveaway.
Yeah, that's just not. There's no individual. Maybe it was Elon Musk.
Does he count as retail? I'm not quite sure what he counts as. So is crypto, is Bitcoin, is that a threat to gold as a safe haven asset? Or I don't know if you want to call it a safe haven as a diversifier?
I don't think it's a threat. I think it's a compliment. I mean, we're at Wilshire. We spent about a year and a half trying to launch with NYSE Arca a Bitcoin exchange traded product in the United States, and we spent a lot of time speaking to the SEC. We filed I think 6 amendments, 4 different. The New York Stock Exchange filed I think 4 different applications or amendments, but we were met with, as Ms. Peirce put it in her dissent, sort of stubborn stodginess in the face of innovation, and sort of merit regulation. And if you applied these standards to basically any ETF that would be listed today, she, as her dissent noted, that she wonders how many ETFs would be currently listed for trading publicly. So it's that's what I really don't like to see, is being held to different standards, because merit regulations, just because one doesn't like an asset, that doesn't mean that investors shouldn't have choice, and that's a big problem. That and we're not finished on the. We currently have another type of registration out there with the SEC on a different type of not an ETF, but we're ready to go when we think the time is right, and we're confident that we'll be the first ones to go, because by far our application was the best out of any of the other ones that were submitted.
It's a race, and as soon as they open the doors, whenever that day comes, could be this year.
I'll tell you what, it's not going to be this year.
No, you don't.
There's a lot of narrative that goes out on.
You would know more than I. Right.
Because of the, but just from knowing, and being in the process. Yeah. So the SEC takes again, a different type of view on Bitcoin products. So Wilshire could file a S1 on a Bitcoin product today. It doesn't mean anything, right. Until you have an exchange attached to it. It doesn't get reviewed, and that's unlike any other product, right? So again, that's a big problem, And so the day count on it, even just by just sort of looking at it from even if nothing else aside, if even if Janet Yellen came out tomorrow and said, we love Bitcoin, everybody, but it's going to be a process on 2021 because it's going to go at least 240 days on the review, because that's the sort of review time. Right. So we're already into February. So just because of just math, we're not going to get there in 2021. And because also, even if an exchange kind of came on today to any of the applications, it would still be a sort of 30-day out from when it starts, because it needs to be posted to something called the Federal Register. So I would say it's next to impossible that a Bitcoin ETF would be approved in 2021.
I'm on with Bill Herman. He's the co-founder, managing partner at Wilshire Phoenix. Bill, you spent over a decade at BNY Mellon, and you left, you co-founded this firm. I want to end with this. Why do you like ETFs so much? Why start an ETF issuer?
Well, I mean, it's the ultimate innovation. I mean, I don't think it gets enough credit. I mean, it's the ultimate democratization of assets, of giving people access that otherwise wouldn't be able to. So in the case of WGLD, people would have access to the strategy, let alone able to buy, obtain physical gold. And now anyone could just sort of just type it in, and the same could be said for most other ETFs that exist. And that's why we just thought it's it's that first sort of, in the last 30 years, I think it's the most important innovation that's happened in the world of finance.
Totally agree. I guess you could open a futures account but that's a pain. Nobody wants to do that. It's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, it's just, it's a lot hard. It's hard. I mean, you
gotta roll it over.
I've been a trader for 15 plus years.
Yeah.
And just managing a few positions is tough, but to kind of replicate it and kind of rolling the contracts over and having to deal with them, it turns into a full-time job.
Yeah.
So.
All right, Wilshire Phoenix, their new ETF. I had the ticker up on the screen, WGLD, the only gold fund that actually rebalances based on the volatility in the market, both the gold market and the overall S&P 500. Bill Herman, thanks a lot for the time. You were my first guest. This is my first ETF show, and you were my first guest. So thanks a lot for bearing with me, and we'd love to have you back.
No, it was fun. Let's do this again.
All right, thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot.
All right. That was a ton of fun. I enjoyed that. Thanks to Bill Herman again. He's the co-founder and managing partner at Wilshire Phoenix. WGLD is the ticker on his new gold fund. Okay, so let's go. Let's do some week in review type things, right? Let's go to my favorite site, second favorite site after Benzinga. Second favorite site, etfdb.com. Let me share my screen so y'all can see. And let's look at some of the best and worst performers of the week. In terms of returns and in terms of fund flows. And then I'll get to some questions, but I want to stress this as well. I am not an expert, right? I don't know everything. All I know is that I freaking love ETFs. That's all that I know, right? So if you have a question, I will write it down. If I can answer it, I will. If I won't, I'm going to find someone who can and bring them on and have them answer it for you, okay? That is my promise to you. I've seen a few questions in here already. I will get to those in a second, but let's just do a quick week in review type thing so we can run through the winners and losers of the week. This is just a list of the best and worst performing ETFs of the last week. I've taken out leverage. We don't want leverage in here. That's not fair. Leverage is like steroids. We don't want to pay attention to leverage ETFs. They throw off the natural order of things. They're great for short-term trades, but for our purposes, we don't care about that. What jumps out to me here, man, this dry bulk shipping ETF, BDRY, has been like one of the top performing ETFs of the year. It is insane. I don't know why. If anyone in the chat knows why dry bulk shipping is all of a sudden on fire, please tell me, because I really don't know. I'm not lying. I really don't understand why. Like, if you look at the rest of this list, right? You got data sharing, right? Copper has been hot. Travel tech, technology, a lot of like growth industries, and then dry bulk shipping is at the top. I don't get it. Whatever. Can't fight the results. This has been the hottest stock of the week. I'm not saying go buy this ETF. Please do not take that away from this. I'm just saying let's look at overall market trends. ETFs allow us to do that. Other side of the trade, worst performers. Well, these are all NA. Why? Because they're new. They don't have enough history. Look, there's the one we just talked about. WGLD. Not enough price history yet. Let's go down a little bit. Okay. This is the biggest lesson I want to say for today, right? Shiny object syndrome. A lot of ETFs are shiny objects, right? TAN is a shiny object. PBW, clean energy, it's a shiny object. There are a lot of clean energy. Cannabis, shiny object. Just like stocks, ETFs that go up really fast will also go down really fast. Okay, so it shouldn't be a surprise really to see these ETFs as the worst performers of the week, right? Solar, clean energy, cannabis, 3D printing. A week ago, these all would have been on the other side as the best performers, right? Now they're the worst performers. That's par for the course. That's to be expected. You have to know that. You have to know if you're going to own TAN that you're in for some weeks like this, right? Go look at a weekly chart here. You know what? Let me pull up a weekly chart of TAN. I'm getting sidetracked here, but the TAN ETF got absolutely smoked a couple years ago. How do I let me just all right. Go on Benzinga Pro. You guys, can you see that? No, you can't. Let's get you up here so you can see that. We do have Zinger stock trivia in a second. I'll get to you guys, I promise. But where's my Benzinga Pro? There it is. TAN got smoked. Look at that. Shiny object 2013, 2014. Look what happened in 2016, 2015, 2016. Absolutely crushed. It went from 30 down to like 15. It fell by half. Got smoked. This is what happens when you're in a shiny object ETF like TAN, right? So just par for the course. All right. Back to your ETFDB.com. So yeah, no real surprise to see a lot of these names on your leaderboard for worst performers of the week. They may well be the best performers in next week, but you got to know that this is par for the course. All right, fund flows. Just look at where the money is flowing into ETFs this week. No real surprise here. This is always going to be the same, pretty much at the top, right? VU, SPY, VTI. They're pretty much always going to be there. Those are like some of the largest ETFs on the market. Look at that. Look at that right there. ARK. ARKF, ARKK, ARKW. A lot of money flowing into these funds right now. Kathy Wood, ARK Invest, they're on fire. Okay. This is unusual. I mean, it's become normal in the last few months, but this is unusual for a smaller, and yes, ARK Invest is a smaller issuer compared to Vanguard, compared to State Street, compared to BlackRock, compared to Charles Schwab. To have the amount of fund flows that they've had in the last weeks and months is mind-blowing, right? So look at that. This is never going to change. VU, SPY, the Qs will be on here most weeks, but a lot of that. This is the biggest takeaway, right? A lot of money flowing into ARKF, ARKK, ARKW. What does that mean? It just means that people are buying. Remember, the price of an ETF is not determined by buyers and sellers. It's determined by what's in the basket, right? And how the basket fluctuates. So we measure sentiment. We measure buying and selling sentiment by flows. That's why we look at fund flows, right? So a lot of buyers flooding into ARK funds this week. Okay, I know there are some questions. I know. I don't have time to get to them. I'm going to write them down. I promise. But I'm out of time. This was the very first ETF show. So thank you all for sticking with me. We have next our other weekly Friday show, Zinger Stock Trivia, with producer Aaron, Michael Murray, and they've got some fancy graphics and things that I don't have. So thank you very much, guys. Hit that like button if you like this. Hit subscribe. I promise you, I'm going to write down these questions. I will address them the very first thing on our next show. I swear. I'm just out of time right now. I got so excited that I just, you know how it goes. All right. Producer Aaron, Michael Murray, producer Rohan, come on in. Let's do this.
Let's
Producer Aaron.
So Aaron's gonna be like on my thing. So don't.
Aaron's on your thing. Okay, producer Rohan, how are we doing this?
We're doing this carefully.
Carefully?
Or maybe not so, but we're gonna have some fun. That's what we're gonna do. Let's get Michael in here. What are we doing? Leaving him out?
We're just doing things carefully. That's all.
Carefully.
Just
Yeah,
be
why not?
careful.
I'm with it.
Yeah.
Very careful.
Sounds exciting. I love the energy Spencer has too. Spencer just brings like the energy to the entire show all day long. And I love that.
So, zingers. I didn't even realize Spencer left us. This is awkward.
he did-
Sorry,
I can come back. You want me to come back? I'll
yeah. Like, hang out with us for a couple seconds.
hang out with you
here.
guys. Okay. Okay. So why don't let's do this until you're set up. Why don't I do some questions from the chat?
Go for it, boy.
Okay. I'm scrolling up now because I haven't had a chance to write anything down yet. Somebody asked me to explain expense ratio. I saw that question. It may have been from Mitch. I don't remember. Expense ratio is basically the fee you're paying, right, for owning the fund. So typically, you get an expense ratio. It's expressed as a percentage, and you'll see like 0.5%, right? What does that mean? That means for all the money you've invested in the fund. Let's say you invest $100 in the fund, you're paying a fee of 0.5% on those $100, right? That's what that means, and that's basically that's in almost all cases the only fee. Okay,
sorry, Spencer. I totally just like overpowered you there.
You overpowered me. The only fee associated with ETFs, unlike mutual funds. Okay, go do your thing. I'm getting out of here.
Do you notice how awesome his last line was with that music though? That was pretty sweet.
I don't know what that was happening. All right.
I did not expect that to happen. But guys, you know what time it is. If you were here last Friday, it is time for Zinger Trivia. So, get them brain juices flowing. Get ready to jump on these answers. The way this works, Aaron, do you want to tell these people how this works?
Yeah, I think I got a good grasp of it. Where's the camera? Hey, what's up, people? I'm over here in the corner, coming at you guys with these questions and the rules. The rules are we will have questions on the screen. The first person to type the correct answer in the chat. So you have to be the first, and it has to be correct. You'll get the answer correct.
Yeah. So the first, and you have to get all 10. So we're doing 10 questions today. Also, worth noting. Last week was too short. Apparently, you guys want more questions. You want this to be a little bit harder, more of a challenge. Michael, do you want more of a challenge?
I dig a challenge, man. Bring it on. Yeah, let's do.
I gotta speak up. I gotta be a little bit louder. Apparently, okay.
Oh yeah, I can boost your signal a bit. All right. So, are we ready to get started?
Yes. 10 questions.
Aaron, you're kind of cutting a little bit in and out, so maybe like stand up or something.
All right. We're standing up.
All right. Enough of BSing around. I think it's time to get into this. People want to answer some questions. Get a little break. Get their game on, so to say. All right. I'm going to go ahead and hit start.
I do eat challenges. That's something I do every day for breakfast, mainly. I eat challenges. Yeah. Somebody said it looks like I eat challenges. I eat them whole. I don't even know what that means.
Is that like a cereal brand?
Yeah,
Bobby,
challenges.
Challenge O's.
Too quick there.
Like little peanut butter pops, little peanut butter circles. I think it's General Mills.
Yeah.
Aaron,
how's the standing in the corner going?
Good. Am I standing correctly? Am I up to par with my standing posture?
Yeah, it's a good posture.
Solid.
I see Jason Raznick in the chat. What is up, Big Jace? Is that can I call him that? Yeah. Subscribe. Like something. Like our channel. Comment if you want more trivia. And comment if you just don't want to see us again. Because we would understand that. By the way, guys, while this timer is, we have 60 seconds left on the clock before we start. Someone said the music is cool. The music is very cool. Michael, why don't you tell us about how cool the music is?
Plug for my guy, because this is a song from a music producer I know who's starting his own label, brand new, and he's phenomenal. This is his song. This is the release of his song. Actually, is this trivia show? That's where it's coming from.
Oh wow! Quite the plug.
It's called Turtle Bay. Yeah, he's awesome. He's got music out on Spotify. He's got it on Apple Podcasts. It's like all over the place.
when you said Turtle Bay, my first thought was Turtle Beach.
Turtle Beach, yeah. It's based off Turtle Beach, yeah. It's literally based on Turtle Beach, but it's awesome.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, we have 25 seconds. Aaron, 21 seconds.
Ooh, we're moving along.
Aaron, do you want to do a little dance to pass the time?
I don't know. My dancing skills aren't that
Do
great.
it. Do it. Do
You're
it.
putting me in an awkward position here. I don't think anybody in the office wants to see this. So.
Listen, I saw you
I
dance.
wanna see
I'm
that.
testing out this camera. I know you can do it.
Oh yeah, definitely. That was a spur of the moment thing.
Oh, all right. Aaron Thomas, ladies and gentlemen, providing the disappointment. All right, question 1. Michael, why don't you hit this one?
All right, question 1. I have a $2 trillion market cap. Who am I? Number 1, Amazon. Number 2, Apple. Number 3, Tesla. And number 4, Bitcoin, which has some big movements today. Pretty exciting. Who could it possibly be?
Hey, did you know? Did you guys know that?
Answer is Roaring Kitty. Unfortunately, it is not an option, but you would be right if that was an option.
The fucking value.
That's correct.
All right. Did you guys know that Tesla? While we're waiting for these answers, by the way, you guys can stop answering once it switches to this screen. Otherwise, it's going to confuse the system. But did you know that Tesla has a bigger market cap than, is it 7 of the biggest automobile companies around?
Is it 7?
I did not know.
9. 9 of the largest automakers.
I was completely wrong. It was 9, including Volkswagen, Toyota, Nissan, Hyundai, Ford, and Ferrari.
Which is a good movie. And it's Apple.
Tesla wasn't the answer. It was Apple. An apple a day.
Who got it right?
We'll make
Who are
you.
we giving it to?
We did get that one right.
Oh, we are giving it to Rob.
Ooh.
Congrats, Rob. Nice answer.
Was it Rob Calderon?
Rob Calderon?
No, Rob Flores.
Rob Flores.
He's a regular in the chat, so I see you. Appreciate you for
Nice to
hanging
see.
around.
Aaron, we got question number 2. What do we got?
Question number 2. When did the New York Stock Exchange open? Was it 1817, 1904, 1792, or 1764? Let's get those answers in the chat, people.
See, this one, I actually, Spencer actually told me the answer to this earlier. I don't remember what it was. I'm gonna go with 1817.
1817. Not a bad one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess 1904. Actually, no. 1792. No, wait. That's like when the country was founded.
I'll take
practically, right?
1904. You take 1792. Let's see how it goes.
Who's getting
Between
1764?
the 3 of us, none of us can be wrong, right? Unless it's the 4th one.
Unless it's the 4th one.
You have a good chance if all 3 of us guess different answers. We have like a 75% shot of one of us getting it right.
Quick math.
1790
Wow, it
Are you
was
serious?
1792.
Hey,
Are you serious?
Hey, why don't you hit the
Getting that
soundboard?
answer
It's
correct.
The
working.
soundboard. Oh, it's working? What do we have here?
Just hit one.
I picked the car crash. Okay, no, you don't deserve the car crash because you actually won that one. Let's see the air horn.
Boom, there it is.
All right.
favorite one.
Why don't I announce this one? Which of these is not a U.S. stock market index? Is it the Russell 4000? Is it the power level over 9,000? Is it the S&P 500? Is it the S&P 100 or the Dow Jones Industrial Average? One of those was not an option. Which one was it? And which one is the correct answer here?
I like that little Dragon Ball Z joke you threw in there. I heard it.
Wait, help me out here. This has to be number 3, right? S&P 100? That's not a real thing, is it?
That's my guess. That's my guess.
I don't think that's a real thing.
Russell
It's either that or the
4000 or I Love You 3000. I don't know if it's one of those.
Andre 3000?
Andre 3000. It's got to be number 3. I feel it. It's got to be.
We're getting a lot of 1s and 3s in chat, so it's one of those.
We're on the right track.
All right.
Give me number 3.
Oh, it is Russell 4000 as the incorrect answer, and Michael and I are losers.
I'm never right, dude. I never get to be right in this. It's ridiculous.
Jason put in S&P 100, so he was wrong on that one too. Just
hey, all right.
Company. That's good to know.
That makes me feel better, actually. That's good.
Aaron, you got this.
All right, I got the next one. Is camera on me? What's up, people? Where is the oldest trading exchange in the world? Is it located in Amsterdam, Netherlands? Is it Antwerp, Belgium? Paris, France? Or Geneva, Switzerland?
Dude, you know what? I know this one. It's the Netherlands.
Is the answer your mom?
Whoa.
Ooh. Wait, where's the thing for this?
Burn button there.
The buzzer. That was rough. I think it's the Netherlands. Amsterdam.
I'm gonna guess Antwerp, Belgium.
It's one of the lands. Switzerland, Netherlands, you never know.
Oh, you know what? It is Switzerland. It's 4. It's got to be Geneva because they've always been like money, just money all the time.
Money.
They have like all the banks and stuff, right?
Oh, we are all wrong.
Belgium, dude.
Hey, I was right. I was
You
right.
know who wasn't wrong though?
Me.
Dude.
ZX Ron.
Okay, also ZX Ron. Good job.
Ridiculous. 2 for 2. I'm impressed.
Antwerp, Belgium.
Hey, by the way, guys, in case you weren't around last week, you should know that you win something by doing this trivia. So make sure you're being competitive. Now, here's a quick one. How many companies are in the Dow Jones Industrial Average? Is it 50, 100, 420, 30, or 300? Luke, that was Luke's suggestion right there.
Jacoby says 69.
That was a guess from the audience. Live guess.
I know this one. It's 3. I actually know this one. But doesn't everyone know this one? This doesn't feel like a big win.
I can tell you that I did not know this.
I kind of just want you to be wrong since you're so confident.
I hate that I
You can
could
round
probably
it
be
back real
wrong.
quick.
It's so simple. I'll probably be wrong.
Well, let's hope you're not. That'd be great.
Oh, by the way, for winning the show, you actually win the respect of Aaron Thomas. That's what you win in this show. That's what I've been trying to win since I got here.
He's
AT's respect.
doing a decent job. He's doing a decent job.
Okay, looks like Michael had to get one of them right. We'll give it to you. Good
One time.
job.
One time.
And
I never get
Rob
to win.
again with the second correct.
Rob
answer
Flores
of
with the
the
quick
day.
fingers.
Rob Flores. Rob Flores is a chat regular?
Yeah, he is. I
That's
see his
impressive.
name regularly and throughout the day in our all-day live stream.
He's very good at this. All right. Question number 6. Which of the following jobs did Warren Buffett have when he was young? Number 1, newspaper delivery boy. Number 2, all of the options listed. He just did everything. Number 3, running a pinball machine business. Or number 4, stealing golf balls, which was my job when I was 13. I lived next to a golf course. Oh, yeah. I took every golf ball I could find. Yeah.
Finding golf balls is a lucrative business.
It is a lucrative. Dude, have you...
My high school math teacher, I'll get off of zoomed in Aaron's face. My high school math teacher used to dive in golf ponds.
Yeah.
In the ponds, like with full-on scuba gear, and collect golf balls and sell them. And
You can make
coin.
You can make bank, dude. People pay like big money for golf balls.
People
Yeah.
pay $60 for a pack of like 6 balls sometimes. It's ridiculous.
I know. I've spent hundreds on golf balls. It's such a ripoff. But that's why I would go and just find my own. I'd just steal them from the golf course next door, and that's how I learned how to golf. I would just hit them back towards the golf course.
Just need one
It's
ball
great.
to start. And the correct answer. All of the options listed.
Warren Buffett also stole golf balls.
Wow.
That's great.
He's a hustler just like us.
A man of the people.
Bingo. I love that. That's great.
And Dimitri with the correct answer on that one. So congrats, Dimitri. Let's see if you can get the next 4 correct and get you a prize.
Which of these publicly traded companies is the oldest? Is it Harley Davidson, Ghost Rider, General Electric, IBM, or the Sony Corporation? What are we thinking here? My guess is actually going to be General Electric.
GE?
I'm agree.
I feel like there's some old people over there, some
Yeah, I
boomers.
think chronologically, electricity came before all of this.
It's got to be GE, right? Has to be. Unless it's Harley Davidson, because they've been making they made tricycles like way back in the day before they made motorcycles.
They've been around for a fat minute, but I
made
don't know
all
how
the stuff.
long they traded. You don't know how long they've been traded for.
That's true. It's got
Do
to
we
be
even know
fairly
the
recent.
ticker? What's the Harley Davidson ticker? Someone throw it in the chat.
HSBDS.
HAR.
It's HOG, guys. Come on. It's HOG. It's HOG, guys.
All right,
Yeah.
There you go, Spencer with the clutch save.
All right. General Electric. We got 2.
General Electric.
There we go.
So you're right, Ron.
Very
And
nice.
so was Gerald.
Do we have a Borat drop on the?
Oh yeah, there's a very nice on there.
There is one.
Yeah, go
That's
to
awesome.
voices, the folder voices.
You got a bunch of good sounds on there.
That's awesome. I didn't know we had Borat drops. We should add some more of those. Those are my favorite drops.
Okay, so I'll take the next question. Who gets paid first when a company files for bankruptcy? The stockholders, the executives, the bondholders, or the preferred stockholders? Can someone tell me the difference there? Stockholders, preferred stockholders? I feel like we can make this a little educational here.
Yeah, this one's for. I think it's the preferred stockholders because I think they have like special rights in their stock, so they get paid first.
Oh wow.
That's why all the stock I buy is preferred stock, but it's not actually.
No, it's a great little tip.
I'm not actually that special. I would get paid last if the company filed for bankruptcy.
I think you're special. I think you're special.
I appreciate that, AT. That makes me feel good about myself. I'm gonna go with 4. I see a lot of 4s. There's a lot of people saying 3 too, though.
I saw 3, 2, 1, and 4, so it's up in the air.
It's a good mix.
It's a good
All
mix.
of the above. Is that an answer?
Bondholders.
The bondholders.
I should have known that. Which would make sense because I have no bonds in anything I invest in, so I'm never getting paid when this company goes bankrupt, which it will.
Bondholder.
Benzinga is throwing shade at us. SMH guys in the chat. Don't hide behind the brand.
Whoa.
Tell us who you are.
These nameless people.
All right, Michael, take it away.
All right. Question number 9. What was the original stock ticker symbol for Walgreens? Number 1, WBA. Number 2, WALL. Number 3, WAG. WAG. And number 4, WGNS.
I kind of like WAG.
I like WAG too. I just like the way it rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, I like
What do
when a dog's tail wags too.
Yeah.
It's super cute.
I just want to be like, yo, I'm gonna go buy some WAG today.
Yeah. That sounds kind of dope.
You know what kind of
Spice
rhymes with
WAG.
swag? Swag.benzinga.com.
That's what I was thinking. Hey.
Plug. Benzinga.com. And by the way, that is where your prize is coming from today. If you happen to win this lovely little competition we have going here. And by the way, we only have one more question. So, bring your best game for the next one because this is the one that counts. It is the match point.
People. Bring the heat.
That was smooth. I like how you transitioned into that, like talking about this. That was really nice.
Listen, Aaron was
WAG.
Plug. WAG. I love it. That was the game.
Oh yeah.
I had no idea.
and C extra.
WAG, baby.
Correct answer again.
I love that.
Dude, he's on his or they are on their game. I actually don't know if it's he or she.
I love that. WAG.
All right. Last question.
Question number 10.
Roll. Get us a drum roll, Michael.
Where's the drum roll?
It's in sound effects.
You
There we
got
go.
it quicker than that. All right. And the last question. What is the name of the best financial news website? Bloomberg, Wall Street Journal, Benzinga, or CNBC?
I'm gonna be such a dick
I
here.
don't know. This is a tough
Number
one.
1.
Come on.
Pretty easy for us, though. I would give it to
Come on.
Bloomberg, baby. Number 1. I'm submitting for number 1.
I think we all know the answer to this one.
Is this fact? Is this fact?
Oh.
There's
I should have added Wall Street Bets as one of these. I don't know why. I didn't think of that.
Did you notice there are multiple people in the chat not saying number 3? We have like 7 people that said 1.
Why are you here? Why are you here?
Well,
That's 3. I was wrong.
All right.
You are fake
Liquidity. Andrew Lemos. Yeah, I
I
mean,
got that little slip in there.
hey, and the winner there, Spencer. I hope that wasn't Spencer Israel, because I don't know, that would be insider information, maybe.
To be insider trading.
Hello, Andre. Congrats. You are the winner. You beat out all the other players.
Wow.
We're talking like well over 75, 80 players here. So you are one smart cookie.
8 out of 10. Very
Impressive. I wouldn't get that. So congrats. Make sure you email. I'm going to throw in the chat right now. Make sure you email powerhour@benzinga.com. Andre,
You're the man.
you are the man. You are the winner.
Very nice.
Very nice. Thank you for playing. We clearly are having a little bit of fun in the middle of our workday doing this question show. So please give us more excuses to do this. We love bringing the trivia to you and hope you guys are enjoying it as well. And we'll be back again next week.
Yes, sir. We will.
guys. Love Zinger Nation.
Grab Andre.
All right, Spencer, you coming on here?
Spencer.
I'm always on.
Spencer's always here.
I'm always watching. That's the trick, right? Actually, I just turned my light on.
Always watching.
Turn my light on. Is that better? Okay.
Mike Wazowski. Mike Wazowski.
Do you know what I just thought of too when you said you're one smart cookie, which is something my grandmother always said to me? Was something somebody said to me this morning. They said you're the bee's knees, and I thought, who even says that? Is that even like a real thing?
Cool people.
You're apparently the bee's knees. Someone had to let you know that you were.
Is that a real saying? You're the bee's knees?
Absolutely. I've heard that before.
I've never heard that before in my life.
One of the first phrases I heard when I actually came to this country was "You're the bee's knees," and I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
Wait, Aaron, when did you come to this country?
I came to this country in 2001. I was a little kid. I was about 6 years old, so pretty little.
And people said you're the bee's knees.
Someone said that to me.
I have a question.
I remember it. It was weird.
I won't want to take up too much time here, but I have a question. I feel like a bee's knee is quite small, right? It has to be quite tiny. And do they even have knees?
They have like joints.
They have joints and appendages. Like,
can someone Google that and throw it in the chat, please? Do bees have knees?
Zinger Nation, we need you. We need you.
Yeah, I need to know.
Do
Otherwise,
bees have knees?
that's just like cool beans, you know? Like, when have beans ever been cool? But my grandma always used to say that too. She'd be like, "Oh, cool beans." I'm like, no, not really.
I want some more beans. Who wants to eat cool beans? Not me.
I hate beans, man. Yeah,
beans are great.
No.
All right, love the beans. Spencer, what do we got up next?
Yeah, speaking of bees knees, you know who's the bees knees? Spencer Israel.
Spencer Israel.
I spent enough time on screen. I'm leaving.
You're gonna leave me? That's fine, guys. You can leave me. You can leave me.
Michael and I go out for some drinks afterwards.
That's right. It's time.
Bees knees, and I promise we will post a picture or we'll have that video or image up for the Power Hour tomorrow or Monday.
Oh, really? Is that going to happen?
Maybe.
That's awesome.
All right. See you guys.
Bye, everyone.
And then there was just Michael and I, but Michael is getting the boot. Unless you want to hang out with me, Michael. I mean, if you want to hang, you can.
What do we have? Tell me what you're talking about next. What's coming up?
We got pre-market prep at the close. We're wrapping up the week, right? We are wrapping up the trading session for the week. We are somehow like flat. We are like as flat can be today. So looks like we are going to close down for the week, but not by a lot. I mean, like we are basically dead flat in the market today, which is interesting. So we're going to talk some stocks. People who have questions can put their tickers into the chat. I'm going to sick Joel Elconin on them, and he's going to answer their questions or not answer their questions. It's one or the other. And we'll go over some stocks, and we'll just kind of hang out. We're not doing the Benzinga Pro happy hour today. It's Friday. Happy hours are for weekdays, and this is like a weekend almost. So
I thought happy hours were most specifically for Fridays.
Yeah,
usually.
you know what? As I said that, I thought maybe you're right, but we've done 4 happy hours this week, and I think they've had enough happy hours. So
whoever has enough time of happy hour, I feel like Friday should be the happiest hour of them all. It should be the happiest hour.
I think you're probably right. I'll have to go up the flagpole on that one, and you're right. That's a great point, Michael. Fridays are the happiest hour.
We need more happy hours. Need more happiest hours, I think.
Yeah. All right. If anyone, I'm seeing people putting tickers in the chat. We'll get to your tickers at like 3:30 when Joel hops on. We'll just go over the market. We'll go over some stocks, go over what's up today, what's down. Like I said, we're basically like the S&P futures are literally flat, like unchanged. Good old UNCH, 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 unchanged on the day. NASDAQ is down, Russell is down, S&P flat. Uneventful end of the day, or end of the week, I should say. Really, really uneventful. All right. Luke is being very loud. I don't know if you can hear him on our mics. I apologize for him. But, yeah. Michael, got any good weekend plans?
Yeah, I'm going to Topgolf tomorrow. Again, second week in a row.
Shit, I haven't been to Topgolf since before the pandemic. Luke, I'm on. All right, Luke wants to run a QVC style show for Benzinga.com swag. If y'all agree with that idea, hit 1. If you think QVC is the worst, hit 2. If you have no opinion, hit 3. I think it's not the worst idea, actually.
It's like
the TV show.
QVC, Michael? You know what that is?
Oh, like that late night thing where they like sell the steak knives and stuff?
Yeah, exactly. Just like that.
Yeah, we're not doing that. That's not happening. That's not a real thing.
You know, it's not the worst idea, Luke Jacoby.
No, it's the worst idea, Luke. That's a terrible idea.
Oh,
We're
no,
not doing it.
you haven't been here long enough. There have been some worse ideas. That I don't know. Maybe if we stream it at like 3 in the morning, we have to stream it at like 3 in the morning, and just get like, really like a giant desk with like all of our swag products on there, and you get like the graphics up saying buy now for a 20% discount.
Who's going to host it? Who's going to host the 3 a.m. QVC show?
I don't know.
I'm not hosting a 3 a.m. QVC show.
I don't know. Well, it's like 9 a.m. somewhere. It's 10 a.m. somewhere, right? Like 3 a.m. our time.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Always.
Right. Like it's like normal times in Europe and Asia. We're catering to our international audience, I think, with that one.
I guess. Yeah, we're still not doing that. No way.
No, you don't want to do that?
No, absolutely not. No.
All right.
No. I say we do more trivia. That's
hard maybe. Yeah, what the hell? I add more questions and you guys still go early. I don't understand. Also, bondholders get paid out first. Come on, people.
I'm pretty embarrassed about that one, actually. I was really sure it was preferred stockholders. I thought that like the entire time. And then at the very end, I realized I was actually really stupid.
All right.
Yeah.
Next week, we'll do like 15 questions.
You just realized that.
Yeah, I think 15 questions next time, because we had 10 minutes to kill.
If you have a question, if you have an idea for a question, maybe this is cheating, but email. Here's the email. Why don't you can email me, SpencerIsrael@benzinga.com, if you have an idea for a question. But if you give us a question and the answer, and you give us the wrong answer, you're fired. So
isn't there a Donald Trump drop for you're fired? Where's that drop?
I don't know. I'm not the one that's at the fancy station right now. That's you. Do you have the soundboard?
Oh, I have the soundboard. Yeah, I'm looking for the you're fired drop. We don't have a Donald Trump drop? No. It's okay.
Can we get Dennis to do an entire show on market plumbing? Yeah, you think you want that, but I don't think you want that. you want that for like 20 minutes. You don't want like an hour of like of market plumbing and the order flow and routing orders and exchanges and maybe
I would
you
listen
do.
to that.
Maybe
would
you do.
listen to that.
I don't know.
I love Dennis Rants.
All right.
Spencer.
All right. See you, Michael Murray.
Bye, guys.
All right. It is 3:59 p.m. Eastern time. What did I say? 3:59? 3:29 p.m. Eastern time. That means I have to bring on my good friend, Joel Elconin, at Spoos on Twitter for pre-market prep at the close. Joel, we are like in this market, unchanged. What gives?
Good afternoon, Spencer. Good morning, crowd. We are unch at 3909.50. Interesting day. The number I talked about, the all-time closing high, 39.31. Hit that in the overnight session, and we made a run at it early. We went to 39.27 in the quarter, got turned back. Couple other closes there. So that's really my bogey for next week.
Okay.
We've had a couple dips. You want me to share my screen, right?
I do. How did you know?
I know. Like I gotta get off the secret screen, and I gotta go to the PMP screen. Hold on one second. Let me adjust this for our visiting audience. We don't want them to be overwhelmed with the information on my screen here.
God forbid.
Yeah, this is sitting my analysis paralysis all day. So we had a couple dips, but man, they were just bought and they were just tricky. And the market came back. It looked like a couple times like we were going to go and test the low for the week. And now we're back unchanged. So, and like the last half hour of trading too, has just been so like choppy and unruly that really you don't know what to tell you. I don't think.
Why is Palantir on the screen? Can we fix that?
Oh, because that was my pre-market prep stock of the day.
Oh, excuse me. Okay.
Yeah, you want to look at this? I maybe post my article. This is back on November 16th when Kathy added 1 million shares. I don't know where she got her original stake, but how's this for buying the dip? Okay. She nibbled a little bit on this day, and then the day where she was listening to our show on the technical analysis, and it went to 24.5, 25, she loaded the boat. She bought 5.7 million shares, and then all the sheep followed her to slaughter, and it got almost got to $30 today. I know she's not selling into it, but I mean, you want a clinic in buying the dip? Holy mackerel! Did she ever buy the dip? We got the 30. I think Monday's high was like 30, 34. And then there's a gap to fill up to 31 and change. But there's a classic buy the dip. This is what your S&P looks like for the week. Kind of a ho-hum week. We had that big move on Monday. We couldn't get back up to 39, 59, 75. And we're settling the week well off the low. Crude backed off here. Being over 60 was just a little too much too fast. That lost $1.54 at 58.97. Here we go. Gold, that's up 620 at 1781.10. And then silver, it's going the same way. That's up 25 cents at 27.33. Man, I wish this thing would break over 30. I don't think it's going to in my lifetime. And Bitcoin, that's up $3,035 at 55,375. So another big move for Bitcoin.
Yeah, going into a weekend, Bitcoin is just ripping right now.
And I want to buy some more, and it won't go down.
This is what we need to do. I'm not sure of the legality of this, but there's a new, as of yesterday, there's now an official Bitcoin ETF in Canada.
Yes.
Joe, I know you're half Canadian. I am not. We need to now. I don't know about you. I don't have any brokerage accounts in Canada. I guess I could open one, or have Dennis open one for me, so I can buy a Bitcoin ETF in Canada. Maybe I'll talk to him about that.
You know what though? I tell you, I'm so afraid of heights that I'm not. I'm not going to do this. But really, hasn't been Buck Andrews been right on this? I mean, why buy Bitcoin when you can buy Riot Blockchain? Or what are these other stocks?
When people say they're afraid of heights, you know what I think of? I spent pretty much the entirety of 2017 and 2018 being afraid of heights. Oh no, market's going up too much. Oh, it's going to come back down.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. And then when we did get with that correction, right, at the end of the year, 2018, right around Christmas and New Year's, I was out of town. I was on vacation. I wasn't
remember that.
I wasn't buying anything, but even if I had been home, like, what was I gonna, like? I wasn't gonna pull the trigger. I don't, because the markets are falling. I just, whenever people say they're afraid of heights, I just think back. I spent the entirety of 2017. The market went straight up that year, and I was just like, oh no. I can't buy now. I can't. It's come up too far too fast. I can't buy now.
Buy the dip, right?
I was dumb. That was dumb.
I will say this thing's looking a little toppy at 80 here, just under 80. I mean, don't call it a triple top, but it looks like a triple top to me. So we'll see what happens in that one. But we'll
on Riot.
Yeah. Yep. And then what are the other ones?
Oh my God, there's so many. As of this week, you got like SOS, right? You got like you got like GBTC, obviously. You get like Mara, MARA.
You know what? This GBTC here. Okay, so that finally did make a new all-time high. That was a laggard too. That was a laggard. So that finally broke out. It took a while, but it's huge premium in that. And then what else is there?
Well, public service announcement before you go off the GBTC, we're gonna have Michael Sonnenschein, who's the CEO of Grayscale, which oversees the GBTC and the QBTC. We're gonna have Michael on our show Wednesday. He'll be on Pre-Market Prep Wednesday morning at 8:35 Eastern time. So we're gonna try to save all of our crypto questions. I saw somebody ask about QBTC just now. We'll ask that question of Michael on Wednesday when he's on.
You know what we should do? And I let Saluzzi off the hook. We should ask Saluzzi about Bitcoin. Because remember,
we just forgot.
He was on our Bitcoin special. I know it's hard to get a word in edgewise when you have Saluzzi or what's that guy, Bill Aarons. Was that his name?
Bill Hartz?
Bill Hartz, yeah. It's normally hard to get a word in with Triple D.
I know.
But when you have a market structure expert on there, it's like nearly impossible. And
so chat's got to bring up a good point, right? Bring up PayPal. Why is PayPal stalled? Great question. What I would say about
PayPal what?
Stalled. What I would say about PayPal is it is part crypto play, but it is not 100% a crypto play. It is also a part growth tech play, right? So when you get some rotation out of growth tech, then PayPal falls in that category too. At the same time, I mean, but then again, theoretically, Square should fall into that category too. Square's up 2% today, and Square.
So is the chat trying? Are they trying to upset me here on a Friday?
Why?
I mean, come on. What? Why is this stalled? Why don't you call a ambulance? I mean, the thing got to what, 310 or 320, and it's back at 290. I mean, come on. I thought our chat was better. Oh, okay. So this is the way our chat's looking at it. Oh, so it hit 309.14.
Yeah, but how many
it's
down
down
days?
to 287.
Yeah.
I'm down $22.
Yeah, but we're down. This is the fourth day in a row, right?
Oh man. Come on, chat. It's a 225 to 310, and then you're whining about it going to 287? Come on. That's ridiculous.
Come on, guys. You upset Joel.
285. Worry about 285, right? And then don't talk to me. If it takes out 285, maybe it goes to 281.50. But parallels at 285. And also, look at this. It's like a couple down days, and you got lower volume. So there's just some weak hands getting out of this. So I'm very disappointed in our chat today. I always thought you guys were better than the morning chat, but we got rid of a lot of the riffraff in the morning chat, didn't we?
Yeah, some of them. Yeah.
Okay, there's still some there.
There's still some. It's okay. Chat's great. Without the chat, we would just be talking to ourselves, more or less. All right, let's go to a couple things on my radar. But before we go to chat questions here, I wanted to hit crypto. We did that.
Is our guest in the queue or not?
Our guest is not here. Who's our guest? I don't even know.
Oh, I didn't.
You didn't tell me.
Yeah.
Who's our guest?
Maybe we don't have one. Go ahead. Talk for a minute.
Okay. Looking at what's up, what's down today, we are, like I said, unchanged in the S&Ps. Pretty equal amount of red and green on the screen. Being led as far as sectors today by energy. No surprise there. Materials. The XLB is up 1.8% today. You don't see that every day. You don't see materials leading. Actually, no. Now it's up 2%. Industrial is also up big today. So, flight to safety. And you're seeing on the downside, utilities is the leader on the downside. The XLU down 1.5% today. And then as far as green and red, like I said, we're pretty split. A little more green than red on the screen. About maybe in the S&P about 2 greens for every one red today. 2 stocks up for every stock down. But as far as the overall market is concerned, we're flat.
Okay. All right. I just pinged our potential guest. Okay. So what?
I'm not even going to ask who it is. I'm just going to be surprised.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just going to be surprised. Okay. Chat,
what charts did you want me to look at?
Chat's asking about CCIV leaking here into the close at $54 right now. Was there a headline? I wouldn't put it past these guys on a Friday afternoon to try to sneak a headline by us. Oh, there's no deal.
Oh man, hold on 1 second. Talk for a minute, Spencer.
I do not see a headline on CCIV. So again, we're waiting on this damn Lucid Motors deal. Nothing confirmed yet.
Spencer, pull up your chart and
my
And
chart.
tell
Okay.
people what you think technically. See if I taught you anything over the years.
All right, but
Look at the chart.
All right, but I've got a weekly up, and that's useless. All right, let me share my screen.
Go to a daily.
I'm going. Give me one
Can't
second.
believe I didn't
Okay.
put the link in the email.
All right, CCIV. This is a daily. Not much to go off of on daily. Let's see. Okay. So what's that low? 30. What's that low? 30. What's that low? 30. Triple bottom, folks. $30.
Wait, you're at 30? Oh,
Wait.
come on. Let's play a little bit closer to the belt than 30.
Wait,
like
wait,
if you were really a chicken.
Wait,
in
wait.
this
Why is
thing.
I feel like my data is off. Hold on. Is my data wrong? I think my data is wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, my data is wrong. I apologize, guys. My data is wrong. Let's refresh my page. What am I saying? 30? It's at 53. Why am I saying 30?
I don't know.
All right.
I-
Chart data. Come on, chart. What are you doing? All right, that's better. I don't know what was wrong with that. That
Like
data.
where would the
Okay.
Spencer stop be? in
All right,
this?
so all right, let's go to this is a 15-minute chart. I don't know what's up with that.
Don't
weird
look at the
daily.
15-minute.
Well, my daily chart was all messed up. I don't know what's going on there. It's
Man, I'm giving you a layup here, and you're fumbling it.
the data is wrong on my daily. I don't know what
Okay.
to say. So
All right.
I don't want to go up on a daily.
What are we showing? Are we showing my chart or your chart?
We can pull up your
My
chart
chart?
there. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
So here we'll pull up your chart. We'll go full screen. We'll go to the daily, and I'm gonna say, you're asking for a number on the daily. Okay.
Yeah. A
Well,
number.
we've got that double bottom. I can't. What is it? 50 something? 50 and change.
Yes.
I can't see.
Yes.
I can't see the number
Yes.
there. But 50 and change looks obvious. Double bottom from today, and looks like what is that? Wednesday.
Yes.
So that's the number I go with.
Okay. There. Good. All right. It took a pulling teeth.
Well, I
but
mean, my
you got it.
data was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
All right. What other? I guess I sent him an email and I didn't send a link, so I just sent the link. So let me know if someone pops in there. What else do you want to?
I would do that. All right. Chat is asking for some tickers or about tickers. Let's look at CBAT. What is this? CBAC
Cabot Oil?
Energy.
No.
No. CBAC Energy.
Oh, not a good day. Not a good day. You made a new high for the move and you're closing near the low. So I don't like that chart. I mean, maybe if it, gains another, holds in here another day or two, but you got some people caught. You're breaking out over 9. People are looking for 10, and now they got flushed a little bit. Big volume day. So might have some people trapped. Yeah, 20 million more shares traded than yesterday. It kind of looks like a failed breakout to me, but will be continued. Great support at 7. I'd be there at 7 if it got down there, but I'm sure at 842, you don't want to hear about $7.
Okay, I see our guest trying to connect, so we'll keep going on the tickers until our guest can actually connect to our stream. Danimer Scientific, DNMR, $3.5 billion market cap, trades with decent volume. DNMR.
Boy, these guys are tough. 46, 46, 46, and it got a nice bounce off. Wait, no, that's not 46. That's actually 44. Let's just call it 44 because you had 2 lows, 366, 310, and then 456 today. Knocking on the door here, folks. You want to get through this 48.73. That was your high on Thursday. You haven't quite got there yet. Now you really open up. I don't know what the news was on this. You have to check your news why you had that gap down. But there's your next resistance level if it can work its way through there. I just thought that was a big down day. I don't know if it was earnings or there was some bad news or what happened. But, yeah, gap to fill. I don't know if it's going to go there immediately, but that's what we're looking at.
So we have to have you stop wearing that shirt on camera. It looks so trippy. It looks
Really?
so weird.
People have been some
It looks so
in the
weird.
morning. Yeah, someone in the morning made fun of me about wearing that
It just
shirt.
looks weird on camera. Okay, let's bring on
I'm
our
sorry.
guest, Jeremy Newsom, real life trading. He's got a real life beard too. Jeremy, what's up?
What's up, gentlemen?
How you doing, man? Where are you? Are you in Nashville?
I'm still in Nashville. Yep, still here.
Yeah.
For,
Did you get some cold
24
weather there?
hours. Yeah, dude. We got a lot of snow, actually. Tons of snow.
Yeah. Was it? Did you know what to do? Did you go out there and?
Yeah, they stopped traffic, they stopped schools, they stopped all infrastructure for like multiple days. No one knew what to do.
Dear
but
Lord.
yeah, it was all
But could you at least trade? Could you at least trade still?
Yes,
That's the important question.
Yes, I could.
Okay.
So it was a
Good.
good week for me.
Good week for you. How so? In what way? What were you buying or selling?
Wix, brother. Wix.
Oh my God. Wix is a beast. Their earnings report was ridiculous.
That's saving your butt this week. I saw you had all those bad R's.
Bro, that was the only thing I was up on. Seriously. So that we're clear on it, Wix was the only thing I was green on all week long.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, what'd you like about earnings on it, Spencer?
I mean, the number, they crush it. Are you kidding me here? For the uninitiated, I'll give you the numbers here. This was from a couple of days ago now. They reported earnings. Oh, come on, computer. Come on, load for me. Give me the information.
Spencer, you should reboot your computer.
I will. It's Friday. Okay.
All right. Well,
here we go. Here we go. The earnings per share. They reported earnings 2 days ago, right? Wednesday morning. They lost 3 cents per share last quarter versus an estimate of an 11-cent loss. Revenue, $282 versus $270 million. So they beat that number as well. And I skimmed the transcript, I think, and that was 2 days ago, but everything seemed pretty good.
Be long, man. I mean, it's a great platform. It's a great company. It's a great website. It has a good service. It has such good functionality for entrepreneurs. So I'm long, man.
Is there some lady talking in the background there?
Yeah, I got a thing going on, like another stream going on in the background.
Oh my goodness, he's on 2 streams at once.
Yeah.
Wait, you can't do that. You can't copyright our stream.
I'm just listening in.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. 2 things I want to talk to you about. And what do you think the first thing is?
How do I grow my beard?
Everything in the world.
No beard. Stock related.
Best stock pick possible.
No. What stock are we going to debate and talk about right now?
Tesla. Has to be Tesla.
Yes.
Has to be.
Yeah. Okay. So I put my little thing out there. I learned how to add charts to my Twitter stream. Did you notice that? I probably could ask you. Unbelievable. And I tweeted a picture over the weekend. It only took me 15 minutes to figure that out.
Look out. Team.
Okay. So you sold what? Some April 400 puts or something like that?
Correct. Yep. 500 puts.
Okay. What would you do if over the weekend, and this is hypothetical, people, so don't, this is just for informational learning purposes only. What if Elon Musk was arrested, okay, and the stock opened down 150 points?
I would buy more shares. Most likely. That would seem like a massive overreaction, realistically.
Okay, but you could sustain it in your account.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
that wouldn't blow you out.
No. I'm not doing anything too heavy because the markets are at all-time highs, so I'm not doing anything too heavy with margin up here. So I'm absolutely waiting for sure. Yep.
Okay.
Good question though, very valid, but yeah, I could totally sustain it. Now, a year ago, it would have been bad. I was pretty heavy, but it was just mathematically the best play to make at the time.
Okay, because you know what Triple D would do?
What's that?
He would just get out. He would eat his loss.
He's a beast. I wouldn't eat it though, because dude, Tesla would rally from that level. It would. I mean, right now it's at 750, so 150 points down. It'd be $600. It would rally from there for sure.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to, we got to talk about good scenarios. I mean,
I'm with you, bro. I'm with you.
Okay. And I don't think it's going to do that either. I mean, we're debating here. I mean, I got my pretty little lineup there at 780. And like everybody, I mean, it was a consensus on Twitter yesterday that 776 was the low and this thing was going back to 900. Did you notice that?
They were banging the desk, man. They were banging the desk.
That's when I was like, oh man, I wanted to short that thing today. It was just like,
yeah, it tells me that it's a little high. I agree.
And this, I mean, to me, when I look between 700 and 750, 770. I don't see much there, right? I mean, so it really wouldn't even hurt you. I mean, even if it went down to 700, the thing is, if it went down to 700 over the next 3 weeks, they would still just eat at that time premium, right?
Exactly, my friend. Exactly. So it'd have to come all the way down to 600 for it to even be an issue. And I got $10 for a $6 put or $600 put, man. $10. It's a lot.
So 590. So you'd buy that thing all day at 590, right?
All day, baby.
Okay. But you're not buying calls. You're not that bullish about it.
No.
Okay.
It needs a little bit more of a rest. Needs some more sideways action. Needs some cool off some steam from buying calls. Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to add.
Sure, hop in.
Hans Diggler was saying also, but I was going to say this before Hans said that in chat. Randy from our Newsdesk just asked me what Julian Edelman was doing on our stream right now from the Patriots. So two people just unless Randy is Hans, maybe they're the same person, but two people just said you look like Julian Edelman from the Patriots.
Jeremy,
awesome. Thank you.
Jeremy is so much taller than Julian Edelman, man. And probably more athletic too, but yeah,
zero chance of that.
Yes, our next guest will be Grizzly Adams.
You guys crack me up. Crack me up.
Okay. S&P's kind of weak here going into the close. 8 minutes to go. Do you need to get off to trade the close, or are you okay?
Jeremy, hold on.
Jeremy?
All right, I do. Actually, yes. Let me
tell me when you want to. One more thing, and I'll let you go.
All right, brother.
I have a very small Bitcoin position. I missed it. I need to add 5 tranches. Okay. I want you to email me when I should put each tranche in. Okay.
I can do that. Can I text you or email?
You do everything.
Jeremy, fax it. Jeremy, fax it. All right.
Pony Express, baby. Go.
All right. I love you guys so much. Thank you.
Text me.
See you, Jeremy.
King of Jiu-Jitsu right there. Jeremy Newsom.
All right. Thanks a lot. Okay.
Man, he's great. He might
350. Yeah, go ahead.
I hope Dennis isn't listening, but he might be my all-time favorite guest. Because Dennis has got mad at me. He goes, you can't call somebody your all-time favorite guest. And I just did. I hope he wasn't listening.
I don't think he is. Somehow.
Options expiration too.
Oh, crap. I forgot about that. It's Friday. It's the third Friday of the month. All right. Options expiration. You know what that means? It means there could be fireworks at the close. I'm going to a 5-minute chart here, and I'm going to see what's what.
Okay. Do you want you going with your charts?
No. No. I was going to go with yours, but I'm pulling up on my own screen.
Oh, here. Okay. Let me go. Let's get crazy here, and let's go to a 1 minute.
1 minute. Yeah.
Oh man. Oh, I hope I don't get motion sickness here. Going to a 1 minute chart. Actually, my one buddy taught me this trick, and I'm not going to reveal it right now, but I'm even looking at some really short-term charts, not for very long, but let's see here. Oh, no, we don't want the 30-second. That will drive us all crazy. All right, there's the 1 minute. The difference is, okay, here's the low. The low is 3,900 for the day session, but the real low, the low that I follow was 38.90 and a quarter. That's what we hit overnight, and we bought the dip. That's more. This is the dip low. This is on the 60-minute. That happened when I was trying to stay up watching the Michigan basketball game. And what time was that at? That was around 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. So there we go. That's what we're looking at. It looks like we're shaking on that 3,900. We're at 39.02. Looks like you're having a little bit of a weak close here. So what are all the numbers for here? Oh, Jason's in there doing his polls. Okay. All right. What up, Spencer? Let's do another stock or two, and then we'll see what's on the close.
Okay. I know I've missed a few. I apologize. So I'll try to try to go back in the chat. Someone just asked about RAVN. It doesn't have a ton of volume, so I'm not sure Joe doesn't love commenting on stocks that don't have a ton of volume, even though it's not a low price stock. It's $41 still, with only a couple 100,000 shares traded each day. Not
pass.
Not
Just
necessarily.
hit the intraday low, folks. We just matched 3,900 to 3,900s are shaking. The 38.90. I don't know if we're going to get that down another 10 handles, but a few nervous Nellies here going into the close.
ADT. Let's look at ADT.
Oh, there you go. Security stock, right?
Yeah, home security. Yeah.
Home security. Everyone needs that. Why? Oh, this.
Yeah,
Wow,
what was that?
over.
That was
I don't know
earnings?
what happened.
That was earnings? No. What was that?
Was someone going to buy them? Was that it?
Oh yeah. Wait, who was that? Wait, who was buying ADT for a hot second? Can Chad remember that?
Was it Amazon or somebody?
God, it may have been. I mean, it probably was Amazon.
All right, Gary Morgan wants me to look at Twitter. I don't want to look at Twitter because I own it, and I don't. Oh, that's getting tagged a little bit, but look at that. Could be a double top there. Why'd you show me that chart? 74.84, 74.96. Big seller at 75. People stepped ahead of it, and maybe the seller came down and pushed it. I don't like that. Is that a new all-time high for Twitter?
Probably.
Yeah, that's a big level going. I still got that thing from like 26.
I cannot believe you never sold. I can't believe it.
I sold a little bit in one account, and I was all bummed because I thought that was it. And then and then I looked at another. That's a good thing about having multiple accounts that you don't look at. Like Dennis looks at his stuff all the time. I'm like, oh wow, I still got that. I don't like that 75. This week's low is 70. We're settling right in the middle. So we got to get to 75, folks. Little selling there. The other undercut and rally at 98.75. And then now you're back in the 3,900 handle. So not a great day to end the week. What other symbols you want?
Go back to ADT. We got distracted on the ADT.
Yeah, who tried to buy it?
There was Amazon.
Was it Amazon? Or they talked about it?
Remember they signed a partnership with Google like a year ago, right?
XII, we're not going to close on Wednesday's low. I do not think we're going to drop another 20 handles. Even I don't think we're going to drop another 20 handles. What's nice about this ADT is it returned to the point of origin, right? This is the monthly chart. So if you were super patient after it got over 16 and you go, I'm just going to wait for a gap fill, you actually got it. So I like this chart. I don't know if it's going to go up with the same pace that it did before, but I like this chart. I mean, 2 monthly lows, you filled the gap and then some, and now you're climbing up. So what you want to look for next is 1065. That was your high in January.
Holy Baidu, Batman. Did you see Baidu today? Oh my goodness.
Is it up a lot?
It is up a lot.
Man. Another Sean Udall pick that I ignored.
This one was a dog. This stock was a dog for like 2 years.
He begged me to buy this at $100. He begged me, and I didn't listen to him. Oh man.
Goodness.
Anyways, I don't know what to say about this. New all-time highs, closing on the highs, just making new highs. Just keep your eye on the mark for today. That's where people are going to be marked at. So, what a great move! What a great looking chart.
Wow. Yeah. All right, we'll do a couple more. GameStop, no. No.
What's going on? You still got your GameStop?
No, Joel. Luke and I are both out. It was a one-day thing. We're out. We lost money.
Let me know the next time you and Luke buy something together, okay?
And you will short it. Fair enough. All right, 3:59 and 35 seconds. We got 25 seconds left in today's session. How are we looking into the close? Are there fireworks?
No, I mean you had that dip under 3,900, and now they're scooping it up a little bit. So not a great day, not a horrible day. We got some really good numbers to look at for next week. Fairly tight range. I mean, that 59.25 that you hit, no one got a shot at that because Tuesday's high was 45, and the low for the week is down at 80.5. That's Wednesday's low. That looks pretty safe for now. We'll see what happens over the weekend. Who's our guest on Monday?
Tim Quest will be.
Back to there. Market Monday. Structure. Okay,
market
folks.
Structure money. All right, hey, everyone, hit that like button. The stream is ending, which means you only have a couple more seconds to smash that like button. Thanks a lot, Joel. I'll talk to you over the weekend. Smash the like button, hit subscribe, hit share, show us some love on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitch, on Periscope, wherever you're watching the stream right now. We're not doing the happy hour. Like I said, it's Friday. A full week of Benzinga programming in the books. If you have any feedback, send it our way. Tweet at us at Benzinga. Tweet at me at SJ Israel. Tweet at Jason Raznick at Jason Raznick. Fun day, fun week. Markets ending in the red for the day and in the red for the week. That's the way it goes sometimes. We'll be back with you on Monday morning. Everyone have a good weekend. Stay safe. Stay warm if you're down south. Can't be bad to say that. If you stay warm if you're down south. We'll be back on Monday.